correction was made.
Yeah, but I mean, they might not believe the correction, and therefore, like, sincerely believe that, like, their initial belief was correct, and that
It
it's
doesn't
wrong.
matter. It was recorded what was actually correctly said. It doesn't matter if they
You've
believe it
changed your
now or
story so many times, there's no telling what's going on there.
we have it recorded. We can go back and look
We have
at
it
it.
recorded many times, and you've told the story different ways many times. First it was she didn't know about it, then she smelled it and so she didn't eat it. Or she tried it and it didn't do anything, then she smelled it and didn't eat it. And then you talked about it beforehand, and it's just changed so many times that...
Wait, I thought the story that I heard was that he slipped it when she was sleeping, like in her
No,
mouth.
there's two stories. I will say it one more time if people want to know the story, and I'm not going to say it again. There was a story when I was 19, and there was a story probably within when my relationship was on the rocks. The story when I was 19, my girlfriend and I planned all day for us to get some LSD. We traveled a good ways. We got some LSD. Now, I went inside the gas station because the drive was long. She was kind of nodding out, passing out a little bit, and I was on Teddy Grahams. The LSD was on Teddy Grahams, and I shrugged her. She was well, I would say she was awake enough to know what she was doing. She took the Teddy Graham, and then we drove back to my place. I started tripping, and then she started tripping after I was tripping. That was the story. But before I could even tell the story, I was being attacked. Now, the other story happened more recently. That was when I was 19. This was probably 29, 30. My girlfriend and I were drunk. She's asexual. Was trying to get her in the mood. She tells me to go and get some ice cream from Whole Foods Market. While I was walking to go get some ice cream, I noticed that there was some aphrodisiacs, and a girl told me that this particular aphrodisiac would be a good suggestion to use if your girlfriend has problems sexually. So I decided to go ahead and apply that aphrodisiac in her ice cream. She knows about it. She decided not to eat the ice cream, and there's no big fuss about it. But this is being framed in such a way as if I'm some type of serial druggist, like I'm some type of Bill Cosby. In both these relationships, I'm still friends with both of these females. None of them have problems with it, and I don't understand, unless it's done maliciously, why anybody else would have a problem with it.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is this aphrodisiac that works?
It was potion number 9. You can find it at Whole Foods Market.
Potion. All right.
And it doesn't work. I mean, I don't think it does. There's just an herb supplement.
I thought it was an old movie that was bad with Sandra Bullock.
No, that is a movie too.
Potion number 9 actually. Wearable. What the heck is this? Fragrance. Movie. Yeah, okay. So the girl at the store scammed you. That's what it looks like. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, we think the drug is silly, absolutely. But the fact is that we were trying to get at is that you would do that and be like, haha, you know.
My sister and I used to do a whole lot worse to each other growing up because we know each other. It's not like some random stranger at a bar that I don't know. Like, my girlfriend and I had been together at that point probably like 11, 12 years living together. So there's things that we can do to each other that you would not do to a stranger, right? Like, there's a type of trust that we have.
So how many times did you slip your sister an aphrodisiac? I'm kidding.
I don't think that's the point.
Stop it. No, that's slander.
God damn it.
I actually agree with Dionysus. Like, I've got a number of friends that I've known for probably about almost 10 years now. And they participate in 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 mind-altering occasions, I guess you could say. And I mean, I've got like a lot of trust, in these guys, and they could technically dose me in a way where like I would definitely be taking something that at the time I was not sure, if there's something in it or not, and I could see the consequences of that actually being very minor. I mean, if you're with certain people and and you have a bad reaction, like where you start really not having a good time, if they trust you, if you trust them and if they love you, they are going to take care of you when things kind of go sour, when like your attempt at just kind of having a good time or or making a party atmosphere actually backfires. If they do care about you, they are going to dial things back and actually
So, Frank, are you arguing that, like, if you and I went to a party and you decided I needed to loosen up, and we were, good friends, you knew me pretty well, and I need to loosen up at this party, you think it's okay to drop some E in my drink and just be like, yo, you need to calm down without me telling me,
What you're talking
Okay.
about, what I'm talking about is a private party among people that have a different relationship than a
People
party where people aren't going to know each other, or people
People
don't.
that go within the intent of using drugs, like that's the intent.
Hmm?
That like if you went in knowing this is the intent, we are going to use drugs at this party.
As somebody who's been in
Well-
a lot of the kind of parties and so on that Frank is talking about,
Mm-hmm.
the general consensus that I'm familiar with is that people should be aware of the drugs they're taking, especially when they take it, and
Yeah, I totally agree.
giving somebody drugs when they're not aware that it's happening is immoral. In every group that I've been familiar with
Mhm.
in that scene, especially hallucinogens. You
Yeah,
should
but
never give somebody hallucinogens when they're not aware that that they're putting it in their body.
would
You
you
can say, yeah, cool, it's fine for me to have it, but still, like putting it in their mouth when they're asleep, that's just not cool.
Yeah.
You
Is
mean
there a difference in
You're not comparing
severity?
a mild or even maybe an aphrodisiac that's like so
I'm referring to your acid conversation.
well, no, she knew she was taking acid. That
What was
wasn't.
the situation I'm
No,
envisioning?
you said she was like basically unconscious when you gave it to her.
No, I said she woke up, took the Telegram. She bought the fucking acid, dude. What do you think she?
No. Oh my God. Okay.
I don't think I know the acid story. I know about
I've only heard the acid story one at
I
a
know
time.
about
The time that I heard the acid story,
anti-anxiety story and the aphrodisiac. I don't know about this acid.
the acid thing that I heard was when she took it, and she was not coherent at the time that she took it,
Well,
or that you helped her take it.
There's some different ways of explaining that, because I mean, if you're actually passed out, there's no way that you're actually going to eat something that can be. I mean, he would have to force feed her to the point of swallowing something, and I don't think he's going to go to that amount of trouble.
No, dude.
That was like she was conscious enough to.
It's something, the way that
to-
acid. You've taken acid before, right? You just set it on your tongue.
No, it was
I
on.
only give that to somebody when they're just.
She
Yeah,
knew
yeah.
what was on the. She bought the telegrams, dude. She knew what was on the telegram. She took it. It wasn't like she was like, "Whoa, what's this telegram?" She knew exactly what she was fucking taking.
Yeah, and I mean, like Ocean.
That's not the way you told the story initially.
I mean, I'm with you that it is very questionable, and it is basically, it's basically not a good idea to give anybody anything without explicitly having them know what is going on. But what I'm envisioning is a situation where, I've arranged to spend 10 hours with my friend, and they're basically trying to give me a vacation. Like they're seeing the consequences of dosing me when they think I need it. Like, I need that break, and they're going to be with me through the whole thing. I can see them essentially doing that, to me, having good intentions, and I mean, I can choose to either freak out at them, or I can choose to, kind of roll with it. But I can see them. I can see them doing that to me with the greatest of intentions, and that's
I'm the
you don't
opposite.
get that with strangers. You don't get that at like at parties that have people who you don't know. You only get that among certain relationships, I feel,
Right. I've had friends.
But
I've had friends
there's
who
not a
dosed me
relationship like that
before,
I'm
and
aware of and
I
that
found
I've
it
had.
perfectly okay because they judged the situation where it was okay in that situation because they knew me well enough, and that it sounds bad, but it was appropriate that they did give me something when I actually did not consent. There was one girl who gave me Dilaudid one time without my consent. But I'm glad she did give me Dilaudid. So you guys are trying to frame this in like some like weird sexual predator type situation, and it's not. It's a situation where there's true friendship, people truly like each other, and there's no ill will.
I personally I'd feel violated if
Well, it
anyone
wouldn't be
put
done to
anything in
me
my
because
stuff.
I would know that. But what I'm trying to, oh my God, like I understand, like you do not like people give you drugs without your consent. I understand that, all right. But when you have a pack of friends who've been knowing each other forever, and sometimes people, punk each other or play games with one another. Sometimes it
Yeah,
happens.
I get the feeling. I do understand the feeling of being violated, and I don't want to dismiss it. But I mean, I don't like black olives on my pizza. Okay, and if you were to feed me, a piece of pizza, and there's like black olives or mushrooms like hidden in this pizza, and like I find one,
Surprise!
I'm gonna be upset about it.
Mm.
But if you don't like, if you're handing me a piece of pizza and you don't know that like I've got a major problem with this, I'm not going to be upset with you. I am going to feel unhappy, but like I'm not going to be upset with you. If like I guess like I mean at events and stuff, things end up getting passed around and shared, and there are times where there are discussions about what's in this, or like how strong is X, Y, and Z. That doesn't always take place. There are times where people just take care of each other if people have bad reactions, like if they start like feeling upset.
I think a point of contention that is ignored so far, in my opinion, is that I think would you say there's a difference between slipping someone some pot brownies and not telling them that there's any pot in the brownies, and slipping someone a massive dose of heroin?
Oh man.
That's a very good point, actually.
I mean,
And
yeah,
most people will not hold that to the same standards, right?
there is a
Right.
difference, but
Be-
I mean,
because there is a
I'm
difference
imagining a
between intent,
situation.
because obviously obviously people will notice that, okay, well, slipping someone pot brownies and not telling them there's any pot in there is more or less a harmless prank, if you will, while the other one could very well be lethal, right? So there's
Well, I don't
obviously
know. It
big
depends.
difference in intent.
Depends.
And that's where basically
Depends
that's
on
where
the
the
strength of
problem
the
happened
brownie.
was when
Depends
the
on
mild
how.
aphrodisiac, which had no effect, when it got translated as being a roofie. That is where the maliciousness
Mhm.
came from. All
It
right.
really depends on the strength, like of the brownie. It depends on how much experience that person has with edibles. I mean, I can see a situation, and like I'm trying to basically illustrate like a situation where two people have eaten like those exact strength of brownie 100 times in the last calendar year, and then
Frank,
they
the
have.
brownies don't matter. What I meant is that essentially people have made transformed into roofie. What Dionysus was giving was basically a placebo.
Oh
As the
well,
story was told in the
yeah.
initial telling,
I
that
think
was not clear to me. I still am not sure on that. But I do know in that conversation that, matter of fact, I think I brought it up. I was like, dude, you're roofing your girl. And there wasn't an extraordinary outcry at the time. It was tossed out there as in you're giving her some drugs that she's not aware of.
He's still.
That's what I was referring to as
I think
roofing.
that making anybody eat something they're unaware of is immoral.
It doesn't sound like that.
No, I'm Ocean. I'm agreeing with that point. What I'm saying is that there's a difference between slipping someone like, let's say slipping something innocuous and slipping something
an aphrodisiac and
potentially
arsenic or something.
Right, but
I agree with you. But
are you in a relationship with these girls? Because I mean, like if you're in a monogamous relationship with someone, aphrodisiacs probably come into play.
Marcus has actually been saying some really interesting things in the chat outside the room, so I'm sure he wants to say a few things. Mark, you there, man?
Oh, hi, yeah. No, I just think that if you're going to give anyone any substance without their knowledge, it's not just about how strong the weed might have been, or the brownie or whatever. It's what if I'd taken some other medication that day and didn't happen to tell my friends or my roommate or partner that I was on some other medication, and that medication had an adverse reaction with whatever it is you've given me that you think is, whatever it's for, and as a result of that causes medical complications, and there's just so many variables. Yeah. To give anyone any substance without their knowledge is just being a bag of shit.
Just to be clear, again, I'm going to have to repeat this. When I was making the brownie example, I was not saying that it was okay if it's a pot brownie. What I was saying is that it's basically the difference between like manslaughter and first-degree murder. The intent is what matters. So, in manslaughter, like if I accidentally give someone something laced with peanuts, and it turns out that they're allergic to peanuts and they die, I'm guilty of manslaughter.
I think it's the fact that you're doing. If a friend mentioned that they might want to try anal, as I put in the outside chat, I'm quite up for anal one day. I might try it. So I think, well, you're asleep. I'll get this huge dildo and shove it up your ass because you said you liked it, and I've known you for a while. Does that make it right?
No.
Exactly. So what makes you putting a substance into someone else's drink or food any better? You have no idea what that person's taking, what their mental state is, what their physical state is, what may have happened to them that day, what medication they were on.
Well, okay, we're talking about
no idea. So you're risking.
We're really jumping around.
What you said, you're risking
we're talking about like 5 different things right now.
I'm trying to talk about relationships where if someone is on medication, they are going to tell you.
No, not necessarily. I might have had.
They're not going to tell you that you needed to know. They're going to tell you because you're friends, and you kind of talk about your day and stuff.
There are some people that don't tell their partners, their wives or husbands they've had for decades, that day they've had some sort of thought they had an illness. They went to the doctors the week before, didn't want to tell their wife or partner or whatever to upset them, but they're on this medication that's quite strong and they mustn't complicate it.
Really?
So you might not know. So
they're not going to tell. They're not going to tell their spouse.
There are people
let me
don't tell their partners.
Bring up a story that's actually really similar to this that happened. This happened to a friend of mine. Hold on. There's a friend of mine that takes a number of different kinds of depression medication, and she has to change the kinds of depression medication that she takes every couple of years or so, or else things fuck up or whatever. So she takes this medication. She's at a party. Her friends give her an edible that contains a form of ecstasy or MDMA. We still don't know exactly what it was, but they thought it was harmless. And the problem was that when she took this, it mixed with whatever it was that she had, and she was having an experience that was not a positive rolling experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the reason why. That's the reason doctors.
People took care of her. Yes.
Yeah.
But
doctors in hospitals say to you, "Are you allergic to anything? Are you on any other medication before I prescribe this medication to you?"
Right.
Because things react with one another. So things like legal highs or something that you or I might find or might think are completely harmless has a chemical reaction with something else in that person's body.
Yes, I understand that.
Any
But the point is that she was taking this medication.
You know,
Other people might have. Some
every
of the
time you
friends
offer
know.
somebody
Hold
a
on, Frank. Just hold on a second. Jesus. The point is, she's taking this medication. She's with close friends. Some of her close friends know that she's on this medication. Others did not. Ones that did not assumed that she wasn't on anything and gave her this edible. And then she has the reaction. The friends of hers that are with her that know that she is taking something, but don't know specifically what it is or anything really about it, are the ones that are like, oh shit, there was probably some sort of mixture that took place. Then her friends that were aware of this took care of her, and it was a very fucked up situation, all because somebody took it upon themselves to be like, this will be funny and this will be fine, and gave it to her without any knowledge of the.
You could know someone and all their allergies, but there could
Bottom
be
line
one.
is, it's not okay to do that.
Yeah, exactly. There could be one thing in that
Okay, how do you
substance
solve
you
that
give them
situation?
that you don't know they were allergic to
How do
until
you-
the very first time they ingest
How
it.
should have that situation gone down?
The situation should have gone down with, hey, here's some brownies or whatever the edible was. I don't remember what it was, but here's an edible. It has ecstasy in it. Would you like one?
Well, so the people who administered it knew exactly what was in it?
They knew it was in it. They gave it to her.
They made it
She did not
themselves?
know it was in it. She took it.
Did they make it themselves?
It doesn't matter. How does that
Well,
matter?
actually, it does, because if you don't if you don't make it yourself, then you don't really know what's in it, do you?
And how would you know if your partner or life
Holy
partner
shit.
is allergic to one ingredient in it that they've never encountered
No,
before in their life? How do you know? You may know someone for 40 years.
Hold on
You
one
could
second,
figure out-
Mark. Do you disagree with me, Ocean? That, I mean, if you got something...
I think it's immoral either way.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you made it or not. What's that got to do with it? The fact is you're giving someone a substance.
Well, if you haven't
without
made
their
it, then you don't know exactly what's in it, do you?
It doesn't matter.
If you... No, it matters, because...
Would it make you feel better if I got her online and basically would tell you guys just to shut the fuck up about it because you don't understand the dynamics of our relationship?
Unless you
Nice.
know,
The conversation is
about
not
Ocean.
on you right now. We're talking
unless
about
you know for 100% sure every possible ingredient in that substance, and you know 100% that all of those substances will have absolutely no effect on the person you're giving it to, then you can't possibly know that, so you just don't.
Well, you can't know that if you go get a pizza, whether they have, what ingredients they
Yes,
use.
that's how they
So
find out
don't
people
put
are
something
allergic
in
to
somebody
stuff.
else's mouth without them knowing.
It's called informed choice.
You can't offer...
Or
you can't
but.
offer
Like, okay, if I am on medication and I take something and okay, Frank, hold on a minute. If I take something and I know what and I know what's going on and I'm taking whatever medication, it mixes up and it's bad, that's on me. If somebody else gives it to me and I'm unaware of what's in this, then that's not on me anymore. That's on somebody else.
Ocean, I'm not denying the actions were a little reckless, but they were not malicious. All right, I'm not saying that hindsight's 20/20. Was that such a good idea? Would have done. First of all, I was 19 years old when the acid thing happened, and we had been drinking as well. So would I have done it again? No, I was 19. People do stupid things when they're 19. But was there malicious intent to do something harmful to her that she would regret later on? No.
Ultimately, Dionysus, that's between you and your girlfriend. I don't give a shit. It's just we're bringing up whether or not it is moral to have done, and I think that you kind of agree, at least, that it was not a good idea. And with the aphrodisiac thing, that's in the same line of thinking of giving something to somebody and them not being aware of it, and it could complicate things further than you really realize, even if it's like, oh, this is harmless. No, it's not. That's why when giving something to somebody, they need to know what's in it, what's going on.
Right,
Like,
so
because somebody might be allergic to onions, and you give them a hamburger that's got onions in it because you made it for them. Look, I didn't tell you.
The courts and the prisons are full of people that said, I didn't know that would happen.
Right. And also, to be fair,
with a malicious intent, which is what Dionysus just brought up, is that, I mean, he might have made a mistake. He didn't have any kind of a malicious intent.
something else to bring up is that Dionysus should be glad that he's in Louisiana and not in New York. Because in New York, you can be prosecuted for this kind of thing regardless of whether or not your girlfriend forgives you. And regardless of what the intent was.
Yeah, because hindsight's a wonderful thing. Try using that excuse if she'd have had some sort of anaphylactic shock and died. Then what? Oh, well, I didn't really mean to hurt her.
Well, I'm under the impression that if she had had any kind of reaction, he would have been there.
Oh, God. How much are you going to try and...
I think you're missing Mark's point completely.
He would have performed CPR on her, like if she started...
Yeah, great. Isn't that wonderful? Don't worry, if you end up nearly dying, I'll try CPR. Yeah, that... What a shitty argument.
Okay, first of all, we're talking about an herbal supplement at Whole Foods Market for $2.99.
Dionysus, I agree that this is...
I get to die under those conditions. I don't think that's in its character.
What he's talking about probably wouldn't happen under the situation you're talking about, but still, the idea is that people should be informed of what they are consuming.
Correct. That's why we have labels.
So if you go into a hospital and people are loading you up full of drugs, and you're not conscious, but they have to do it anyway, you're not consenting.
That's a completely different subject.
Actually, it's not, because when I had kidney stones, I did not want to have a CAT scan done to me, but I was forced to. All right, they could have easily have done ultrasound, which is actually better for kidney stones, but I was forced to without my consent to do so, but they rationalized it.
Were you conscious?
I was in so much pain I couldn't even talk.
Right, so the medical professionals did the best that they thought they needed.
They did it because of the profit, all right? Because they probably have to pay off student loans, and they make more money by using.
That's just a guess.
No, that's pretty much how it works, right? Ultrasounds are much better at detecting kidney stones than MRIs.
You're trying to mitigate this. It's the same. It's just nonsense. It's just you're trying to just say, yeah, I was a dick. I wish I hadn't done it. End of story.
And I'll point out that you have no way of knowing what the motives are.
I've seen people prosecuted in bars because they failed to clean their pipes properly when they were drawing beer and ended up with cleaning fluid in the pipes and made people ill. They knew they were doing it.
Well, if they knew, then...
yes, but the people they were giving the beer to didn't know, and they didn't tell them. That's why they were prosecuted.
So it probably wasn't malicious intent.
No.
And if they'd gone into some kind of shock, they probably would have administered CPR.
They cited the fact they didn't have the staff, didn't have the time, and that was then wasn't their usual practice. But they thought they weren't sure. Someone had mentioned the pipes don't seem to be clean. The beer tastes a bit funny. It might have fluid in it. Well, fuck it. No one's gonna. We'll risk it. That's the thing. You're risking someone else's well-being.
Okay, that's the
reason why we have food labels and why. So if you go into a bar and you say, "Can I have a beer, please?" and a guy gives you a bottle of yellow liquid with no label on it, you're going to drink it? Or you're going to ask him what's in it? And if he says, "What's it to you?"
then you don't have to drink it at that point.
Right. But if it's done to you without your consent...
If you're purchasing a pot brownie and you can't figure out exactly what's in it, you have no idea who made it.
Right, so
you're purchasing a pot brownie. It's a bit of a different.
So right? if the food you're being given contains things not to your knowledge,
you're
going to complain afterwards, aren't you?
You're talking about beer out of a tap. You can go at the same bar. You can order like a bottle of beer.
Yeah, but
right?
What I'm saying is, if you're given things without your knowledge, you're going to be upset. It's immoral.
Well, there's all kinds of things that people hand other people without saying.
Yes, exactly. They do.
Like, oh, by the way, you have a peanut allergy because there's peanuts in this. I mean, it's going to say it on the label.
Right, but you wouldn't give someone peanuts in the food if you knew they had a peanut allergy.
Right, if you knew.
Right, if you knew. So then surely the idea about giving someone something when they don't know is that you should know beforehand whether it's safe to do so.
Right, But it's impossible to know that in every case, though.
Right. Okay. So then, what's the next step? You don't give someone something when you don't know what the consequences are likely to be.
Well, if you follow that, then there's not going to be as much, sharing in the world.
Don't be so ridiculous. Of course, there's going to be sharing.
But you're not going to know exactly what you're giving people.
That's sort of the point. You don't administer something to someone without their knowledge. Unless it's to save their life, of course. Then you'd administer drugs or medicine to try and save someone's life.
I guess that's the thing.
That's why hospitals say to you, before we give you this medication, are you allergic to penicillin or any other medication? Are you taking any other medication, or have you taken any medication in the last 14 days, or are you allergic to anything?
Yeah.
So that they don't unwittingly give you something that could kill you or make you ill.
Yeah.
That's the whole point then. That's all we're talking about. So you don't give someone something, you don't give someone else a substance when they don't know you're doing it. Because you don't know the variables. As I already said, they could have taken a simple cold remedy, flu remedy, or taken other drugs in the last few days that you were unaware of.
Right.
You're giving them something that could cause them an allergic reaction, or it could be something quite innocuous, like a herbal remedy or a herbal legal high, that may have a reaction with something else that's already in their system and cause them problems. That's all we're saying.
I mean, it is a good idea to hand a person a thing and let them administer it themselves. I think if there is like a dividing line between you being the one to administer it to others and just like handing it, or offering it.
I think once you've offered something to them and tell them what it is, to the best of your knowledge, I think you're in a much better place.
Yes.
I agree.
They have an informed choice, but if they're unconscious or asleep, they don't have that informed choice, do they?
And I'm not saying here that you have to know exactly 100% everything that's in there, but have a pretty good idea.
Yeah. If you offer me a brownie, I'm going to say, is that a real brownie or has it got dope in it? Well, I think it might have dope in it. No thanks, I don't want it. If I'm asleep and you stuff 2 blocks of it down my throat...
You're probably going to wake up if...
probably. You're going to take that risk. That's the problem. You're taking a risk with someone else. You're taking a risk with someone else's well-being, which is the point.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you're taking a risk with someone else's well-being anytime, anytime you unknowingly offer them something that is going to mess up their system.
Well,
and
there's a big.
They have a choice.
Like to stay with those people.
There's a big disconnect there of offering them something that they could conceivably have an allergy to, and offering them a psychoactive substance.
I think arguably the thing that is allergic is probably the most harmful or most dangerous.
Say, for argument's sake, your partner has said in the morning before they go to work they've got a really bad migraine. So you think, when they get home 8 hours later, I'll stick a couple of soluble aspirin or whatever, 2 or 3 soluble aspirin in their tea, a cup of tea or coffee, because that will sort their migraine that they mentioned to you earlier in the day. However, what you didn't know was they've been taking medication all day to combat the migraine, and the 2 or 3 tablets you put in without their knowledge gives them an overdose.
Yeah.
This is exactly the same thing we're talking about. You don't know the variables before you put something in someone's drink or food without their knowledge.
Well, if you say, here's a cup of tea...
Let me address it. Mark,
they can say, oh, I've already had medicine all day.
Yes, but that's giving them knowledge. We're talking about doing it without their knowledge.
Intimate relationship that you've had? I'm just asking.
Sorry?
I'm not making personal attacks. I just want to know, what's the longest intimate relationship you've had with someone?
What's that got to do with it? It's irrelevant.
No, it's not relevant. It's not relevant. It's not ad hominem. I just want to know.
What you're trying to get at is that because I've shared a 10-year relationship with someone, for argument's sake, I know all the ins and outs of everything they do all minutes of the day. That's not the case. Some people hide cancer from their partners. Some people hide the fact that they're on medication, or even that they're on heroin or cocaine or any other drug.
Well, we don't hide it from each other. Okay.
They hide it from their partner.
Well, we
Yeah,
don't.
If it was hidden, how would
hear
you know?
Mark. I just find that so depressing and sad that like I don't really want to deal with it right now.
Well, some people gamble without their partner's knowledge. Some people
I promise you,
visit prostitutes without their partner's
my
knowledge.
girlfriend and I know each other. There's no secrets between us. I
You
guarantee.
can't possibly know everything. She may have decided she's going to take ecstasy every morning, and you don't know about it.
Does she know that you go on live hangouts and say that you want to break up with her?
I never said I wanted to break up with her.
Okay.
See, there we go. Just throw it. Just adding words like
That's
Trump.
what I get when you say.
It's almost like Noam Chomsky. You just add words to a phrase.
Okay. Let's rephrase that then. Let's rephrase that. Does your partner know that you go on live hangouts and talk about her?
She does not know maybe all the content in which I talk about.
But the answer to that question would be no then.
She can hear me. She can hear me. She's in the other room.
So the answer to that question would be no, because she doesn't know everything that you do, despite the amount of time you spent together. Correct?
Clearly, people are going to have secrets, and clearly, people are not going to know
It's
everything.
not a secret. It's just that she's
life. But, I mean,
Exactly. So for all you know, your partner could have been just her mental state, physical state. It could have, whatever you'd given her could have interacted with her pill.
Well, it could have.
If she was on it.
But
yeah, it could have. So this is the point, though, Frank. This is the point. Because you don't know
about her medical history than any other one of her friends. Like he might know her blood type along with.
You understand? I'm the person who makes choices for her if she gets in trouble, like in the emergency room. Like, so if something happens to her, I am her #1 provider. So I think that for you guys to sit here on this, on this pedestal and preach to me how I should run my relationship is just bullshit.
It's not a pedestal. Right? I still read the label on everything I give to my son because I need to know what's in it so that I can determine this medicine should not be given to someone who is allergic to so and so and so and so. So that I can have the best informed choice about what medicines to give to my son, knowing his personal history. However, if I don't know what they've taken, I could be giving him I would ask him, "Oh, have you taken so and so? Have school given you any medication today for your cold, etc.? Or have you been to your grandparents and she's given you some?" So I would ask to check to make sure that what I'm giving him to eat or drink is safe to do so. If someone's not aware, then what you're doing is potentially causing problems for them. That's the point.
Well, I think information is power, and I think communication is key in all of this.
Therefore, you should inform the person that you'd like to offer them something instead of slipping it to them. Communication is key. We all agree.
Yes, that's the whole point. There may have been some harmless herbal ingredient in this aphrodisiac that has an adverse reaction with the birth control pill. For all you know.
Well, I'd like to say this, Mr. Dionysus. I see you as guiltless. So what? You did what you did, and it didn't have the worst case scenario. Nobody was definitively scarred for life. I see you as guiltless, sir, and whatever happened, I most certainly don't have the vision nor the, I don't have the vision to sit in judgment of you for whatever you did, according to the holy law of New York or the holy law of Pakistan. Fuck those laws. Fuck them. I don't have the vision to sit and judge.
Yeah. Fuck protecting people. Fuck them. Just give them drugs while they're asleep. Why not? Just give them everything.
Hey, I was referring to our good neighbor and co-visionary, Mr. Dionysus. And I made a declaration about myself.
Yeah, fine. Women don't want sex with you. Wait till they're asleep. Drug them.
It was my call. If somebody else wants to do some other thing, that's their business. My business is my own.
We're not
And
saying it wasn't his fault.
I do not sit in judgment of this man. I do not. And I do
Well,
not color him as if he is guilty of poisoning or violating some moral, objective morality. No, I don't do it.
It wasn't an objective morality. We're talking about
I have said it.
people. So you'd be in favour of drugging your partner if she denied you sex, would you?
That wasn't the case.
No, I didn't say it was in your case, Dionysus. I'll put it another way. Would you be in favour of drugging anyone to get them to do something you wanted them to do, St. Tommy?
I've received your question, Mark, and I decline to give a response. I will give no account at any solicitation of moral proclamation. I don't have the authority to say what's right or wrong, and I'm not going to recoin some religious law and lay it upon your eardrums. Oh no, I will not declare to your eardrums what is right and what is wrong.
So doesn't the Bible say submit to the laws of the land?
What is good and what is evil, I have an opinion about, case by case situation, but not about what is right and wrong. If you want to fucking chew on Leviticus, I will not contest it.
No, I'm not
I don't think we've been talking about anything like
the
that.
Bible's utterly irrelevant here. We're talking
Isn't
about
it
what...
though? Isn't it though? That's I
is.
couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. But I will not at any solicitation of moral proclamation. I decline. I have no proclamation of what is right and wrong.
Right. So we
None.
don't have the ability to eternally declare everybody's, right and wrong for all eternity. Absolutely agreed, Tommy. Okay. All right. Well, on this earth we do have consequences, and on this earth we do have to protect certain people from certain things, right?
In short, no one
So
here
we need
made a
law.
proclamation. We're just saying nobody made a moral proclamation. We're discussing, whether we're discussing a situation here where there could be some unethical things going on. It's not a moral proclamation. I don't know why, and no one's like, anyway. I don't know how you went all the way up there. Never forget me. Carry on. That's because everyone is silent. That's why you can't hear anyone. Everyone is silent. We managed to kill. Oh well, all right. I suppose now we've pretty much exhausted this subject, and we can finally move on. I guess. If silence is all we
I have
get.
a headache.
Can I, unbeknownst to you, slip you 2 aspirins for that, or without your knowledge?
Oh no! At least make it good, like Vicodin. Come on.
And maybe some cock. Wait, who said that? Who said that?
You did.
You can keep that to yourself, bro.
That's what she said.
I bet she did. Yeah.
Yeah. To Dionysus, though. Okay, so did I miss it? Has Nadia decided to permanently ban Dionysus or not? Because I think she was saying something to that effect.
I heard.
That if it was the decision of the majority, I think, of the people who come into the hangouts, I think that's what she was hinting at.
That's very uncommunist of her, democracy.
The will of the people.
Yeah. That's reeks of capitalism, Nadia. I mean, very should step away from that.
I believe she said it was the will of the proletariat.
Do you want to take a vote right now?
I think a lot of people in community get second chances. So I'm for a strike and not a ban.
And that was really shitty. I mean, god damn it, dude. Like I could understand if
that's my IP has. I would go for a second chance and the strike, not a ban. But I'm an optimist with people. I think people can change.
Yeah, you're a lovey-dovey Christian. We all know that. Come on. I vote for Dionysus to be executed by a firing squad.
Well, that really escalated quickly.
I vote for him to have a choice of 5 substances to be administered to him while he's asleep. He just has to like Russian roulette.
Is it going to be like a Dostoevsky type execution, like, or is it going to be like a? Am I really going to get killed in the
Well,
process?
We should
I'm gonna go to
crucify him
Seamus.
upside down or something like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna go the Seamus route. I'm gonna go the Seamus route and say that he should be executed by people of his own nationality. So he should be shot by Americans firing squad. I still cannot get over that Seamus told that to me, that I should be shot by a Russian firing squad. Though that was nice.
Not a Czech Republic firing squad.
No, my nationality would be Russian. So
Yeah, but what's your citizenship?
technically it's I have 2.
So it should be a mixed squad. Have Russian.
Damn. Well, at least he has his work cut out for him now to find, what is it, 3 Russians and 3 Czechs and put them in one spot.
You think they're gonna fire on each other? So like, you guys left who have to deal with you.
That's my plan, actually. Yeah. To stir up the conflict somehow. Slip away.
At the end, Dionysus, you're just a bit of a dick. Just say, yeah, I was a dick. I won't do it again. Move on. Next conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. Listen. I actually do appreciate what Tom said. He put it in a very good perspective for me. And it's like,
Tom is a Christian. His opinion doesn't matter.
No, hold on. You're not my judges. Really, I have to judge. Like, in the end of the day, I must live with this, right? So you're not my judges. I don't answer to you guys in that sense. Right?
I mean, I think of the real people who would have judged you would be your circle of friends back when you were 19 or 16. And sounds like, you guys basically kind of worked through this and you're still friends to today. And so, like at worst, it's just like a bump in the road.
Yeah, but what Art's talking about is the malicious link of linking something and grabbing someone's IP address and being like, haha, I'll get you.
No, I apologize for that, Holly. And actually, I didn't know you were...
And that's why I said, like, I think people do things like this heated around here, and I think a warning would be equal, but people do dumb shit here. They dock drop people, they do dumb shit, and they get forgiven, so I don't know.
And Holly, I'm sorry.
Appreciated.
How about me?
I didn't do you anything.
I click on that link too.
But I didn't go and check. And I won't check.
Well, how can I fucking know that?
Nobody cares where you live, Art.
I do, god damn it. And I don't want you to know.
You want everyone to, internet stalk you, but...
Yeah, I mean, if
anything...
If PomJam was here, if PomJam was here, and he accidentally clicked on that link, he would be like fucking stressed out.
Yeah, he would be like,
yeah, because he doesn't even want people to know in what country he lives, right? And he has some good reasons for that, because he comes from like a lot of different countries with a lot of sort of really passionate views, and he speaks against those views.
So. Live in Burma or something and be like,
well, it's
living a very dangerous life by just hanging out with us in these hangouts.
Well, the things he said.
Don't give up his stuff.
Yeah, don't even speculate. Yeah. No, by Pom's accent, yeah, I would not be surprised if he lived in a place where being known as an atheist might be a death sentence. Not just known. I mean, the things he said, right, be it facetious, but there's a lot of conservative. In Russia, if you said these things facetiously that I said, about Putin, I could get in a lot of problem, So with the new Russian laws against that ban lobbying for gay rights. Yeah, I could be in trouble. Yeah, that's all against the law now.
Well, you could only be in trouble if you were like on Russian, like
Yes, on
if you were
Russian
inside
soil.
of Russian jurisdiction.
Yes, but I mean, what if a Russian
Plan on going back into Russia anytime soon, Art?
No, but imagine there's a Russian that joins these hangouts, and he wants to support Nadia and support pro-gay, lesbian, trans, all those rights,
Right.
and suddenly, but obviously, so he can do that, he has to his nationality has to remain anonymous, because otherwise, someone could rat him out, and then he could be in trouble. So therefore, it has to remain a secret, right?
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is that Art is lying about living in the Czech Republic? No, I'm just kidding.
Well,
but yeah, I mean, if you have to lie about where you're from, if you have to be behind a bunch of proxies, just in order to speak your mind, that's pretty fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Some people live in that kind of situation.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, most of the conversations that we have, like in rooms like these, we're just, expressing our views. Like, it's basically like an open forum. It's nothing too controversial or too risky. But yeah, I mean, like if you live in certain parts of the world, you do have to be careful.
Yeah, I'm lucky that I live in a country that I don't feel like I'm gonna get drawn and quartered for having an unpopular opinion or being of the wrong faith or whatever. Like, how scary.
Be free to say that too. Yeah. That cat is so loud. It's amazing.
That was a cat?
I think. I hope.
I don't know. I get cat sounds and like kid sounds or baby sounds confused all the time. Probably because I'm hanging out with like both groups.
The new internet game show, Cat or Baby.
Oh, that's good. I'm reading the side chat. Friendly cats in the house are definitely a net gain.
Friendly cats are rare.
So anyone anyone have snow on the ground where they're located?
Of course.
I live outside of Washington, D.C., and we got like a single inch last night during the evening rush hour, and apparently it screwed up everything. Like this like little inch of coating, like it fell as powder, and then it's like flash froze, and everyone was like already out, like either coming home or from work or doing like their like pre-snowstorm errands, and like there was basically hundreds of wrecks last night. And like I looked, or well, my roommate like opened up the little like traffic app where like it shows like green lines if traffic is smooth, and red if there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And the entire region was all just like in the red.
So
Well,
So
I mean,
you won't.
nobody drives with winter tires, right? So,
So you
Not,
won't.
that's the problem.
not where I live, no. I mean, like, there are, and like, obviously we had salt trucks out. We've got good old boys with, like, their plows. But the, average, like, person doesn't have, like, their car precisely ready, and they don't have the experience, of driving in that ice. I mean, I actually kind of, like, I've got all-wheel drive, and I kind of had a hard time, like, at this one part because, like, it's the first snow of the season as well, and so people are still kind of feeling it out.
So you woke up and found out you'd had a single inch while you were asleep, much the same as Dionysus' girlfriend.
Well,
That's how you wrap it back around.
See what you did there. It actually started at 6 o'clock, and so we got an inch between, like, probably 6 o'clock and, like, midnight, and everybody woke up until, like, well, a lot of people basically had to sleep in their cars, man, like over 1 inch, and I'm just, like, I'm really concerned, like, about the community I live, because we're supposed to get, like, 2 feet tomorrow and Saturday. And if 1 inch, like, brings everything to a standstill, I mean, 2 feet, like it's gonna be nuts.
Well, obviously, from my perspective, in Canada, we have a little bit more snow. Kind of used to it. And we tend to have a good time laughing at Americans who can't deal with small amounts of snow.
Yeah, I mean, like, a couple years ago, there was like a considerable storm that hit right as everyone was, like, leaving work and going home on, like, a Friday or something like that. And it was like the timing of the storm and the timing of the traffic created, like, a perfect storm, like, no pun intended. And last night, it's like if 1 inch does what it did last night, I'm just like, I'm disappointed, and I'm, like, legitimately concerned, and, like, I've just got this weird, like, emotional mix. Because, like, a single inch should not, like I read this article how, like, the bridges, like, going in between Virginia and Maryland and stuff were basically at a standstill. Like, people got stuck on the bridge and, like, had to sleep for, like, 4 or 6 hours. Like, there are people who left work last night at, like, 6 or 7 o'clock, and they're like, and they got home this morning. Like, it's crazy. Like, and it's all over, seriously, just, like, an inch coating that, like, happened to kind of freeze and become tricky. Yeah, like, I don't know. I'm feeling really weird about it, because it's like, if we'd had, like, 4 inches or 5 inches, and people got stuck, I could understand that. That's a thing that, shit happens. But if just a coating will cripple the area, that, I'm really concerned about this.
So, Mark, I want to ask you a question. So, what about in a bar situation where a guy is giving a woman drinks with the intent of bringing her home and sleeping with her? Is that different?
He's giving her drinks that she's aware of.
But you wouldn't say, like, after the first few drinks that her judgment's impaired?
It depends on the person, depends on their height, weight, what they've had to eat, drink, all sorts of things.
Let's just say she's impaired, but she's still. We know that it affects your ability to inhibit your behavior, and so he's, doing it. For that
I
reason.
would say if you spent the evening in a bar with a woman and you bought her several drinks, and it comes to going home, and you think that she's doesn't seem to be that capable, then it would be, for me, an ethical decision that you're going to take her home and take advantage of her when she's clearly not not compos mentis. Wouldn't be a good idea, no. because she may claim that you raped her. So it'd be rather stupid to go home and have sex with her with that risk in your mind.
No, I mean it's just funny how like I would never be with a girl who even had one drink. I mean that's just my personal view on it. But that's why I find the issue with the herbal supplement with basically your wife by Napoleonic Code.
What?
Give you that in the Napoleonic Code.
Napoleonic Code. Did you sign up for that? Did you? Is there something? Could you sign this Napoleonic Code, darling? Because I might want to slip you something.
7 years. Common law marriage, dude. 7 years.
Yeah, but well, from what you said about, I don't know enough about your relationship to know. You're just giving me a hypothetical. I mean, if I went to a bar and bought a woman one drink, that doesn't mean anything. But if I bought her several and she appeared to be incapable of any sort of coherence, well, I would probably stick her in a taxi and send her home. I wouldn't take her back home and have sex with her, or go back to her place and have sex with her.
What happens if you buy her one drink and it's like 13%, like alcohol content?
Well, it depends. As I said, it wouldn't necessarily make her. It wouldn't necessarily make her drunk. It depends what else if she'd been drinking all day, or she'd had a couple of other drinks.
Well, there's.
If I said to her, the difference is, I would say to her, "Can I buy you a drink?" You're in a bar where they serve alcoholic drinks. If I said, "Would you like a drink?" and she said, "Yes, I'd like a double vodka tonic, please," she's aware that I'm buying her the drink and what's in it.
Right, because she's ordering it. But if you buy her a drink and it's at 13% and you don't tell her that, like, are you giving her something?
Well, I wouldn't buy her a drink without asking her first what she wanted to drink, would I? I wouldn't just say, "Here's a drink."
I don't know.
No, you don't go into a bar. Who goes into a bar and says to someone, "Here's a drink"? No one.
I have done that before, but it's never been.
People say, "What would you like?" Other people say,
"Here, have a drink."
They're like, "I'll get you what."
And in that situation, sometimes they'll ask what it is. Other times they're like, "Oh, sure, whatever."
Right.
But that it's a little bit different thing there. I'm not hiding anything. It's just
offering. You're in a bar buying someone an alcoholic drink.
Right.
So then the person you're buying the drink, even if you just said, "I've just got 2 drinks. Would you like this one?" Or "Here's a drink," like you just said.
Yeah.
If she knows you're giving her an alcoholic drink, she has the choice then to say, "What's in that?" That's her responsibility. But at least she's conscious and she's aware of what's going on. So there's no comparison to her being unconscious or asleep and you putting something in a drink to give to them later, or them being simply not aware that you've put something in the drink. There's a big difference.
What Dionysus, I think, was suggesting was that if I'm offering more drinks to an already drunk woman and she's visibly drunk, then I might be offering her a drink, but she would not have the.
She's not sound mind and sound body. So,
yes, well then you take.
At that point, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you would obviously, if you knew or you had suspicion that she was already incapable through drink, the same as if you were running a bar, you have a responsibility, as bars often do in this country, to say, "We're not serving you anymore. You've had too much, or you've had enough."
Yeah.
Yeah,
and if there was a woman clearly pissed out of her brain at the bar, I wouldn't then say, "Do you want another drink?" Because I'm not like that.
And people who
pour it down her throat.
People who drink in groups will take care, of their friends.
Yeah. If it was a single woman, I'm more likely to say, "You look a bit worse for wear, love. Can I get you a taxi home, or can I get the bar to call you a taxi? You look like you want to go home, or are you in need of medical assistance?" Not, "Oh, do you fancy coming back to my place for a quick shag?"
Well, you're clearly like a former married man, Mark.
Well, no, it's not about that, is it? It's about treating people with a bit of drink.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I've dated like a recovered alcoholic, and I mean, I've seen situations where it's like, the party's over, like, for you, and like, because the party's over for you, the party's over for me too, and like, you kind of change gears, and it's like, okay, let's, get you home and stuff, but
you take on, if you've got a partner or someone you're with, that's part of your responsibility, surely. I mean, I've been in that situation. My ex-wife was too fond of alcohol, so I've been in that situation.
Yeah.
I want another drink, and I said, "No, you've had enough. We're going home."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess what leaves the bad taste in my mouth is the fact that, like in this situation, you know, I've saved her father's life. I've done numerous things for her, and then like I'm being judged literally by public opinion in the chat rooms as being this is an equivalent to a rapist.
No,
You've
no one
really got to
said
watch your phrasing because it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
Yeah, no one said it was a roofie. No one said, with hindsight.
Somebody has said it was a roofie.
Well, then that's just ridiculous. You're a bit.
Well, no, I've said it, but I've said it in roofie as in you're slipping her a Mickey or a drink or a drug.
But we're gonna give him the slot on that, right?
Yeah, I think the term roofie applies really to rehypnol and things like that, and I don't think that's this situation. But in my opinion, for what it's worth, you're a bit of a dick. You got away with it. Don't do it again. Just hold your hands up. Go, yeah, I'm stupid. Shouldn't have done it. Move on.
And I will point out that, like, saving her life or like being a really all-around great guy and donating to charity and you know, having found the cure to cancer, all those things are good in themselves, but they're irrelevant to the matter of giving someone something that they don't know you're giving it to them.
I understand that, but okay. First of all, like what was missing from the conversation is that we both were initially trying to have sex. We both agreed we wanted to have sex. She got me to go get her some ice cream because she told me that acts as a mouth aphrodisiac for her. All right.
We really need to get like her to testify in order for.
Well, she says that with chocolate may help. That's what she told me. Go give me some chocolate ice cream. But you know, to be judged by
side of the story, a lot of
is like a moral monster, though. It's a more reflection on this people who want to wear this pseudo good guy badge, I
don't think you're a moral monster, and I don't think anyone said that. I think, as you've said, you put a herbal aphrodisiac in your partner's drink in the hope that it would get her in the mood. The only thing you did wrong was not telling her what was in it. That you did it. That's all. It was probably unethical, hugely immoral, possibly. Well, just immoral. Doesn't have to be hugely. You just made a mistake. You were lucky it didn't have any adverse reaction. The chances are it wasn't going to, but you didn't know 100%. So I think the lesson is just don't give people things they're unaware of in relation to food or drink. Simple as that. And move on. Anyone that calls you a moral, so what? Let them call you an immoral monster or a potential rapist. That clearly wasn't the case. You know that. Your girlfriend knows that. Most of us know that. Move on. That's it.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, I think you slightly, or not just slightly, but I think you overestimate like how the severity of the mistake. Like nobody said moral monster or anything like that.
I'm being called a rapist in the side chat, not in the side chat, but in the outside chat.
So what?
Yeah.
You know you're not a rapist. Most people know you're not a rapist. Forget it. It's just the internet. What can you do? It doesn't matter. You're not a rapist.
That's actually really good advice, Mark. It's just like you know what you are. It's just the internet. I like that.
If you're going to go to bed tonight and lay awake worrying what 3 or 4 people you don't know, never will meet, said about you on the internet, then you've got more problems than you realise. Just forget it. It doesn't. Who cares?
I mean,
you're not a rapist.
Yeah, the moment we choose to join a room that where we discuss and we're broadcasted publicly on YouTube, and any moron can come and see this, we're putting ourselves out there, where they're free to pass judgment, comment, whatever. But like they're free to say whatever they want to, pretty much.
Yeah, and however,
we put ourselves out there.
You are also, I mean, if it's people in the same country, I've had someone in my country try to suggest I was some sort of sex offender, and I warned that person, you live in the same country as me, the laws in the UK are far different than they are in the States. And if you want to come in a public hangout, to turn your camera on, give me your real name, you can by all means call me that again and then see what happens.
Those were really specific things too. They were talking about you and your kid and all sorts of weird things that just were not at all founded.
Yeah, it's just ramping it up. Or it goes back to the matters that have been done with, and someone just tried to ramp it up by including my family in it. So, but they won't repeat it using their real name because they know what's going to happen if they do.
All right, fellas, I'm going to take off. Bedtime for me.
What clothes are you going to take off?
Too late?
Yeah.
Catch you later.
Cheers.
Later. Huh. Is anyone in here like affiliated with the Center for Inquiry at all, or anything like that? I just saw news that
You said the Center for Inquiry?
yeah, the Center for Inquiry will be merging with the
I
Richard
read their,
Dawkins Foundation. Yeah.
I read their morning heresy thing, but and I live outside of DC, and they have a DC office, but I'm not like a card-carrying member of the organization.
Yeah. So basically, they'll be merging with the Richard Dawkins Foundation, and they'll both become the Center for Inquiry. So, in short, the Richard Dawkins Foundation will be merged into CFI.
That's unfortunate because you can be a humanist and be a theist, but I wouldn't want to be a humanist and be connected to Richard Dawkins. So that's unfortunate.
What specifically is your hang up with that?
With Dawkins, I think he's a militant activist. He's very biased.
He's not really.
So you
I know you would cite it that way, but I would just say that I was just saying that you can be a humanist and without being an atheist. It's possible.
I think people have labeled him an activist, but he lives in this country, and I can tell you he's really not.
The question I had is that if his organization and your personal convictions or whatever on issues of humanism were to line up, you would still not want it to be associated with this foundation?
I would not want to be associated with this foundation. Just like I wouldn't blame him if he didn't want to be associated with a religious foundation.
Right, but that foundation is like for the promotion of reason and science, though. So it's not. It has nothing to do with other activism that Richard Dawkins might do. So for example, like I don't know, but it's like for me giving to a religious charity. But the charity, like, works the same way as a secular one would do. So I'm not like giving to the religion; I'm giving to the charity, right?
Well,
I'm not endorsing the religion.
I think it would be like saying, I refuse to work at the soup kitchen at this Catholic church because I disagree with the
People do that. People do that because they're afraid of proselytization. There's people that do refuse to do that. I understand why they do that.
Backle, do you know what the foundation is about?
I'm looking at it right now. Actually, I brought it up.
Its mission is to promote scientific literacy and secular worldview.
That's the zinger, secular worldview. What does he mean by that?
Well, hang on, I haven't finished yet. Some might see this as two distinct missions. One, teaching the value of science, and two, advancing
secularism. Right.
Hang on. Advancing secularism. He says, yes, those are the Foundation's goals. You will not be surprised to learn that my personal priority is science, as one of the highest and most aesthetically rewarding achievements of the human spirit. He said, but permit me to trace the connection between science and the other preoccupation of his foundation, the advancement of secularism. He sees those goals as interrelated and mutually reinforcing.
Yeah.
So he says religious extremism interferes with the advance of science and also personal freedoms and human dignity. So he's not saying, he says religious extremism, so he's quite specific.
Yeah, I mean, there is ample space inside of secularism for religious, expression.
Yeah, I mean, he goes on to say that you are well familiar with the existential challenges of global climate change, unsustainable population growth, which faces mankind and the planet. So all of the forces opposing an evidence-based response, religion being the most active and especially strong in America. He says that in relation not just to Christian jihadists as well, in areas such as access to contraception, LGBTQ rights and women's equality, critical thinking is the savior of humankind. The Foundation promotes respect for people who hold critical thinking as a cherished personal value and use it in day-to-day life. The logical counter to religious extremism is people who rely on evidence to make decisions. The voice of secular people is maligned in this country. 45% of Americans think you have to believe in God to be moral. Secular voices are considered immoral and they are not listened to on that basis. So therefore, the counter is that this baseless hostility to allow contributions of secular people in vital national debates to count. So making secular views and people welcome in politics and policy making will advance human safety, security, health, achievement, prosperity, and most of all, science. I don't see much wrong with that myself.
I don't see how that, that's pretty much the same thing as the Center for Inquiry's mission.
And it has merged with the Center for Inquiry.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the organizations were doing the same thing pretty much, so I do realize that, I mean, one was attached with Richard Dawkins' name, which is associated with other things.
I feel like, I don't really know the history of the CFI that well, but the CFI is almost like a think tank, and they've got like a publicity or press outreach component. They hold roundtables and stuff. They publish things. I mean, and CFI, I believe, has been around for probably a couple decades. And I know these two groups do a lot of the same thing, and there's a lot of overlap. I think it's perfectly okay to have one be around for 30 years and then have Dawkins form his foundation. I'm pretty sure when Dawkins began his foundation, he wasn't sure exactly how things were going to end up, what a direction it could go. And now that these two institutions are more or less overlapping enough, it could also be a matter that you can basically I think a lot of corporate mergers are basically done because it's you merge these two companies, you restructure, and overall the whole enterprise will save itself a lot of money. And so
I think it's a similar case
that's a
here.
factor.
In this case, from what I understand, the CEO of CFI was going to be resigning, and instead of finding a new CEO, they take the opportunity of the merge to just have everything like under one person, and basically, as you pointed out, just like a business merger, it streamlines people, the staff.
Is my mic working?
Yep.
I know about CFI. They had a conference up at the headquarters in upstate New York, Buffalo, in 2005, and Dawkins was there. And, you know, it's funny, right? I was just looking for my Dawkins quote book. I actually bought a book of quotes from just Dawkins, and then looking for that book, and I couldn't find the book, but I found the pictures I have from that trip to the conference, and I took one with Dawkins, but the picture, the lighting was not good, so I don't think it's going to show up here on the camera. But I actually got the picture with him. He was just sitting at a table signing his books, and he also gave a speech like the first night, and the place was packed, like a lot of because it's right across the street from the university. Oh no, actually, that was held on the campus of the University of Buffalo, because the head of organization, Paul Kurtz, somebody has their mic left open. Is it Frank? Yeah, sorry, I was making like a hissing sound.
Well, he left now.
Okay. So the part of the conference was they were, and it was the what do you call it? The opening of the expansion of the building, the headquarter building, and it's right across the street from the campus of the University of Buffalo, because the head of CFI, Paul Kurtz, he was a professor there for years. But then, like, he has a relationship still, of course, with the university. So that Dawkins thing was held on the campus. They had the big, auditorium, but a lot of University of Buffalo students came to hear. So the place was full, and so that was pretty cool. Dawkins talked, and Sam Harris was at that too. That was right when Sam Harris had just put out his first book, and so we were kind of getting to see him talk before he became well known. That was kind of like, I guess, one of the first things he ever did. And he kind of like large scale, like talking to an audience. So that was kind of, and then like a week later, he also did a talk in New York City, and it was actually recorded for that book TV on C-SPAN. If you're familiar with that, you can look that up it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I think it's on
And
YouTube,
again,
yeah.
of course, he was talking about his first. Sorry.
I think I've seen that. So you saw, like, all of this would be about 10 or like 11 years ago now, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow, yeah. You really saw Harris, like, before he became like a household name then.
Well, he's not
That's
a
really
household
cool.
name.
Yeah, and it's interesting. When I took the plane there, in the airport, it seems like all airports, they have the bookstores in the airport, and so his book was really well displayed there. It was actually, I guess it was a bestseller for a while. Nothing like Dawkins with the God Delusion. That book was a long running bestseller for like months, but for a while, The End of Faith was sold really well. And I almost bought it at the airport. I wish I had. Then that would have been cool. I actually would have, and I didn't, because I didn't even know. I'd never even heard of him. That's like the first I was seeing of him, his book being displayed there in the airport when I was on the way to the conference, and I had no idea he was at the conference, and I almost bought the book, because I was like, what is this, End of Faith? I was like, wow, like that surprised me that, like, a book that was even any way critical of religion would be this prominently displayed book. Like, I was amazed in those years, because then, like, the atheist books became kind of big, right? Then Hitchens' book, God Is Not Great, that was a bestseller. But then, other, like, not big books, but then there was actually, like, an atheist section in the religion section in bookstores. So I don't know if that's like, I don't think that's still like the case. You can see how it's kind of peaked, but like Barnes and Noble still carries atheist books,
Yeah.
but not a big selection though, not like it was. Well, it never got really that big. It was usually just like one or two shelves, but they still do. Like they at least now that's become the norm that the bookstores actually carry atheist books. But it used to be that you probably couldn't find any kind of atheist book in a bookstore, even just anything kind of critical of religion.
Yeah, and like
It
even
might
if you
depend on your
found
region a little bit.
such a
though.
book, you might have anxieties over like reading it in public. Like back in those days, it kind of had the feeling of like, oh, I should read this like at home in the dark with all the doors locked under a blanket with a flashlight or something like that. And then kind of
God will still
rapidly
see
became
you,
acceptable.
Frank.
You know, like to sit at like a
God will
Starbucks.
still see you, Frank. God will still see you, Frank.
If he sees you poop,
Yes, he will. But my fellow citizens, I guess, will not. Yeah, like I read the like I've got pretty vivid memories of reading at the end of Faith in like 2005 outside of a Starbucks, and like 9/11 was pretty like vivid, you know, at the time and stuff, and like somebody asked me what I was reading, and it's like, oh, it's just like a book on religion, because like if I told them, like if I said out loud to this stranger, like, oh, it's like, you know, like it's a book on atheism, like I have no idea what that would have, like I was unsure how that would have gone down if I had been totally honest, and so I was just like, oh, it's about religion, and like it just kind of went back into reading and like ignoring this person, because it like back in those days it was different, and I totally agree with you, John.
it was only 10 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that was kind of pretty cool. Like that felt good to see that. Like it wasn't considered such a taboo, you know. But then of course I remember they seemed like they also put like the anti-atheist books in the atheist section. You know, there was always right there as well, and there was quite a few of those books too, and a lot of them that were then coming out would try to model the title right after the atheist book, like, you know, God is great, or for Sam Harris it was the end, you know, the end of something or other.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of those books came out.
I read the one that was a response to Sam Harris. I have a good friend who's a Christian, and he actually gave me the book as like a gift, and it's like, well, this is, you know, good, because I'm interested like in I'm interested in criticism of Sam's ideas, you know, like because that's like how you explore things further. But I found the book to be just pretty much garbage. But I mean, yeah, like the marketing did, you know, like change, and pretty soon it was like people are kind of like chasing the Four Horsemen, like as far as their like books are concerned.
Yeah, I guess one thing interesting to note: none of those books, you know, did well, even like in a modest sense. Like, you know, so not even any Christian organizations wanted to really get behind them. Maybe a few, like give them those like blurbs for the back of the book kind of thing.
Right.
But as far as any real, like, you know, recommendation and saying, you know, this is really a good, like nobody wanted to commit to saying, yeah, this book really does a good job of countering the book, the atheist book, right? So there was none of that, and you know, it's no significant publisher published as, whereas Dawkins' books are published by some of the real publishers.
Yeah.
But you could argue, well, that's because he already had the relationship with them from all his successful science books, which is probably true. But then again, Dawkins is also respected as a writer as well, just, you know, as a writer itself on maybe any subject. People like the way he writes as well, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, Dawkins, like it's
it's one thing like to have a book published in English and have it sell a certain amount. When your book is being translated and published in like 12 other languages, like, and when you've got publishers that are really itching, to work with you, that means that you're really like you're really holding something special. And like, yeah, I don't really think critics of the Four Horsemen have been able to kind of match the publishing power that they have.
Yeah, you mentioned the Four Horsemen, so the Hitchens, Dawkins, and Harris, but the other person people might not know or forgotten is Daniel Dennett, and yeah, he had some real successful books too. Daniel, I have some of his books.
But I think we should bear in mind one thing, which is the buying power of the Christians in the States is a lot larger than any atheist group. So, although these are quite big publishers and stuff, when it goes to the successful religious books, you're talking magnitude again, larger sales.
Yeah.
Just because they have so many more numbers, and they will buy on blind faith, one might say.
Well, I think I'll be quick
Warren
here.
sells a lot of books, and clearly he's not like a better writer than like any of these other guys we're talking about.
Yeah, true.
Well, I'm trying to think of like the most successful religious books, and I think some of the biggest were that one by the guys with the end time prophecies. There's two guys. What was that called? The
Oh, those are novels, though, right? Like.
Yeah, but they were kind of written in that style, but they're supposed to be at least based on, of course, the supposed
you mean the Left Behind books?
Left Behind, yeah.
Yeah. No, Christians will tend to buy. They won't be buying apologists books per se. They're gonna buy books that make them feel good about their religion.
Oh, one was good.
Way or other, so they'll buy Heaven is for Real, and they bought that a whole lot.
What? I just remember. It's funny. It took me a while to remember. The biggest, definitely of all time, had to be the one, The Purpose-Driven Life.
Yes.
That's like the biggest one, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, you're right.
But that's not apologetics. That's like how to be a better Christian.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying apologetics. Just any kind of pro-theist, pro-religious book of any kind. That's the one.
Rick Warren, I think, right?
I don't remember.
Rick Warren, yeah, that's his name.
Yeah.
He's from, he was like head of a church in California for years, and then he wrote the book, and somehow it was this huge smash hit. Even though I don't know if you read any reviews, what's in it that's supposedly so amazing and original and groundbreaking. I don't know if anybody can really point that out. What's so amazing about it that it should have been this like runaway hit?
Well, I think from what I've heard on the other side, and I've never read it, but what I've heard is that it's like with the Dawkins, he's a pretty good writer. It's it's not bad literature as such. It's just ideas which are a bit strange. So I think like the Dawkins thing, he's just a good writer, and that appeals to people just to make them buy it anyway. And then when you've got people that are buying on faith because somebody else has told them that it's good, they probably never read it. They probably just bought it and stuck it on the shelf.
Yeah. You're exactly right. The like for Rick Warren, it's more about publishing like a certain number and selling them. It's not really about spreading of the information. Yeah.
There was another big one I remember was called Conversations with God. The guy was really claiming that he would write it down and he must have been getting it directed to him from God. That was a big one too, Conversations with God.
I admit I never heard of that one.
So when are we going to do a boiled piss?
I'm not sure. I'm still trying to get hold of Jampt. I think he's fallen off the flat Earth or something. I don't know. I know he's been. Oh, a minute. he's been bombing around various countries and Christmas and work's really busy. So
Sure.
yeah, it's just trying to sort of get everyone together. Otherwise, it would just be 2 or 3 of us.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should give it a go.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's probably biting the bullet and doing one with some material.
Well, we got a few people that shall remain nameless for the current moment, but there's a few people that have been trying to dig at boiled piss recently, or at least the pissers anyway.
Yes, and there's one in particular that we've dealt with before. You may have noticed that seems to want to be dealt with again.
Yeah, why not? It's about that time of the month.
I think so. Yeah, I'll chat to you about it in private later then.
Yeah, no, that's all good. But just ask us if we can get someone else on. I was thinking maybe Secular Opinion, or he's really funny.
I mean, I know the original concept was supposed to be Brits, but I don't know, we're sort of running out of Brits. I know, so I haven't seen Cider around for a while.
They're all dying.
I think Aiden's up for it, but I'm not sure.
Well, he's always welcome.
But it might just be me, you, and Gus. Maybe, I don't know.
Do you want a Chaswell, maybe? He's kind of funny.
No, we've been there, done that. Didn't work.
Really? Didn't work. Oh, okay. Yeah. He's kind of a... Yeah, I know. Okay.
There's 2 types of funny.
Okay.
Yeah. There's funny and there's not funny.
Yeah.
There's hoping you're funny.
We'll get letters.
Yes, please. So everybody look out for a boiled piss soon. One-off special.
Yeah, there are a few subjects we could tackle, but I wanted to avoid being a British version of Talking Shit Tuesday. I didn't want to step on JD's toes. I wanted to try and do, but it just seems inevitable. We'll probably slip into that sort of.
I think we can title it "Boiled Piss on Tour."
Yes, yeah,
we'll
former
go to Canada.
former Empire tour.
Yeah, great.
That way we can include anyone in the world because we used to run it. Yeah.
At least a third of the planet.
Yep. Only the bits where there weren't resources or anyone to worry about.
Oh. Have you got mods?
I do indeed, but he's already broadcasted.
Hey gang, how's it going?
Yeah, do you want to check them over anyway?
Hey,
in case someone gets lucky.
Just to take it back to Warren, what's his first name? Rick Warren? Sounds like another person. Yeah. Another reason why he kind of got popular, besides the correct reasons you guys were saying, is he kind of was a new, veiled liberal Christian. So his writings reached out to a bunch more people. Like his book was one of the first popular books to be like, no, we still love homosexuals. They're all right, but they're still going to hell, and what they're doing is unnatural, and they should be persecuted. He was that kind of guy, and so he was one of the first conservative people to not outwardly go at the normally more forthright, crazy views that fundamentalist Christians have. Another thing is he was also like, no, global warming's an issue. We should take care of global warming, which was another kind of thing that, was confusing fundamentalist Christians because they're like, oh crap, the science is becoming undeniable. Everyone is saying it, not just
yeah.
And
so that was kind of on the back of maybe the Al Gore film, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah. So and then he got super popular, and he spoke at Obama's 2008 inauguration, and I remember thinking that was just ridiculous to get someone like that, and it just shows this is why the Pope he's being loved by everyone. Because he's saying all these supposedly liberal things, but he's not saying anything new. It's a PR thing.
Yeah,
he's just saying it.
The Pope has several ways of getting messages out, some of which are infallible, and some of which are just his opinion, and some of which are just the synod's opinion.
Yeah, they have trotted out a few things that make. I see people read the headlines. Pope says you can still get into heaven if you're an atheist. Then you read the detail, and it's not really that at all. It's just saying, well, you know, they just told him, say this, and you'll look good, and people will think you're being a bit more reasonable. Meantime, we're still sweeping those child abuse things under the carpet, but you know, it's the same old Pope.
The fun part about that is that when it came out and the press basically misinterpreted what the Pope said as atheists could go to heaven.
Yeah.
Like a little while later, the Council of Cardinals had to send out the official correction and say, no, that's not what the Pope said.
Yeah, the same.
Atheists
before
have
that,
to become Christian before they can.
Exactly. Yeah, and it was the same before that.
I think the Pope actually said that atheists can repent.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, and before that, it was the headline. Before that was gays are okay, really. And no, that wasn't. When you actually read what was said, it was very similar. You know,
what the Pope
nothing against gays as long as you don't do the icky stuff and you become a Christian.
As long as you're not gay.
Yeah.
In that occasion, what the Pope had actually said was, "Who am I to judge gays?" And people say, "Oh, see, the Pope isn't judging gays." But what was implied was that God will be judging gays.
Yeah. I don't have to judge them.
God's still going to send you to hell to burn forever, you nasty bastards. But I'm not going to say that because I'm not stupid.
See, and like Rick Warren he's one of the first people to, like what Simon said, he was a good writer, and he already had a bunch of being a pastor, especially the type of church that Rick Warren was a pastor in California, where I live. It's like there are mega churches here. They're like little tiny powerhouses where they are and everything. And especially I think he's in Orange County, where everything's relatively new, and so everything is centered around. It's all like formatted in such a way where these things have huge influence, and so he's the first guy to really kind of go, hey, it's all right, we're cool with gays, as long as you go to this.
There could be a headline next week that says Pope is a Catholic. They'd probably spin that into some other. Or Pope says bears shit in the woods. Well, they can, but then they're wrong for doing it. They'll probably burn in hell.
Poor bears. Poor animals.
Pope says he would shit in the bears too if he was a bear. What?
Yeah. I'm not going to judge the bears, but God will.
Yeah.
What is it? Deferred violence is what Christianity actually proves. It's like turn the other cheek and don't love your enemies type of thing. It's because they're going to get what's coming to them. God's going to give. He's going to do it for you.
I mean, it must be difficult for a gay man to turn the other cheek. I would have thought both of them were available at the same time.
Also, I mean, it just occurred to me. I mean, we're talking about bears and shitting in the woods. Well, they do seem to have quite a problem with wood and shit.
Yeah.
Bit of an obscure joke, but nonetheless.
I got it.
Hey Mark, who drew your profile picture?
That's Sci-10 Atheist.
Because I saw, I know Fiona has one, and those are I like the art style. Very well done.
Yeah, I've got several. I bought one of his mugs as well. I think that one was from the mug that I bought from him.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if you're aware. I did the voiceover for one of Sci-10's cartoons.
Joe, are you saying you don't know Sci-10 Atheist?
No, I don't know anything about the YouTube.
Oh, look up Sci-10 Atheist's YouTube channel. It's fantastic. I did a voiceover where I did the actual cartoon was Ran Campbell, but I did a Cockney voiceover. It was Ran Campbell as Pontius Pilate, and I did the voiceover for it. And one of the lines was, "Who the fuck is Jesus?" And I've got I've got a coffee mug with that on, with my profile picture on it. Brilliant. He's a genius. Sci-10 Atheist is a genius.
I'll check it out. He's a great artist.
He's even better in relation to his cartoons and the songs. And he does one which is called G-Man the Motherfucking Opera. It's just opera songs with different lyrics with G-Man and all the usual G+ celebrities.
See, I'm new. I don't know how
Just a
long.
great clean or something.
I'll forever be new to G+, I've decided, because I came around September. And the first interaction I had was with Neff, Pillbox, and NeoCloud, and St. Tommy. And Neff, in that room, I felt like I was on some reality TV show where everyone was in on the joke. Because Neff was just saying the dumbest stuff, and I was the only one going, well, that's not right. You can't just say that's not how it works. And like poor naive Joe, I was so young.
Yeah, I can top that, Joe.
What's up?
Because my first experience on G Plus was in Brett Keen's hangout.
Brett Keen's kind of like I always try to say this. I didn't know because I'm new. I didn't know him before the drama, and he's always been nice to me. And because I know this is a shtick, I took him as such. He would always go, "Hey, I hear what you're saying, but atheists are they're the reason why there was slavery. Going for a smoke," and then he would like run away. He always would do that, and it always cracked me up. So I didn't take. I mean, then I read the Encyclopedia Dramatica and was like, "Oh dear," but I maintained he's always been nice to me, so I can't officially say anything bad about him.
You just wait.
You'll learn.
I'll learn. I know that he's very sensitive, so it's only a matter of time. But I haven't interacted with him in like 2 months.
Yeah.
He's very. What's up, Simon?
Well, you mean it's been 2 months? Well, hang on a minute. You see, with Neff, when you do interact, it's for such a long time, right? It's like hours.
Yeah, I can't really hear you too well. Is there something with Neff?
Oh, yeah. How about that? Is that any
It's
good?
a bit better.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it takes so long to talk to Neff that just once every 2 months is like more than enough. I think I last spoke to him about 8 months ago, and that was it. I've hardly spoken to him since. There's no point in talking to him as an argument.
You were there when I invited my geology grad student friend for the debate.
I was.
That was good times.
That was good. Yeah.
He doesn't know anything about creation versus evolution debate, my friend.
He doesn't know much about physics or mathematics either.
Well, my friend didn't know anything about, I think that there is a point where you do need to know, how to debate, or you need to have some familiarity with creationism, but he didn't know any of that, and he did very well the whole time.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. These aren't arguments. To me, they're not proper arguments.
Yeah.
If someone starts arguing ID or creationism, then, pretty much I can take it or leave it, because it's not a real argument.
Maximus, or Epicurus, sometimes you know him as that, he's going to be in a kind of debate discussion with true empiricism later.
Oh,
good. With true empiricism, he's literally just got one particular book that he's read, right, with all his science facts in. It's
true
just
empiricism.
The rest of science, because he doesn't
Max
know.
Is smarter.
Max is
much smarter. Yeah.
No, Max is smarter than to know why true empiricism.
Yeah,
have a debate with true empiricism. Why?
I think
There's no reason.
I think he wanted to debate me, actually.
No, Max has a sense of humor. No.
Yeah, Max has a sense of humor. Yeah, Max is a great guy. Him and I debated, and I think he won. I have to say it. He did a very good job of lumping one of my arguments, and
he's always good fun to talk to.
Yeah, he's stupid. One of the reasons why he's really liberal in terms of theology in general. He's not a divine command theorist.
He'll still retreat to faith.
He's still what?
He'll still retreat to faith. It's no different from the other Christians.
Oh yeah, he does. That's true. He did. I mean, okay, I think I got more technical points in the debate, but I feel like that's cheap to say. I feel like it would be better on my part to just say I lost the debate, because I don't want to be one of those people who
Well,
thinks
I'd
they
rather
want
watch.
everything.
I'd rather watch you and Max debate again, or Max and Jack or something. But true empiricism, I don't. Anything I see where I talk to true empiricism, or I'm going to talk to Arcane, or me and G-Man, I just immediately think, no, I'm not going to watch that. There's no
You can
point.
watch my debate with G-Man. That's a fun one.
It was, yeah. Well, I didn't
What's the
really
first?
need to.
What's the first? What's the
You don't
first?
have to watch it. It's
What's the
it's not
first 2
lucrative.
minutes of Human's spot opening, and that's about it. That's the debate done, finished.
Even
As soon as
like
Human goes, I'm not actually going to debate.
Cliff is very he's my friend Cliff Stamp. You guys know it. He's always very generous to the other side because he's really interested in hearing how people could justify these weird views. And when he hears a more nuanced justification or argument, it actually interests him because he thinks it's neat to figure it out. So like even
If I saw something saying Joe is going to have a debate with Arcane, I would know how it's going to go. It'll start off okay for 10 minutes. Then you'll disagree with him. He'll call you bro or bra. Then he'll call you a faggot or a monkey,
right?
or a monkey, and it'll just descend into nonsense. Not too long into it.
I think I got the best of it yesterday.
Pointless.
Hello.
You forgot monkey the ball.
Well, yeah, exactly. When he was here the other day, it was like, show me evidence for the round Earth, spherical Earth. So you say, okay, here's some photographs of NASA. I understand you don't agree that NASA it's all fake, but at least there's evidence. You may see it as crap evidence. Now provide me with just one photograph of the edge of this flat Earth. Crickets.
You know what the other thing is? They don't accept NASA because NASA's in on the conspiracy. But there's pictures from Soviet Russia, there's pictures from a V-2 rocket right after World War II showing the curve of the Earth. And it's like, I
watched the Hangout with one, and I think it was, I can't remember who held it, but it was all about Mr. Grimm V, or it was Mr. Grimm. And he just said, there's a film set, you can go and visit the film set where they faked the moon landing. And the three astronauts, I said, no, there were more than one moon landing. It wasn't just one. So there would have to be, if it was just the one, you could at a stretch. Well, the film crew and sound crew and lighting crew and all the special effects crew that were part of it could be being quiet. But the fact that there was more than one moon landing, you'd have to have either the exact same people were involved in the conspiracy on all of them. I understand you could compartmentalize we just made stuff, they told us it went on the Apollo spacecraft, we didn't know. Yeah, fine. But the fact that it was filmed, that would be all the film crew, all the lighting crew, everything that goes into a film crew to make a movie, director, producer, the astronauts, the actors, their families.
Yeah.
Times 6.
And what is it? They say Stanley Kubrick was part of it. It's like he took time out from making movies to make how many different moon landings? I think it was like 5 or something.
Well, the conspiracy was that he was only involved in the very first one. No one mentions the other times they allegedly went to the moon. So who directed that?
They got the second assistant director.
George Lucas do a couple.
You know who's really interesting on that is Ocean, because his background's in film. He said if you look at the pictures of the moon landing, that's not a set. If you do work in film, you could tell a set from like an actual scene, and that cannot be a set.
Plus the fact Arcane mentioned CGI. Well, there wasn't CGI or any sort of digital effects for film back in 1969. Oh, what about Capricorn 1? Yeah, that was made a lot later on. It's just staggeringly retarded.
He was in last night, and before when he was asking about journeys from the North Pole to the South Pole, and then he decided that he'd shift the goalposts to have a complete. Yeah, there is actually
keeps mentioning things like hemispheres. The clues in the word sunshine, spheres on the end of it.
Well, there's actually he wanted a complete circumnavigation of the Earth, which was done in 1979. But then he decided that wasn't good enough either. So.
And the other day, as soon as Grimm was going on about, well, what about the routes that planes take? Yeah, they tend to fly where there are other people and airports, because that way they make more money. They can, fly from South Africa to Rome, pick people up, go from Rome to New York and then New York down to Buenos Aires. That makes far more sense than just going straight from one A to B, because they're not going to make the money, and it's a long way over water, and there aren't any other. There's so many other. There's just. I would just like to see one photograph of the edge of the Earth, and there isn't one, not one, because for obvious reasons. But I just the idea, and someone he said the other day, I thought it was him that mentioned that the Moon and the Sun were also flat discs.
Commando.
That's the case.
Commando.
How does the Sun shine down, facing down onto the Earth, and at the Moon on the opposite side at the same time?
Hey, no crapping on Commando. Commando's my boy. Commando's not mean or like a jerk like Arcane. Commando, if you ask him about his views, he'll say his views. But
not strictly true, Joe. However, that's not strictly true. However, I like Commando a lot, so I'm on the same boat as you there.
Yeah, I like Commando. He's not obnoxious.
Commando's a total mensch. Yeah. So,
did someone actually say the Moon was flat?
I've heard it. Yeah, the Moon and the Sun are discs as well. So that means, but if they're on opposite sides of the flat Earth model, they can't.
During the whole month, we can see the shadow on the Moon.
But Arcane says that's fake.
What?
As well.
And I told him that the only thing that can project a circular shadow is a sphere or a cylinder, and he said something about how there was 50 times when that was weird, and so it must be an unknown thing causing that shadow on the Moon or causing it on the Moon. And I said, so you're saying that there's a sphere or a cylinder somewhere out there hitting the Moon, and it's not the flat Earth? But wouldn't the flat Earth still cause a shadow in that circumstance? And wouldn't it cause a shadow that we would be able to figure out what the projection would look like if it's a plane?
And he keeps mentioning about north and south. If the center of the flat Earth is north, why is there ice at the center? Because that's where it will be warmest. Why is there ice all around the outside? All they've basically done is taken a globe, undone the bottom of it, and laid it out flat, like flattening it, So of course all the ice is going to be at the edge, because that's the model they've used. Because all the South Pole is now at the edge where they flattened out the circle. So and why would there, I just don't get it. The idea about whether you go to the southern hemisphere, well, you can't on a flat. Why would there be an equator even? There'd be no need for one. It's just.
The best one is bottom-lit clouds. It just sounds so adorable to me. If the sun is above the clouds, like if it rotates it's parallel to the flat plane of the Earth, the sun will rotate within the Tropic of Capricorn, I believe. And this is the Earth. Clouds are like right here.
Yep.
How can there be bottom-lit clouds?
Well, if you looked at his model as well, there is a model he mentioned where it shows a whole year cycle, and what the sun does in that model is that it basically moves in a spiral. So it goes around the inner part of the flat Earth disk, and it gradually throughout the year moves further and further to the outer circle, and then sort of gradually spirals back in again the next year. So why does it do that?
Could I just mention here that in the mathematical transformation, what they reckon is that light doesn't travel in a straight line, so light actually curves. Right, so that's why you can see. That's why night is there, because the actual path of the light.
He also mentioned something about seeing the moon and the sun.
The flat Earth.
Yeah, he mentioned something about if you draw a straight line through the south and north pole, and you're the South Pole, how could you possibly see the moon at the same time as the sun, because you'd have to look through the center of the Earth?
No, there are versions of the nutshell Earth hypothesis that can't be disproved.
But he just discounts the tilt of the Earth as well, and
disproved. When you say nutshell, Jack?
That is that the surface of the Earth is the inside of a hollow sphere.
Yeah.
The concave, concave Earth? Yeah, which is that's the Lord Stephen Christ has got a lot of that on it.
Yeah, there's a version of that hypothesis which is consistent with all the evidence.
Is that the one where there's a ceiling of ice and then a ceiling of glass?
No,
Which is
they just have to invert the laws of physics so that every observation is consistent with the physics of the common sense to it. That it yields the same set of predictions.
Right.
Have a different interpretation of the evidence, but the predictions are all the same. So somebody who held to that view, you couldn't actually point to any evidence to disprove it.
Still nonsense. Then you've got Grimm, who mentions that Saturn is actually a brown dwarf star. And
well, I wouldn't want to say it's nonsense if the evidence is consistent.
Okay, so, yeah, but the I don't know, Lagrangian and the Hamiltonian. The Hamiltonian is just so complex, right? It's abstractions beyond abstractions. So, yeah. I think there's still good reason not to think that's true for that reason, that the mathematics become so complicated. But clearly it's, it's going to fall apart somewhere. Surely. Jack?
Well, the mathematics is more complicated, but it doesn't fall apart. It's consistent. So I don't, so I don't think you can. I think
you have to add in quite a lot of extra terms to make them all fit that, right? It's not just like the simplest model possible.
Well, it's not the simplest model to do the calculations, but it doesn't actually require. I don't see that it requires more assumptions. It's just that the mathematics ends up being a lot more cumbersome to perform.
That's the way I looked at it when I briefly looked at it, so I didn't really understand it, but
I can link you to an article about it if you want to read about it.
That would be great, Jack. Yeah, that'd be really cool.
Just give me a minute to find it.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, Commando was doing that model 6 months ago, maybe, and we had a lot of fun with that. But I don't think he was doing the exact model that you're talking about, Jack. But he was doing a hollow Earth and.
No, I don't think anybody really knows about the model that I'm talking about. So it's pretty obscure.
Although you never know with Commando. Yeah.
I would also like to see some sort of testimony from whoever's responsible for shooting down planes or sinking ships that go near the ice wall. You'd think there would be one military person whose job it was, to ensure the safety of the
wall.
Yeah.
They were, dude, but you see, they were all in the Twin Towers.
In the where?
Twin Towers.
Well, all of them. No, I mean
Yeah.
the actual the fighter pilots that are obviously on standby, and at some point must have been scrambled to say, look, someone's going near the wall, get them. But there's no one that's sort of like.
They put them all in the Twin Towers at 9/11.
Well, there must be some available now. There must be some alive now.
No, they're all.
You don't get any sort of like newspaper articles. I used to be a fighter pilot guarding the ice wall on the flat Earth, and now I'm telling my story.
There's no fighter pilots, dude. It's all holograms, okay?
Right. That makes sense. I'm convinced now.
Oh, he said hologram. Wow.
Son, the Earth's flat. Don't put that book down. No, stuck in the bin. Neil deGrasse who? No, he's a liar. Put it in the bin.
It's my hero you're talking about. Planet killer.
Yep. So really, the outside of the Earth is Hoth. That's the truth.
Yeah, that's where the
Yeah.
film Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when people say flat, you see, right? I know they don't mean flat, right? Because there's mountains and shit.
Yeah.
Also, I know they don't mean thin, right? Because I've dug down quite a lot at a beach, and you know, I'm telling you, when I was 7, I managed to get really deep, and
Yeah.
it's quite thick, right? So it's not actually flat or, you know, thin. It's got to be a shape, right? It's got to be oblong at least, or rectangular.
So I think there should be a law to stop any flat earther saying to their children at the beach, if you keep digging, you'll reach Australia, because that's clearly not true.
Yeah, that's just a myth. That's the indoctrination that they do, Mark.
Yeah.
Get you to think it's a round earth. But then I'm just a chimp on a ball. Oh, thank you very much. I win.
Faggot. Not only are you a chimp on a ball, you're a gay chimp on a ball.
No, I can assure you that's not the case at the moment. But anyway.
We don't want to know about your fantastic sex life at the moment, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's going to kill me, but I love it.
What a way to die, though.
That line comes from Commando as his retort to one of my arguments, or somebody's argument.
You have to have a special coffin made to make room for your consistent erection.
Yes.
So, well, we've embalmed him.
Simus,
We've embalmed him fine, but we just couldn't get the fucking smile off his face.
Okay.
I posted a link in the side chat to the article about the nutsheller.
Yeah, cool. I'm on it now. Oh, and a download. Great.
I also do want to mention, because it was mentioned earlier, that anyone who thinks they can get someone's ISP and thereafter get their personal details is talking bollocks, because that's not possible.
That's exactly the point I wanted to address, Jack. Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to say that you're just a chimp on a ball was Commando's retort at someone giving them an explanation of evolution, which I thought was one of the most beautiful anti-atheist lines I've heard yet.
Yeah, we all kind of start using it.
That'll be on his gravestone. That'll be on his gravestone. That is actually a good idea for a hangout. You've got to decide who's just died and then what their epitaph would be.
If somebody died, what would their epitaph be?
Yeah, G-Man's would probably be
Rakin would be, how do you know that?
In the beginning, dead. Yes or no?
I mean,
DPRs would be untrillably sorry.
Yeah, it would be. DPRs definitely would be. I'm terribly sorry. Terribly sorry. I mean, even if Arcane gets to heaven and St. Peter says, you're dead, he'll just say, how do you know that? Are you using your senses and reasoning to determine, oh, fucking hell, send him back?
There it is. Welcome.
Veckel's gravestone would read, that's a bit arbitrary.
Did somebody use proper exegesis to write this tombstone?
Yeah. I see Jesus and exit Jesus. Who else? I don't know what mine would be. I think Revs would just be something screamed in large capital letters. No, Revs would be respect, bro.
There could be well, well, well.
Yeah, that'd be Rans, definitely. Definitely.
Nadia should be, excuse me.
Actually, you blocked for the next hangout.
Dionysus would be, I did roofie her, okay?
I did not roofie that woman.
Dionysus, no, Darwin's deity would be just taking the dog for a walk.
Nudge, nudge.
We're trying to popularize the moniker Darwin's Dodger. for Darwin's deity.
Yeah, I've got to say the English sense of humour comes across a little more sharp, Jack.
There is an account out there now called Darwin Deity's Dog.
Darwin still does.
Darwin's deity's dog.
It's been in the live chats. There's one that said, "There's nothing wrong with my bladder, but I've got legs like a power lifter."
Slicer's tombstone would read, "It's fucking math."
Yeah, or just fuck off.
Yeah.
Or just fuck. Fuck.
Fuck off. You southern twat.
Seamus would just be a various mixture of whining about something. He'll get to the gates and say, "Do they talk about philosophy up here?" "Not really, sunshine, no." "Why not?"
Or evolution's.
I just think we need to do some sort of GoFundMe and buy Seamus a new mic, because the one he's obviously got was used in, I think it's an ex-Pathé News one from the 20s. Sort of reminds me of.
I'm gonna do something. I'm starting to record again soon.
I just keep waiting for him to sort of mention about how the war's going in Europe.
Yeah, I've got a 1930s mic simulator.
It was Wayne that coined that originally. He said he sounds like he's talking through a Bakelite telephone.
I can't do his accent. I've tried. I just can't do his accent.
It actually sounds like you're talking into a roll of toilet paper.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like you used to play telephone with hands. That's what it sounds like.
Like a 4-year-old's walkie-talkie they got for Christmas.
Yeah. The Chinese counterfeit of that walkie-talkie, actually. Like that walkie-talkie, but the cheaper brand, the knockoff.
Yeah. Max Gravestone would just say the Bible says. I think, because he just says that all the time. No matter what you mentioned, he'd just say, the Bible says. Or is it in the Bible?
You do Nephilim free?
I don't know what Nephilim freeze would be.
Oh, wow. I don't think there'd be enough room on his tombstone for it, whatever.
Yeah, just be a really long rant. Takes up half the cemetery, just a big fuck-off stone. A pyramid.
His tombstone would be the wall of the cemetery, and the text written on it.
Yeah.
And the person next door or something.
They'd have to make extra room, because by the time you'd read Nephilim Free's epitaph, you'd want to take your own life anyway.
Yeah, you just one massive hole in front of the tree.
Yeah, when you get to the end of the epitaph, there's just a big pit. Throw yourself in. I think Pillbox's epitaph would probably be something about just evotards we'd written on it. That'd be it.
You're all fucking psychotic.
Yeah.
You psychotic evotard paedophiles.
Yeah, who's pedo?
Tommy Halls would just say butt sex. Ugh.
You're just a big butt.
I would imagine Tommy's would end up saying, "Turns out cancer isn't good."
Michael Anns would just say vitamin C, nothing else. Either that or dick breath. She's on a cruise at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, I saw that. She posted made a post with a photograph of a helicopter landing on a small sort of what is it called, where ships small ships kind of go.
Yeah, she said that in the external chat or something that she couldn't stop because she was catching her flight to join the cruise, and I said, hopefully it's the name of the ship's Titanic 2. That'd be a boring trip, wouldn't it? Half the people, I bet she's probably. It's probably also a bit of a drumming up some business. She's probably got 3/4 of the passengers hooked up to fucking IVs by the time. What she needs a bit of nutrition. Yeah, it's got a swimming pool, a ballroom, casino, IV suite. Well, it's a lot of older people go on those cruises, isn't it? So she's probably got all the pensioners hooked up, and the ship will have to stop halfway to stock up again with orange juice. We had loads, Captain. I don't know where the fuck it's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the same one. This is the same one that Commando had a few months back. Not quite as concise as this is more concise. Yeah.
Commando's epitaph would just be gnomes.
Watch out for the gnome. They're down here.
Or, relating to astrology, I'm going on a long journey.
Max epitaph, anyone?
Oh, wow.
I don't know either.
Can I just say this one thing?
I think DPR's is the best, definitely. I'm terribly sorry. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Just that.
That is perfect.
Especially, like, you can take it in so many ways.
Deep, humorous, the works.
I'm terribly sorry. I'll be just in a moment. Now, what does he say? I'm gonna quit. Something. Yeah, anyway.
JD Kane's a big go fuck yourself.
I nominate humanity for the cunt of the week.
Speaking of which, then G-Mans would have to be one red button and just a massive gravestone as a red button.
That would be St. Peter's greeting to JD Kane. Welcome. You're the lying cocksucker of forever.
Forever, for eternity.
You were wrong.
Godless girls would say it was a Muslim.
Rose Patterns would just be unintelligible because she'd be so near her mic, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, we just turned it into boiled piss, so we may as well go for it.
We have, yeah. Sugars would be, just give me 5 minutes. I had to say it, I couldn't help it.
Oh dear. So, Brett Keane?
Yeah, it's difficult with Brett Keane. Ladies and gentlemen, I suppose.
Not really sure yet. I'll tell you in a minute.
Yeah. No, Brett Keane's his Amazon wish list detailed on his gravestone.
I think, or it could say, "I stabbed myself in the back."
Yeah, welcome to Boiled Piss, Dan.
I'm on the way to heaven. If you could just help me out, I need some wings, a soul. They're all on Amazon.
Human decency.
Yeah, buy me some repentance.
Von Helsing?
It's human decency, I know.
Van Helten, yeah. Fuck, he said some crazy things, but how to put it like this.
Punisher.
Punishment.
Yeah, it would just be. During my lifetime, I did the following. It'd be a huge, long list.
A link to the Encyclopedia Dramatica.
If it was Von Helton, it would just say on the gravestone, "This is the 4th time I've died. I'll see you later."
My vampire will be back.
Yeah. Yours, the ninja vampire Punisher rocket inventor.
The Space Marine. I forgot Space
Marine. Here lies Von Helton, Space Marine.
Space Marine. Oh dear.
This one
that was one of the funniest nugget hangouts ever.
It was one. Yeah, that's one of the funniest videos I've ever seen.
You were there doing it, and Art was there. Gus,
Yeah.
maybe.
I think we played a video maybe, or post a link of him actually phoning NASA and asking if he could be a space marine.
It was. I think if I remember rightly, there was one hangout where Amin said, "I've seen your Dramatica, and it lists all these things." We sort of went through them one by one.
That was it.
That was me though. That was me. I kind of went through the list. Yeah.
Oh, that was just the funniest Nutties hangout ever. I wish I knew the number.
The way where someone said, "Is it true you've died 3 times?" He said, "No, it's twice." And I did invent this ion drive multi-purpose, but NASA sort of, apart from the fact NASA didn't use the ion drive and took some other things off, it was all my own work.
I think he showed us the drawing as well.
Yeah, he said that he designed the F-17, that's the first stealth bomber.
Showed us the drawing.
Yeah.
I love Von Helton. I just think he's a wonderful person.
He's the sort of lovable, crazy uncle in your family, right?
I mean, how unlucky can you be that but for a bit of bad luck, he could have been a multi-billionaire designer rather than sitting in a caravan in the fucking back end of Beyond, screaming about the fact that he actually says with all seriousness that he had vampire teeth. His mother had them taken out.
Yes. Well, yeah, that is true.
My favorite is when he claims that cocaine has no effect on him. And he knows this because when he took a large dose, he didn't remember any effects.
I also like the one where he met that woman in the street that said that there was something going on in her house, and he went back to her house with her, and there were knives flying around the kitchen, and he said, "Oh, I can't help you," because she said, "I know you are. I know you're the Punisher, really." Sort of an unwritten look.
The one you told us one about.
And he said he couldn't help her because it was obviously a demon. Sorry.
And a house. He said he went out to an investigation, and a house turned upside down.
Oh no, that was just him and his mates that were walking down the street and saw an upside down house, but no one else seemed to notice.
Basically, that's what it turned out to be, but obviously the story came across a little differently to start with.
Yeah. The papers and the TV stations, radio.
Poltergeist, the house turned upside down.
Yeah. It's pretty much word for word the Poltergeist film. The whole thing.
Perhaps that's it. Perhaps he just keeps trying to take more cocaine to have an effect.
What a life, though, when you've been a vampire and a ninja and the Punisher, and it's just the stories you could tell your grandchildren if they weren't with social services.
If they survive. Who else we got?
Rob Beasley.
Rob Beasley. There's a name to conjure.
Rob Beasley would have I fed the wrong wolf.
No, it would be no, Mork, no.
It'd just be Benny, down, deeper and down.
He's enlightened, trust me.
Yeah. It's fucking dark. It's fucking dark down here.
So a lesson for life: don't tell a paramedic that you're Jesus and you've just written a book.
I want to see that actually. Is this recorded on there somewhere?
Yeah, the first one is on, I think it's 13 Heathens channel. That's the one where I think Rose was talking to him when it all stems, I think originally it was his daughter had noticed that his feet and legs had got swollen and gone purple. and suggested he ought to go to the hospital or the doctors, and so she phoned an ambulance. Then he phoned them and said, "There's no need to come and, it's fine. My daughter's just making a fuss." And they said, "Well, go to your doctors tomorrow," and he promised to do that. But they checked up and found that he didn't go to the doctors, so that they sent some more paramedics round. And while they were there, he was actually on the internet, and you can hear him telling them, "Well, all these internet bullies have been trying to get me off the internet, mate, and I've written this book, and here's the link to it, and actually I'm a lot like Jesus." And they sort of said, "Really, come with us." And
There's a jacket.
Yeah, does up at the back, you'll be fine. And that was all live. And then there was another one, I think it's on Benny the Gangster's channel. It's Rob live from the Nut House, telling them that he was in control and there's nothing to be worried about. And to make sure, he barricaded himself in the room and actually showed on camera that he'd pushed his bed up against the door. But he was fine. They just turned his internet off and then went in and got him. That's it.
I feel bad laughing at it because he's legitimately crazy.
I think he's out now. I think he has done some hangouts since.
Oh.
Yes.
Won't be long, he'll be back in soon.
Well, hopefully he's learned his lesson.
I doubt it. The last time I looked, he was still talking about his book. And the fact that he's going to destroy organised religions one by one from his armchair.
Oh wow!
Starting with Islam, which was an interesting.
Someone said, "Well, why don't you just go over to Syria and talk to ISIS direct?" He said, "Don't be fucking stupid, mate. I'm not a fucking moron."
Just tell them you're Jesus.
Yeah, he's going to do it all from the comfort of his own armchair. Give ISIS a ring. Just tell them to pack it in because it's there's no such thing as God, and they're bound to believe him. Just see it on the news, can't you? ISIS give up. And the ISIS spokesman said, "Well, it was all going okay, and we were smashing stuff up, killing people beheadings, and then we had this phone call from Rob Beasley, and that sort of turned it for us."
Listen, mate. Is it started 2 wolves there? No, don't give me this Allahu Akbar. No, put down the Kalashnikov. You're feeding the bad wolf now.
Yeah. The BBC film crew are there at the moment that 40,000 jihadis lay down their weapons, shouting Rob Beasley's name.
Shouting, "We're going to feed the good wolf now." Allahu wolf.
All these thousands of years, we've been thinking that the right thing to do was to, kill the infidels, but Rob showed us the error of our ways. We had a couple of Skype calls, it was over.
We all have his book.
Yeah.
We're trying to find the last resource to his hard disk.
Can you imagine that as a desert scene, and you can see the floor is littered with weapons, RPGs, Kalashnikovs, and they all rise at once, holding Rob's book aloft, shouting Beasley, like the scene in Close Encounters. Oh God, that'd be great. So watch them smashing down mosques and building shrines to Rob Beasley.
Statues of 2 wolves.
Yeah, a bit like the Saddam Hussein statues, but a bit Rob Beasley instead.
Rob Beasley holding 2 wolves back on chains.
Yeah.
Nice.
The Saudis decide to just give oil away free, and there'll be world peace.
His justification, man, was just unbelievable.
Well, you heard it here first.
It's just unbelievable. Yeah, straight out of the gospel. It's just,
Not even the Gospels that are in the Bible, it was the other ones, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Thomas, I think it was specifically.
Yeah.
And the first line of Thomas, just justifies his madness. It's quite sick for him.
I love this place. It's just where else could you get such entertainment? Nowhere. You could go to Hollywood with a script and they just say fuck off. That's far-fetched.
We need to write a B-rated movie, you know, like a very underpaid movie. You know?
Well,
No,
you
this
could
would be awesome.
hangouts and collecting clips, right? I mean, if you had the patience to go through Nadia's, right, there's about 10 fucking War and Peace here. I'm telling you.
But this is dangerous. I mean, we're used to this. We're kind of desensitized, right? If you give this to the public, we would have like mass killings and suicides of, from laughter.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Mass fucking protests everywhere, you know.
If we aired
Riots and shit.
if they aired G Plus Hangouts as a reality TV show, there would be Armageddon.
If this was on television, like on CNN or something, on a big news network, this would be like the ratings would go up, like, you know.
Well, there's one in the UK. It's called Gogglebox. It's a program in the UK, and it is literally a program where you watch people watching television. And they turned into minor celebrities. We could do the same with this and call it Googlebox.
That's a good idea, actually. It probably won't catch on for though, you know.
I'm pretty sure it already exists.
Yeah, it probably does. Probably does. I mean, when you're reduced, if your best entertainment is watching someone else sat on your sofa, watching someone else sat on their sofa.
I've seen the Kids React series, and they show kids viral videos from YouTube, and the kids react, and they
But
put
man,
it on
can we
YouTube.
get back on like talking about Von Helton though? Because it was just way too good. I was just listening to this. I was just laughing my ass off. I'm in tears right now. Just every time I'm talking about Von Helton. We need him here right now.
You'd have kids wearing G-Man T-shirts. He would just be an overnight star.
Well, indeed, yeah, pretty much. But he's too pussy to actually come here.
Well, no, you just air the Hangouts. Just air them.
Von Helton's like that. He could take a bit of a ribbon.
Oh yeah, G-Man could have been bigger than the Duck Dynasty people if he had been on TV instead of Google.
Oh god, a reality TV show about G-Man. That would be the shit. That would be the shit. We should bring this idea to some network and like hopefully it will catch on. It would be awesome. Imagine a reality TV show all about G-Man. I can't wait until he says that his dogs and animals are slaves and explain it to all on the reality. He's like, you see, this dog right here is my slave, so slavery is okay.
Can you imagine the outrage when G-Man and it's on live TV? G-Man says, "Show me some starving Christian children." There aren't any.
I am not related to this apple.
Oh dear.
And then he says, "Look, I'm eating your relative now. I'm eating the apple."
That would be Ken Jones.
Oh shit. No, he actually said that though. He actually said that. You know, it was hilarious.
Oh, I see. Tommy Hall is in the live chat.
It would be a quite distant relative, you know, but. G-Man's just like, yeah, evolution says it's a relative, it's like a brother, So, fucking logic gone mad,
I'm just reading the live chat because Tommy Halls have turned up.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't think that a reality show with only G-Man would be a hit, but imagine if instead of Real Housewives of...
No, G-Man is and his family. No, it's like G-Man surrounding his whole life,
Well, you make the same thing, but you make the same thing as Real Housewives, but you replace Housewives with Real Theists.
I don't think you have to complicate it that much. You just have to air these Hangouts live on TV.
Imagine an episode about Von Helton. Imagine that shit. that would be a hit, man. That would Man, that would be fun. Von Helden would be famous overnight, man.
Yeah, you get NASA sort of meeting up with this. We're sorry, we didn't realise that you'd invented this stuff. If you just needed to say, we'd have given you the props and the, back pay for inventing the stealth bombers for us. Could you do some more? We're thinking of going to Mars. We haven't really worked out how to get there. Perhaps you could, come up with some sort of star fighter.
Can you model us, an aircraft, a new aircraft with your, with your magnitude of skills, in modeling? Have you actually seen the shit he actually modeled? He actually did model it, but it was just basically cubes and just spheres stacked together. It was like, wow, what a talent.
I just think G-Man deserves to be brought to a wider public.
Well, yeah. Thing is, his subscribers rise.
But I can actually see people with G-Man T-shirts, G-Man coffee mugs, G-Man sandwich boxes, and
I want to get a creationist cat one.
Just a T-shirt with a picture of G-Man on it with on it, or wait a minute, just stuff like
yeah, wait a minute.
Or a Jason Burns T-shirt which just says lots of love on it, or
shit.
It'd be great.
I really want the Sodomites one from Creationist Cat, the T-shirt with the Sodomites. What's up, Sodomites? I really want that T-shirt.
I might actually do it. Actually, thinking that was a good idea. Now I've probably said it on a live hangout. It's not going to work. Someone else will do it. But a range of Google Plus T-shirts. One with Tommy. It just says at the top butt sex, and at the bottom it goes ugh.
No, it would just say AIDS ain't real. Vaccines cause AIDS.
Yeah, you could have a variety of Tommy Hall T-shirts, couldn't you?
That's true.
Tommy says, a bit like the old Frankie Goes to Hollywood ones. Don't do it. Butt sex, just say no.
Keep your schlong in your pants, or something.
Yeah, I mean, what could be better? A DPR Jones T-shirt that just says "I'm terribly sorry" on it.
Yes. And it's all written in like elegant font, and it's like has his face on it as well, and it's like all elegant, beautiful.
I can just see them.
Only if Google Hangouts were more famous, Not many people actually watch Google Hangouts, sadly.
There are so many catchphrases. You could have a Rand T-shirt with well on it. You could have a Fiona T-shirt with no. A Matt Bell T-shirt with what you don't do.
No, you know how he gives the example of a pianist, and he pronounces his penis.
Yeah, or premises.
What would be a good one for true empiricism, though? What would be a good one for true empiricism? Something about DNA. Must be something about DNA.
Well,
specified complexity.
Yes, specified sequential information.
It's soluble.
Evolution subtracts genes.
Yeah.
It doesn't add information; it subtracts information.
Yeah, we've done 10 T-shirts. 10 T-shirts already. Arcane's would just be chimp on a ball. Picture of Arcane's face.
Yeah. It's like a chip with like fucking his face on it.
Just be a global Earth with Arcane's picture in the middle and just the moniker chimp on a ball.
Chimp on a ball. Yeah.
You know what we can use? I don't know if you guys seen Balthazar at one point had this picture of a chimp like in a circus balancing on a ball. and put the text underneath it, chimp on a ball.
Well, that's when it started, with Commando.
You could have a hillbilly T-shirt. Have to be an extra large just to get him on it. But you could have a hillbilly would just be yeehaw or something like that.
Yeehaw! Yeah, that would be hillbilly. Yeah, yeehaw! Yeah. What would the hillbilly's tombstone would actually? What would it say? I just wonder.
Just have big written on it letters.
No, you're born a twat, you die a twat.
Oh man.
He's a big Batman fan, isn't he? So.
Yeah. It ain't no Batman and a Batman, it's Batwoman and a Batman, or some shit like that. because he's for the whole anti-gay thing.
But Batman and Robin are no. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There is that connotation, isn't there? To the Batcave, Robin might be a euphemism.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no! Bats do not have abortions. That's what it should say.
Yeah, ride the bat pole,
Bats
Robin.
don't have abortions.
Go down on the bat pole, Robin. I mean, you've heard that before.
Well, we've only just started, really.
Imagine the chaos if scientists actually find out that abortion is like natural.
I mean, you could the
Chaos, it would
possibilities would be endless if you had a Google Plus store. You could even have a little clown car for the kids.
Oh, beautiful.
Push along clown car with all the features. Yeah.
And the day that yeah. So,
So when you press the horn, it just says, well, well, well.
there's an echo though. Somebody's echoing. Yeah. The day that scientists would figure out or find out that abortion happens in nature naturally, that day would be a historic day. I can already see the riots about it from conservatives and everything. Well, hardcore conservatives and neocons. Would be fucking hilarious. They would also claim those scientists are Satanists or something. I bet you they would say those scientists are Satanists. They're fucking Satanists!
You could have an Alex Bottom toaster. It just says, I'm not getting involved. And then when your toast pops up, it's just a picture of him on the toast. Here I am.
Alex Button. I haven't actually viewed lots of his content. I don't know. I haven't even talked to him. Anyone here actually talked to Alex Button?
Yeah.
I heard he's a pretty chill dude though. Until you get on this case.
You could have your own Google Plus grape juice or wine, just have Seamus's picture on it.
Water and wine.
Yeah, but it's spelled
It's all the
WH.
same.
It'd be spelled WHINE. Google Plus wine, which is Seamus's photo.
Yeah, man.
Just paste the link on the side there.
Special Mac Bibles. Everything you need to know is inside.
No, I have a better idea for the round ball with a chimp on it. No, it should be round ball with two chimps having anal sex. It would be Arcane and Rose Patton, both of them just on that. No, it would be round Earth and anal sex is natural, and you see fucking Arcane and Rose Patton doing it. That would be graphic. That would be the special edition. That should be the special edition. More stuff to cover there as well. There's.
Yeah, it's certainly worth. I think the T-shirts might be worth a go, but then Side 10 Atheist has a lot of merchandise with people on, so
Creationist Cat also has that. I fucking love Creationist Cat. Hands down, one of the best YouTubers ever. Creationist Cat. Hands fucking down.
I can see a JD Kane T-shirt with TST, go fuck yourself at the bottom. That'd be good.
Yeah. Wrecked. I'm playing Call of Duty 4. Sorry.
I'm going to be AFK for a short while.
Cool.
No worries. So what's on your team, Dan, Matt? Oh, you don't get away that easy. Art? brother.
Your mic quality is kind of like disturbed a
Again,
little bit. It's disturbed a little bit. Too bassy, you know.
oh, okay. 1, 2. Oh, whatever.
Hey, what's up, Secular Opinion here, and the following excerpt is from a
Oh, Secular Opinion. Oh, I love Secular Opinion. He's awesome.
Yeah, me too.
Have you seen the one of his recent uploads about Nephilim? The one with the serpent, and when Nephilim says that Adam and Eve might have done sexual activities with the serpent, with the snake, it's like, what the fuck? Oh my god. And people actually fucking believe that they're actually, like, you know something. People like Nephilim. It's just, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. But that's what the fun is, isn't it, really, I suppose.
What the fuck would you do with the fucking snake anyways? Like, you know. I mean, yeah, maybe Eve would shove it up her vagina or something, but... Well, actually, yeah, you can do lots of things with it, but, you know.
Yeah, I just came back. The last thing I heard is Eve shoving a snake up her vagina. What?
Yeah, we're talking about Secular Opinion. We talk about Secular Opinion in his uploads.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Eve Riley, the atheist.
No.
Okay.
No.
The Adam and Eve thing, because Nephilim thinks that Adam and Eve made some sexual activities with the snake, the serpent.
Huh?
Like,
Where is that in the Bible?
I don't know, but you should go to Secular Opinion's channel and actually see one of the recent uploads. Yeah, I'm not joking. I have no idea why he thinks that, but you know, he actually thinks that.
Who thinks that?
Nephilim free.
Well, all right. I thought he said they may have had sexy times. So
yes.
He doesn't actually know if they did or not. He's just saying it's a possibility, right?
Yeah. But even thinking it's a possibility, it's still fucking creepy though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, they were pure and all. Like, what would they? Oh, actually, maybe if after they ate an apple, then they would. Okay, never mind.
But apparently the snake is good with his tongue, so.
Old. That's what she said.
Oi, Simon, you there?
Yeah.
Hey, mate, do you use any software for poker?
Do I lag? How do you mean?
No, if you use software for poker.
No, I don't. I just do it in my head.
Okay.
You basically, the trick to poker is you have to know those stats for the top 30 hands.
So what's your kind of base strategy? So you wait where it becomes very likely that you have a winning hand, right? And then you bet a lot, right? And until this happens, you sort of maybe have small bets, and whenever the bets are raised, they just fold, right?
Yeah, catch you later, Mark. Thanks very much.
Yeah, see you, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, there's many tactics because it's a multi-layered game. So to say that there's one tactic which you always stick to is not the way to play poker.
Oh,
It's,
so does the tactic has to be changed during the game, right?
as
Right.
you're playing the game, yeah. So
Okay.
sometimes you might start the hand with one tactic in mind, but find out because of the way the flop comes that you can use a different tactic from that point on, or maybe the flop comes so you want to disguise your tactic, or the flop comes so you want to imply that you're using a tactic.
Like I would say, if you feel like the table is aggressive, then you play tight, and if the table is playing tight, you can be aggressive and get a lot of easy little pots.
Yeah.
By the table playing tight, you mean that people are not betting a lot and are scared of when somebody gets all in?
Well, my definition of playing tight is basically rarely bluffing. So only play when the odds are in your favor, right?
Yeah. That's the sensible way to start playing.
Whereas someone who's aggressive will sense, okay, nobody's making any nobody's betting big on this hand, so even if I have nothing, I'll just make an imposing bet, and like since nobody seems like they have a hand, everyone will fold and give me the pot, and that would be playing aggressive against people.
If you want to swap emails or whatever and addresses, I can send you my books, because I was going to throw them away because I've kind of finished playing poker at that level. So yeah, I've got a few how to play poker books or whatever stat books on poker. But I think it's, you can go, you don't need to. Okay, so there are different types of poker game, even, right? So if you're playing cash, the tactics are different to if you're playing tournaments, and if you're playing sit and goes. They all have slightly different levels at which you play the hands. So you might want to just play, if you're playing a tournament, you might just want to play the top 10 hands, say, ever, right? So your first two cards out are going to be are ranked, okay? And if the first two cards are in the top 10 best hands, you play them. And if they aren't, you throw them. Right? Unless you can get free, looks at flops and things like that, right? Or cheap looks at flops if you're in position and stuff. So, you know what I mean? So that's a good way to start playing. And then as you expand your game, you can start playing the top 15 hands, and then the top 20 hands, and then the top 25 hands, and then you can play any hand if you know how to bluff, right? So that's another part is learning how to bluff. But then you learn that by learning what the right pattern is when you genuinely have the hand, and then you just repeat that pattern with only two cards.
So tell me, Simon, like totally honestly, can an average Joe, let's say like me, learn in reasonable time to actually make money off of this?
Probably not off the sites as they currently are. When I was making money on the sites, they were paying probably 20 times higher than they currently are.
20 times higher, you mean?
I'd win a 1,000-player tournament, and I'd win the best part of, £1,000, so $2,000, and my stake was like £3 or £5 or something. Tiny stake.
Well, David, you know the Dutch David, right?
Yeah.
He says that he basically earns an average pay in his country playing poker.
Oh yeah, no, okay. So he has a completely different tactic. So he plays kind of like multiplayer tables, right? So he's got stakes going on all the tables, and then because he's consistent and he makes quick, consistent decisions, he can then genuinely win or see the weak positions in the tables and take advantage of them. Right, but to do that, you've got to be extremely quick thinking. I mean, it's not an art; it's something that you would take several years to learn. I would have thought. The young guys can do it straight off, right? And they can play massive amounts of tables, and they know that they can consistently make a bit of money on each table, and that gives them a really good income.
Have you ever used software? Because there's tons of it on the internet that basically gives you a very quick overview of the situation in like a small window, so you can play like 10 tables, and it just gives you like.
Yeah, I guess that's what these guys do, right? So they just have stats on each hand, and if it shows a whatever level stat they want, percentage chance of winning, then they go for it, right? So that's okay. And then the ones most people like are playing serious poker, so they'll fold to bluffs. So there's always that tactic as well. Yeah, I mean that's like multiplayer table. I mean, you're just playing single table cash tournaments, cash tables, right? Which is a different style of poker. You can choose the level at which you pay out. It's a different style of poker. It's much harder, much more ruthless. I mean, it's not harder. I guess it's easier if you like bluffing, right? So in tournaments, you tend to get more, more folds if you do try bluffs. Especially near the end, because the pay steps are so big, right? Whereas in cash tournaments, you're literally, if you go in, you can double your money kind of thing in an hour quite easily.
So you say you have some books on poker?
Yeah, I think I've got a few of the top books on poker.
Does it include online poker?
Does it include
online poker?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, poker's poker, right?
Well, there's differences, aren't there, in online?
There are, yeah. Online's a little harder because you can't see people and you can't read people.
Right.
But you're reading patterns in the game.
But then again, you have like tools that you can just download, which are allowed by the websites that host them.
Yeah.
Right.
But
my
point is they're very basic tools, and they're precise and everything, right? But you kind of need to know that stuff just looking at the table if you're going to get the meta game. That stuff that it tells you is just your basic level at which you should be playing if you're going to play at any serious level.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So you need to know those stats just by looking at the table and going, okay, there's 44 cards left, and I've got 8 chances, and that gives me a percentage.
Damn,
okay. Kind of what I do.
So I have a lot to learn. I see.
Well, it's not a lot actually, because when you actually do it, you only need to be within 2% to make it work and be fair and to be accurate.
Within the 2% of your guess.
Yeah, the actual right, yeah. So I do guesses, and my guesses are I work out how many cards I've got to hit and that kind of thing, and what the likely cards other people are holding, and if those are my cards, then I discount those. And then that gives me the percentage chance, and that tells me how much I can bet and how much I should bluff, more importantly.
Okay.
But I mean,
I wonder, are you?
I specialise in playing tournaments, and that's where I got my money from. So I didn't play poker. It's a different type of poker to the type of poker that David plays.
Oh, I see. So did you play online tournaments?
Yeah.
Oh.
I came third in, a friend of mine, we did it together, but we came third in an 11,000 player tournament once.
Nice.
Yeah, outrageous.
So you're like almost a poker master?
No. I have one very specific discipline that I play in, and everything else I'm really shit in. So if I were to play David in a cash game, he would just pants me, no problem.
Hey, are you aware of any services on the internet that allow you to bet on like video games, like computer multiplayer matches or something like that?
Probably there are. Probably.
Say that again.
Like if you're aware of any services on the internet that allow you to bet on the results of PC game multiplayer matches.
No idea.
You should go to MOG website or something and see there. Major League Gaming, that is.
But I was thinking, like, because I'm skilled in some other games. Like I have a really vast knowledge and experience in very difficult strategy game, which is not popular, but it's incredibly difficult, and I win there like 80-90% of the time, no problem. And I'm curious if I could just make bets on that, right, and just make money like that.
Yeah, you can actually see there's lots of things to bet on, I think.
What's the site called, bro?
MLG, Major League Gaming. But I'm not sure if they have the whole bet thing, but it's a very popular, it's basically a tournament type of like website for lots of gaming groups and clans. They have lots of championships and everything, and they host lots of gaming tournaments.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, Tommy, stock investing is kind of risky, I would say, because well, first of all, you need a huge amount of money to even get in there. At least
that's not true.
Online. Well, I think the minimum is like what, $2,000?
No, not if you go through like Ameritrade. They'll give incentives for larger, larger initial down payments, or not down payments. Funding the account with certain amounts of monies will get you more perks. But I'm not sure. I think you can start with probably $1,000 or less. And even then, you don't have to. I think you just have to fund your account with that much. You don't have to necessarily invest all that. But the only reason I said that is because it's kind of like, I kind of have that urge sometimes. Not that it's a great urge to have as a Christian to gamble, but it's kind of like living on the edge. So I kind of understand that, but I kind of get that out through the stock market. Not that I'm a big investor or anything, but there is that sort of thrill and that danger sort of thing that's worked into that. So without, like with gambling, you put your money on the table and you could just lose it instantly, and then you go to the next hand that comes up and you could lose it again real quickly. So this isn't really quite that dangerous, I don't think.
Well, there's to everything in your life, there's a degree of skill and degree of chance. Like even in the military, right? Your results depend on your skill, your technology level, your training, the troops, and also on some luck, right? How well your soldiers hit, or no, how much sort of bullets hit the target, how much the artillery hits the target, right? You can have a streak of bad luck and everything, right? The question is, what's the percentage of luck in this sort of endeavor that you have? And
it's not all based on luck, though. Strategy in wars is not luck. I
exactly said the opposite of that. I said luck is a factor of that, right? You have the other factors, which is skill, which is funding and technology level of your troops, and
the training, the strategy of your war, everything.
Yeah. And that's the thing, because the game that I was talking about is about that actually.
Is it like tanks or something?
Nah, it's just much more
World of
advanced.
Tanks.
No, it's much more advanced than that. It's called Men of War, or the most recent game in the series is the Salt Squad, Men of War, and it's a RTS.
Yeah. Is it like a strategy game, basically?
It's a tactical game where you have squads and tanks, and
that's awesome.
everything is simulated, bullet hits and angles of, it's just incredibly detailed, right? And so, and even with that, right, you still have, you can have like really advanced tank against a really shitty one, but if it's in bad luck, let's say, and it misses, right, the smaller, simpler, tank can still defeat it.
Is it a more simulator type game,
yes.
or is it? Oh, okay, that's awesome. That's good.
Yeah, but it's an RTS, right? It's a sort of, or more like real-time tactics than strategy.
Have you ever played the Age of Empire? That game is amazing. That game is awesome.
Yeah, but there are much better ones now.
Yeah, I know. It gets repetitive after a while. After you get the whole notion of it and how to play it.
It's too simple now. It's too arcadey for me, at least. But.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but anyway, let's not stick on the games, because this is not a game Hangout. So Tommy, why do you think all atheists are pedophiles? Or
Oh my god!
I'm kidding.
We're all
I'm kidding.
That
I'm
didn't take
kidding.
long.
I know you apologized for that. I heard about that,
yeah.
right? So what's your position now on this?
Well, kind of like what I was saying in the video. It's like I don't know all of you guys, but with the guys in here that I do know, it's like I would not say that to you individually. So I wouldn't think, oh, Art, I think you're a pedophile. Obviously I don't think that. And so when I kind of scanned across the landscape of atheists on Google Plus and YouTube that I have sort of a running relationship with, it's like, yeah, when you start looking at it closely, it's like, nah, I probably wouldn't say that or believe that about that person. So like I was trying to explain in my video, it was kind of like, it's like on TV, it's like they're sexualizing the kids. And politicians, when they can get away with it, it's like how often they are with prostitutes and young people, and it just seems like all these different angles in society are pointing to the fact that kids are seems to be the apex or the sacrament to Satan, and it always seems to be. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm saying out there, it seems to be leftists doing it, and so that's what I was my statement was kind of geared toward out there, that it seems out there that it's written into the DNA that whenever leftists can get away with it, whether it be in Hollywood or anywhere else, that it seems to be something that's happening. So, but I don't think that about the average individual atheist. I don't think that they think about having sex with kids or watch kiddie porn. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I said it, I regret it, and I don't think it's true.
It sounds like what you're talking about is the loss of innocence that inevitably happens, like with the children. It can happen in like a pretty ordinary way, or like an uneventful way. It can also happen in a very traumatic way. It can happen like on its own, or it can happen because adults are kind of shattering that innocence for them.
Parenting plays a huge role in that. I would say if you're parenting done right, then your kids should be fine, I think. Well, or at least how you want them to be. You restrict certain things, I would say.
I mean, I can see a person making the argument that the political left is like doing things that like are harming the innocence of kids in a way that is different from previous generations. But I mean, like the innocence of kids, it's going to be broken eventually. Like eventually, they're going to grow up and they're not going to be so innocent anymore. And I think it's harmful to say this one particular group has an agenda to, do this.
It sounds like
really not their plan.
Ties go out.
Well, like there's been several cases where judges have they've been extremely lenient to convicted pedophiles. Just giving them very light sentences, and these are usually left-leaning sort of judges. And sorry, got dogs going. I don't know. It just seems like. And there's always this kind of push to lower the age of consent. I mean, it's just like, it seems like it's coming from everywhere. There's TV shows that glamorize, these little girls in these pageants, and they dress them up in makeup, and they promote them and make them look all sexy. And yeah. Mm-hmm.
What push is people lowering the age of consent? Who's pushing for that?
I don't know offhand. But that's kind of
just claimed that people were pushing, leftists were pushing for the lowering of the age of consent.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anybody saying that at all?
It's I might have to look it up, but yeah, I've seen stuff in the past.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure they were left? It sounds more like the right wing to me.
Yeah, same. That sounds more like the right wing.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, Tommy. I think like if you try to pin it on one group, you're going to have a very difficult time like, getting to the conclusion of your argument, because what you're describing is basically like it's the right and the left. It's people that that can have good intentions and not understand the outcome.
Oh, I agree.
And, like a very small group of people have really evil intentions from the outset. But
yeah. Okay. Well, here's another example. Let's take
leftist judges. I can say stuff about pedophile priests that are clearly not
leftist.
Left. Yeah.
Well, they may be. There's a lot in the religious community that priests, especially Catholics, for whatever reason, seem the Pope. I mean, look. I mean, he's pushing for a one world government, and he's saying a lot of leftist sort of leaning positions. But let's take porn for example. I'm sure there's a lot of Christians who, for whatever reason, they can't abstain from watching porn, but that's a weakness that they may have. But that's different than actually promoting it or try, if there was a push to make it illegal, to try to keep it legal, or to try to proliferate it, make it more, to push it on the TV. So, I'm agreeing with you that, yeah, Christians aren't perfect by any stretch, but biblically, it's not biblical, and I think most Christians, if they have an issue with it, if they're really Christians, then they hate it. They hate that sin, and they hate, that they have that weakness.
What's wrong with porn?
So that's the difference. On the left, atheists would probably not think that it's necessarily inherently wrong. So that's the fundamental difference between the two camps. If you're really a Christian, then you're going to hate your own sin.
What's inherently wrong about it?
Okay, well, I mean, that's not what I'm arguing. I mean, you're talking about two completely different worldviews coming at that subject from different angles. I mean, as a Christian, Jesus says if you look upon a woman with lust, then you've already committed the sin. So porn. There's so much stuff wrong with it. I wouldn't even know where to begin. I've got to go in here in a second, but I mean, just for example, I mean, if you're married, it can kind of give an idea of sex. It can kind of warp your brain and maybe make you approach your wife differently, maybe like as a sex object. Having basically these women who are in porn and the men are basically paid prostitutes. So they're bringing women on camera. They're abusing them for a relatively small fee. It's made a nation of porn addicts, where before you had to actually go to the video store or, or buy a magazine or something. Now it's like right there that you can just access instantly, and even kids can access it instantly. And so we've basically got a whole nation that they are addicted to porn. So I think even most people on both sides would agree that if most people in society are addicted to porn, that's probably not a great thing. As a Christian, I would say, someone who's got that weakness, and all men struggle with weakness, of temptation and looking at women, but when you succumb to it, it can get in the way of your relationship with God, and it separates us, and so it's harmful and destructive to our faith. I know atheists don't have that issue, but we do. So, and even an atheist, look. I mean, as a parent, would you want your kids knowing that you're coming home and you're watching all this stuff? And I mean, it's just there's something about it that doesn't reflect great on the person. I mean, if all your neighbors and coworkers knew that you were into this, gay porn or whatever kind of freaky stuff on the internet, I mean, it's kind of seedy.
I understand. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think there's a lot of other things too, but I really do gotta go.
Yeah. I see. I think the problem is more lying in the kind of over-sexualization in society, but it's done in such a way that reversing it would take well, a whole lot of reversing to do that.
I don't know how you could reverse it unless you made porn illegal. Unless you took it off. I mean, it's just right there. It's just with 1 or 2 clicks and you're there.
And the thing is, lust is part of nature, part of human nature. Lust is really something that will. I mean, you try to maybe if you try to like make it porn illegal, it would still be legal. Like underground, it would still be.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think it would be a lot like outlawing alcohol.
Yeah.
You would create a black market. Like you wouldn't really get rid of it. If you want to regulate it, then you have to keep it legal, and you can use the legal system to basically like for example, I think in California, like if you're making a pornographic film in California, like all the actors have to basically practice safe sex as a way of demonstrating it, like to the people that are watching it, presumably. And that's the thing that, like, if it was just outright banned, then you would not be able to do that kind of thing at all.
Yeah, there would be no guidelines or any accountability before law,
And personally, I'm finding pornography. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting nauseous just by looking at it. I think that I think there are certain types of porn where it can be done very romantically and very benignly. And I think it would, if we're gonna, I don't think it's probably the right thing to just outright illegalize it. But if we could somehow be sure, first of all, not to go into the types of depravity that it seems to be heading towards, and if we could have some type of assurance that what we're looking at, the women involved. Actually, I've also increased the age of consent to 25, and I think as long as we knew that maybe like a green seal of approval, knowing that everything that took place was legit, and if it was heavily moderated.
It is though heavily moderated.
I think that the industry can do a lot of that like itself. Like it can kind of have like its own little like internal policies. I mean, I know they had to deal with like the AIDS like epidemic, like in previous generations and stuff.
The real problem is the depravity that it seems to keep pushing. It keeps getting like, what can we do that's even more deprived than the last thing that we've done, right?
What's deprived about it? It's consensual and it's done with
I don't think anybody in their heart of hearts intuitively believes that it's good. I don't think anybody in their heart of hearts intuitively believes.
Why not? Why not?
I don't know.
I think what you got, like,
okay. Here we go.
Like, I think there's a lot of nuance between your two positions, because there are people who go into the industry and they've really thought it through. They wanted to do it. They have their own code that they're going to be themselves while they're working in this industry, and no one is going to change them or kind of get them to do anything that they don't want it to do. There are other people who are kind of down on their luck, and they're in the industry because they see opportunity there, but it's not really what they want to do. It's basically a means to an end, and those people can be exploited, and they can be exploited in ways.
Signing the wrong contract. So
Right.
Not reading between the lines.
Yeah, like it happens in the music industry. It happens in like all these other. I'm sure it happens like in sports as well. Like you could have an agent that's kind of dicking you over, or something like that. But and so there's going to be people who are right for the industry,
and that are never being exploited, and then there are people that assume that they can navigate it without being exploited, and they end up actually being exploited. I mean, like I think there's like a lot of nuance like in between the two oppositions that you guys are talking about.
Do you guys not think that porn in general, like I think it was Dionysus, is that his name? Yeah, I said something about this, about the loving act. And that's one of my things is that it seems like porn, not only is it addictive, but it kind of messes with the mind, I think, and like with the male mind, it couldn't help but make women more of just a sort of a filthy sort of sex object, as opposed to, if you're married, there's something about, coming together and being one flesh with that person, being in love with them. When you make love to your wife, it's a great and beautiful thing, or it should be, and not some of the. I'm just saying that some of the porn can screw up the mind and turn sex into something that it isn't really a beautiful thing anymore. It's more of almost a violent act, and you know what I mean.
More of a general act of
people, whether I don't care what the studies say, people do imitate what they see, as called vicarious learning, whether you know it or not. Like when we were younger, we watched Fight Club, and we created a Fight Club. So these young kids are watching this porn, and they're imitating things that they're seeing in porn in real life, and I do think that does hurt the relationship in the long run.
And I would disagree with that.
You can say that about everything, really. Any movie, any book.
So wait a second. If you go to a web page and you see an ad in the sidebar with like gay sex, so you're gonna do gay sex? That sounds very silly. That sounds like
Or if you play a violent video game, are you gonna go and
Yeah, if you're
using extremes to disprove the general.
You are talking about an extreme.
You are really talking about an extreme thing.
I am saying I have, from anecdotal evidence, if that matters in conversation, from anecdotal evidence that people have seen things in porn and have imitated these things, and probably have regretted imitating those things afterwards, because I think even Nadia would agree that it can cause damage in the relationship.
Probably regret it.
I think your
probably
point is that people are influenced by things, or they don't know that they're being influenced by them until after, like, the influence has already kind of set in.
The subconscious, though, the whole subconscious influence argument, though, I don't think it has
the brain is not the same when you're 19, when you're 30. All right, the frontal cortex develop in the amygdala finishes develop, which what we consider the moral part of the brain. So what I'm trying to say.
One at a time.
What's that?
I said one at a time. You interrupted there, Dan.
Sorry. Who's that interrupt?
Me, but
sorry,
go on. I thought, yeah.
Okay, I was just saying that. Okay, so let's say like I've done crazy shit when I was 19 years old that I think we've already talked about that. I don't want to talk about it again. But we've done crazy shit when we're 19. So we may see stuff and imitate this stuff in pornography. But then like when you're trying to have like what's considered to be a true genuine relationship of trust, by the time that you get to that age of maturity, which I would say like 30, 28, where the frontal cortex is finished developed, the amygdala has finished developing, you can start to have what would be considered pangs of conscience, in the sense that you've objectified something that you loved when you were younger, and now that you've seen that what you've done, basically you've recognized that that was wrong. But it was too late, because this stuff has been exposed to us while we were 18. For some people as early as 12 or 13 if they have the internet.
Okay.
So I think that's a big problem.
Opinions change, though. When you're 12, you don't approve or like what you have seen when you were 4 years old. To be fair, you're not a fan of all the child shows you've seen when you were 4 or 5. We change gradually all the time. It's not something that's like, oh, we're gonna love it now, but then boom comes this like 25 or something, we just hate everything. Generally, it's very rare that that's the case, but yeah, that's basically what I was about to say.
it would be nice if there was some sort of technology, and I think it could be done now, that something along the lines of a fingerprint or something like that, where a
What,
site,
sorry, Tommy? A fingerprint.
a fingerprint, like something that would physically keep kids off of these sites. Like in other words, like if you wanted to subscribe to a porn site and you're an adult, you had to somehow some way of identifying yourself with that site that you could put your finger on the screen or whatever, or even.
Are you trying to keep it away from kids? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is
yeah,
you would think there's somebody smart enough out there to be able to figure out a way to keep kids out of these places.
It would be costly. It would be
I cannot
very costly.
imagine what I cannot imagine what I've got like a bunch of friends who like are single moms, and basically I cannot imagine raising kids where they've got access to the same internet as everybody else, like the same adult level internet.
Antiviruses actually have protection against adult websites for kids as well. You can have an antivirus, and you have like this adult restriction option that you can put for kids.
Yeah, it's available. But
yeah, it is.
Like, I was actually talking to like a friend about this the other day, and like what he would like it to do is to give his phone to his to the a 6-year-old or the 8-year-old like who was babysitting, and basically like be able to enter something in the phone where it locks like everything except for like these like 5 apps on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because he's got he's got personal information on the phone that he would like it to keep private. Like, there's also stuff that like he doesn't want a thing accidentally like deleted or tampered with. But as far as I can tell, they're like I'm sure there are people out there that are working on on apps or for kids and apps like to keep kids like locked out of adult content. But I don't hear enough about that like in the media, and it seems like a thing that is kind of desperately needed, considering like the prevalence of smartphones and stuff.
Yeah, I think porn like that can influence, especially young kids, and kind of lead them towards violence, and that's true of adults too. I think science has shown that, or at least studies have shown that people who watch porn are more likely to be violent. And like someone said earlier about kids and developing brains. I was listening to a show the other day. It was a radio show, and it was kind of about the basic thing is relationships, and this one person called in and said that it was his daughter talking about her son, and he was 6 years old, and he kept going to all these porn sites. 6-year-old somehow was able to navigate that, and he was just obsessed with it, and kept getting around different barriers that they put up. And anyway, it was just he was just talking about all the different ways that it was influencing his personality, and none of it was good, and it was making him angry, and he was showing signs of not being able to pay attention in school, and just a lot of things. So I think porn can get in your brain. It can sort of maybe rewire your brain, especially kids, as they're developing, and there's just got to be a way to keep them off. And
rewire your brain? What do you mean, like genetically change your brain, just how it operates or something?
Yeah, I mean that's not
like
even controversial.
It's not controversial. It's not. Show me a study.
Your brain is plastic.
Does that.
That's what addiction's all about. Just like gambling,
That's addiction. Addiction is something that is not, happens when you watch porn. It's something that is actually more of a personal issue even before you watch porn or go gambling. It's a personal issue that can be medicated.
Look up epigenetics and brain rewiring. There's a ton of stuff out there.
That's the first time I've heard about it.
Yeah.
That's why I would say, like, if you can show me a study, that would be good.
Your brain is changeable in plastic. So the things you think, the emotions you have, that's why certain people with certain, maybe if it's depression or if they're chronically guilty or chronically lonely, all those things show up in their brain, and they have physical characteristics that reflect these emotions and your state of being, basically. So your brain is kind of a reflection of your thoughts and your emotions. Weird, but true. Yeah, hey guys, I gotta go, actually. So, good to see y'all. Have a good one.
Have a good one. See ya.
Okay, Tom. Good evening, Ocean. Have you not got a mic, Ocean? Oh, okay. Alright, I think we might have an Ocean troll here.
Interesting statement about the rewiring. I would just wonder what kind of brain DOs.
Is this the real Ocean? This is what I'm wondering.
It is probably the real one. It's probably the real
No, I don't know. I think it might be. I think it might be his mum.
I don't know. Can you imagine the amount of brainwashing
his mom?
Yeah, I think it might be his mum.
Really?
She does that sometimes. Yeah, she comes on in his place when he's at work or something.
Oh.
What?
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
Oh my gosh. Does he live with his mom or something?
I've got no idea.
Okay.
It does kind of feel like it's a different Ocean. I'm getting that vibe. Something's off a little bit.
Wow again, you see, saying wow again, you see. I think I've got it right. I think I've nailed it.
I mean, if it is Ocean's mom, I'm sure she's a nice lady and stuff.
No,
I don't have anything.
I've nailed it. I've nailed Ocean's mom.
A fine young man.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the power.
Simon, you're an asshole.
Oh, the power.
No, for starters, I do not live with my mom. Good lord.
It's just because you were off mic.
I know. And you coaxed me into getting on. I was like, I'm too lazy to put it in, and that was like Tommy Hall was making all these dumbass comments. And
If Tommy only knew that I masturbate like daily, and I watch porn from like when I was like.
I think he's well aware. But also, you don't necessarily hide it.
Yeah, I don't. I really don't. I don't care, bro. There are chicks who actually masturbate daily. Like, it's nothing to be afraid of. Like,
there are chicks who actually masturbate.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a way to word a sentence.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and they do it when the cameras are not rolling.
And it's like
entirely on their own volition.
I would love to see how I'm rewired by watching porn, though. I would like to see how my brain is quote unquote rewired.
You should see how the bacon chicks masturbate. I'm telling you.
Well, I guess you could try to have an fMRI done while you're viewing stuff. I guess that's a way to do it.
Yeah, but that's really a small time frame, though. You know, you have to look over a whole. Like, if there is a study done like that, that would be good.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, like if for you personally in your life, yeah, that would be a more difficult project to do.
I don't know. I don't see it having any effect on how I behave or anything. It's weird.
Okay. Anyway, my issue with Tommy is he was saying a bunch of stuff that was like, yeah, that's not supported at all.
Yeah, and our culture is still like, as you said, our culture is not accepting sex as something that normal, you know.
Yeah, our culture is desperately afraid of sex. Like,
that's true. That's true.
Then Ocean, what exactly did Tommy say that you disagreed with?
Pretty much anything that he said while his lips were moving.
Yeah, okay, but could you be more specific and narrow it down to 1 30-second burst?
Well, he said that.
He basically said that porn is brainwashing.
He asked me,
everything.
brother. So shut the fuck up first.
I'm sorry.
You have a fantastic ability of talking too much. With Tommy, he was saying stuff like, it's proven that people who watch porn are more violent. That was something I was like, what? I thought there was a opposite, and also there was this idea of people imitating what's in porn. I was like, what's the problem with that? Like, I don't.
Yeah, exactly. That's also the case. What's the problem? And plus, if you're not gay and you see like a gay advert, like, are you gonna repeat what the advert said? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's overblown. It's over hyperbolic for me.
I didn't know exactly what his problem was.
I think among young people, they may like
the core issues all about
basically aren't.
Holy shit! I'm trying to listen to Frank. Fucking A.
Sorry, like young people who aren't as experienced yet may see they may see something in porn and think that it's like normalized, when really what they are viewing is fantasy, and like it's not a thing that you can just act out. At least not act out without a conversation taking place with your partner, or something like that.
Oh yeah,
and so
I agree with that.
Are ways that young people.
It's a little confused because it's like, I don't know, my sex life has mirrored porn pretty well a few times, but yeah, there's a lot of times there is a conversation that happens.
Yeah, and
this is okay.
And that conversation actually takes place on set, but it's not filmed, and
right.
like in those teens or young people aren't going to see that, and so like they might have takeaways from that.
I also support comprehensive sex education.
Right on. Right on, man.
Exactly, and
that includes things like this is consent. This is what kind of conversations happen before sex. Like this is.
#Lacey Green. #Lacey Green.
Well, I mean, I think Lacey might take it a little far, but I'm more or less.
She's so positive, though. She's so positive. I love her positivity. I love her when she smiles. She's just beautiful.
Honestly, on a lot of things about sexuality, Lacey Green is spot on.
Yeah, she does say a lot of good stuff about sexuality, to be fair. Yeah.
It's when it comes to. There's a few things on feminism where I'm like, Lacey.
Yeah.
But, like on sex.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Sometimes she gets weird, but yeah, we all have that weird part of ourselves, Lacey's not perfect. Do not. #LaceyGate.
Was there a Lacey-gate? What?
Nah, I was just doing the Gamergate thing.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought it was a euphemism.
That whole. Oh Jesus. Yeah. Okay. I won't get into a conversation about that. This is not.
So I don't mean to derail the conversation. So am I banned or not? Because I
don't know. It's up to Nadia.
I can leave. I just thought that I'm basically being punished for having claws, and
you're not being punished for having claws. You're being punished for being an asshole.
I'm sorry.
Well, you're being punished for crossing the line in a really serious way.
I asked the guy to stop slandering me, and he continued to do so.
Right, and then you tried to steal IP addresses from people.
I gave him a legal notice to stop doing it.
No. What? Did you send somebody a fucking subpoena?
I gave him no. In court, you do have verbal notices. All right.
What I'm saying is, did you send somebody anything? Or?
This is not a court, by the way.
The first thing you have to do is give a verbal notice. That's what I did, and he continued to do so.
Then ignore it, bro.
Then you decided to get this IP address.
You see, ignorance is bliss.
And that's what I did was completely legal.
You fished multiple people, by the way, and like why do that?
Well, how else would I send the notice legally?
There's no good reason to do that, is there? Have you hired a lawyer?
I can act as a lawyer as myself. I have done before successfully.
I don't know how successfully. In the article I read about you, you'd hired a lawyer.
No, I defended myself. That's just a front.
Who's love then?
It's just a puppet public defender. But I did all my motions. If you look at the federal court, you see that I was the one who published the motions. The federal case.
All right. If you say so.
I don't have to say it. It's on the internet.
I haven't looked at all
the federal
a few articles about it where there was a lawyer mentioned. My cat is very interested in these boxes that I've opened.
Right.
Like anytime you're in federal court, that's a pretty serious deal.
I know. I won my case.
Like I had a teacher who basically said like, you never want to hear your name versus the United States government or something along those lines, because it's like
they're like Zeus. They basically throw lightning bolts. That's what federal judges do. So, and again, Ocean, I didn't do anything illegally.
No, you didn't do anything illegal. You just crossed a moral line. But I don't know if you're banned. I'm not the king of the world. Nadia is.
I know you wish to be the
105.
king of the world, Ocean. I can.
Well, I am the king of the world, but this just isn't my jurisdiction.
Lol. Yeah, some things that Tommy says is really raising my eyebrow, and it was just like, what? And I love it that he doesn't put up any like sources or any citations. I kind of wanted to say citation needed, but I know it would be a dick move, so I didn't do it.
Well, anyone who has talked to Tommy more than once knows that this is pretty much what happens. Like he says a bunch of things that, like, if he had sources, it'd be a fascinating
Exactly.
discussion,
There's
but
lots to be explained. It's like a sentence after sentence. There's something to be explained that he doesn't fully explain, and he just assumes it and just
Yeah, just rolls with it.
Just rolls with it.
It's
And it's like,
irritating.
yeah. I mean, the guy actually thinks vaccines cause autism, so I mean,
Oh.
I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm actually. I was looking up something. I'm reading. Currently reading on Cherokee hairstyles for a project that I'm doing, and I didn't realize that they basically
Had lots
did
of
mohawks.
hairstyles.
They,
Oh.
yeah, Cherokee did mohawks. I didn't know that.
That's awesome. Yeah, they had that. It was for war people, right? It was for people who were like their war clan or some shit.
No, this says that they. It was common among warriors and just
Yeah.
general.
Yeah, warriors.
It wasn't just warriors. Like, it doesn't specify that it was warriors. So,
Mohawks
but
are
they-
awesome.
Okay. And they also wore ceremonial feathered headdresses. I didn't know that either. I thought that was a Plains Indian thing. This is really neat. I love this book.
Yeah.
I got the Encyclopedia of American Indian Costume. Got it on Amazon a couple days ago, and it just came in, and I'm just like, ooh, got all kinds of awesome information in it.
Yeah, their culture was very unique, I would say. Lots of cultures, not one culture, not all Indian.
No, there's a ton. Like what this encyclopedia does is it has all the different costumes and armors and so on of them. Also ceremonial dress, ceremonial tattoos,
Exactly.
everything. But it's all organized by tribe. So it starts out in the southeast, and then it goes into different regions, and it just lists the tribes. Seems fairly random. Oh, in alphabetical from each region. Okay, that makes sense.
who's the publisher, or like who's the umbrella organization that's compiling everything?
Norton is the publisher. Let me.
Yeah, I hate it when people think that natives were just like savages or something that didn't know anything, it didn't have anything, of value. It just pisses me off. It's like, study some history.
I mean, and even if you don't want to study history, just go see Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, it's Norton and Company. Published first under just Norton paperback.
Okay.
Also had agriculture and everything. So.
Oh really? I mean, if they
I don't know
didn't
how
have
scholarly the source is, but it seems like it's like really well reviewed. So,
if they didn't have agriculture, then the initial English colonists would have starved, and a lot of them actually did starve.
Well, yeah, they also cured lots of stuff. They also had cures.
Kind of rescued them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had medicinal cures.
Yeah, that
or herbal stuff.
Herbal
like
stuff, yeah.
Which just sometimes the cures for random shit can be found in nature, and that's great.
Yeah, exactly.
You just mash up some herbs, and there you go.
Exactly.
What do you want, kitty?
I think that the
my cat is stalking them.
Massacre of the Buffalo is also a topic that I feel like in generations past it would have been a topic that would have been kind of glossed over or kind of laughed at, but I think it's kind of understood now that the way of life that a lot of Indians had around the buffalo was really harmonious, and they had things really well balanced. And the white man essentially destroyed that in a very short amount of time, and how they destroyed it was basically uncalled for. I mean, it was driven by greed and driven by
Christianity, and also Christianity. There were Christian mobs and lynches and all that shit as well.
Oh, directly against the Indians, yeah. But I mean, I'm saying how basically
and witch hunts as well.
In a period of 12 years or something like that, a way of Indian life was utterly destroyed, and it was a way of life that had deep roots, yeah.
They only spent more on defense. If they only spent more on defense and war, if they were only more militaristic, yeah.
Well, they certainly were militaristic.
They were, but they were not really,
They weren't centralized.
They were not on par with the militaristic strength that they encountered, basically.
No, but I mean, you can read Guns, Germs, and Steel and kind of figure out a bit about.
I have so many issues with that damn book. Anyway.
Sure, but
everybody reads it. And then
what we're talking about is a bunch of people who do not have cannons against a bunch of people who do have cannons. Isn't that what we're actually discussing right now?
Yeah, ish. That's.
And we're talking about people who could give smallpox to an entire population and just have them decimated.
The thing is, if smallpox had not been a factor, we'd probably still have an Aztec Empire today, or at least something that related to it. If smallpox had not been a factor, we probably still would have an Aztec Empire or something similar.
That would be so boss. That would be a boss thing.
Would have
the military technology of the Spanish was great, but it was not enough to defeat the Aztec Empire by itself.
Mm-hmm.
It was the smallpox killing millions of them at a time.
Yeah.
It was the big thing because it was basically you've got several ships with hundreds of people on them versus a civilization of 15 million.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of people.
Yeah. So, and also a civilization that was very militaristic, very dominant, oppressing tribes around them through brutal hegemony. The Aztecs were not something to shake a stick at, and Montezuma was actually winning for a while until smallpox happened.
And it's
So-
interesting that when you view smallpox through the lens of Christianity at the time, I mean, if you're in this new land and people are literally dropping like flies before you, then you're going to interpret that as
A miracle. A miracle.
Yeah, your God is on your side.
Yeah, God is on your side.
you're going to interpret it like in such a way that you're not going to connect with the suffering of other human beings. Like,
Yeah, you're not going to be rational about it either, you know, basically. Or sympathetic. Because, you know, the God of the Bible is by no means a sympathetic God or a thoughtful God, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like arguably the Aztecs were more powerful than the Europeans invading. Problem is they didn't have immunity to smallpox.
Also, I took Canadian history class. In the Canadian history class, I heard that French colonists also used smallpox-covered sheets and just gave them to the natives as a tactic to, you know, to infect them with the smallpox disease.
Yeah. But in Canada, you did have a different culture.
Yeah, it was slightly different. It was more
Indians, because in Canada there was a lot of fur traders and people who would have more of a symbiotic relationship
with natives. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same with blacks. We also freed the blacks earlier. I think we had blacks liberated earlier than the U.S., but I'm not sure. Black loyalists, we had them. We had those types of, you know, basically the noble black men, basically.
I'm curious. Like, are there like national museums for like Indians, like in Canada? Like in BC, we have like a museum like of the Native American Indian, and it's actually a pretty good museum because it does a good job of kind of telling different sides of, like, you know, events. Yeah. And like, I was curious, like, if there was a comparable one in, like, Ottawa or something.
Probably. I've not been to one, but I think, like, logically it would follow that there is. Yeah. Because natives are very respected in Canada. We've made treaties with them and everything.
Yeah. I would be interested to know how the treaty system is different, like, up there in Canada. Well, like, what I'm saying is that
they basically get more hunting ground than Europeans. They don't pay taxes in certain stores as well. So yeah, they have, you know, they have.
Okay. And so if I'm a Native American and if I'm off reservation, like in, you know, a podunk town, or if I'm like in the capital and like I'm at a store buying goods, like I'm not charged like any sales tax. Is that?
Yeah, in certain stores. There's only certain stores that are doing that. Yeah, but yeah,
okay.
some stores you. Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. Also, you get more hunting ground and shit. That's also good, I guess.
Yeah, I ask like about the treaty stuff because, like, in going through the museum where I live, and kind of remembering my history classes, like, treaties would be agreed to in this country, and then they would be broken. And sometimes, you know, a treaty would be not agreed to, and there would be some strong arming until until the Indians were going to sign whatever the white man kind of presented, and I'm curious, if that history of using treaties as a tactic to basically as a tactic to basically screw over of the Indians, I wonder if that's if that occurred in Canada historically. I wonder if it only occurred to a lesser degree.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. I can speculate that it has occurred, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. I'm not, expecting you to have those answers.
Yeah. I'm hearing you. Man. Also, always a good thing to have a conversation, anyways. Healthy conversation. It's always healthy for the mind and for the soul. Quote unquote, the soul.
Did you say the quote unquote soul?
Yep.
It's very diplomatic for one of these rooms. I like that.
Yeah. I'm a very diplomatic kind of
There's
person.
the crap about the Cherokee I had no clue about. Fuck! I'm glad I got this source. There's also this encyclopedia I was mentioning earlier. Also, at the end of each section has a list of sources for extended reading.
I have a native friend, and she tries to teach me how to speak native language, but it's very tough.
Which tribe?
The tribe that is in Nova Scotia. I forgot the tribe. I'm very
the Hopi?
No. Okay, Mi'kmaq tribe. Micmac tribe. We have a mall named after.
Oh, okay, Micmac. Yeah, okay, I see.
Micmac.
They're a tribe that still exists.
Wait, bro, you're now an Indian too?
What? No, I'm not an Indian. What?
I thought you were talking about yourself because you said we have a what is it? What did you say? Supermarket name after us?
No, we have a mall that is named after the tribe, the Mi'kmaq tribe.
Oh.
And she goes to shop there. Sometimes we shop there as well.
I was like, wait, you told me it was a Jew.
Named after an Indian word that means.
Oh man, this tribe is huge. There's a lot of information about them.
Ocean, do you have any Indian blood in you?
No. Well, apparently there's a little bit of
Von
Cherokee.
Helton does. Von Helton does. Von Helton's an Indian.
Not enough to mention.
Okay.
Alright, do you know that Von Helton thinks he's an Indian?
He is like 1/8.
He's like, I'm an Indian, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's an eighth, that's enough to claim government subsidies on.
I'm 1/8 Potawatomi Indian from Kansas.
I'm 1/8 Cossack and a Jew.
Fuck yourself.
No, honestly, no, really.
I don't give a shit.
Well, fuck you too, bro.
Kozak, that shit some Ukrainian roots in you, eh? You have some.
Well, yeah. My dad is Ukrainian. Fuck.
That's cool.
Were the Cossacks an ethnic group, or was it like a social?
Yeah.
My grandmother is Yiddish. Because there's lots of Yiddish population in.
I love how somebody asks another person specifically a question, and then brother just starts talking.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, bro, you have this bad habit.
I have a horrible habit. I have to stop this shit. I really do.
How many times I've made a point and ask somebody, and then you go, oh, bicycles.
Like, yeah,
Is it bicycles?
Bicycles?
It's just like someone says, "Hey, Ocean, do you have a little bit of Indian in yours?" Then brother goes, "Blah blah 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 blah." Jesus fucking Christ! Nobody can answer a question.
So I'm gonna repeat the question, and so you can get ready, brother. But is Cossack an ethnic group, or is it just like a social class?
Yes.
Ethnic group.
Fucking chisels.
Okay, is it an ethnic group that is spread across like a variety of nation states?
Yes,
Like
Russia
just over
has. Yeah, Russia has Cossacks as well. Russia and Ukraine, I think.
How about Poland? Would there be some in Poland?
Probably, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. I guess that answers my question. Thank you, gentlemen.
Ocean, I wanted to address you on something you wrote about. It says about the porn thing that we were talking about earlier. You were saying that science disagrees. I wouldn't say so. I think right now the consensus with science is that it's still they're still uncertain about the effects of porn.
It's talking about generally with entertainment. People don't imitate what they watch.
Oh, you don't think they do?
Uncertainty does not mean you're right. That doesn't mean you're right, even if it's uncertain.
I didn't. I just said that the consensus.
Yeah.
I'm
just saying. Doesn't mean you're wrong. It doesn't mean you're right.
But even with that being said, we were talking about a whole entire generation of people, and I think that we shouldn't be so loosey-goosey about things like that are so serious.
You know that there are some studies proving that violent video games do actually cause anger or negative traits as well in humans.
Go ahead, sorry.
The negative traits in your mom, if you know what I mean.
But that doesn't really make video games absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not willing to buy the video game argument. I am more likely to buy the movie because we do learn vicariously. Because he's a real. I mean, we are seeing like real people doing real things. Or at least the illusion is there. And I also do buy the argument that music can also make people behave differently. I mean, even Plato talked about that in the Republic.
Music does. Music actually, when you say that, music actually does influence your behavior. That's true. That's true.
I think it's probably short term because, for example, if you're listening to like Eminem, like rap, for example,
it's not
you can have a rush of like dopamine. I don't think that it's like a drug, right? It's not going to last. So if I'm listening to Eminem and I'm getting all revved up, by the time I get into my car and go to McDonald's and then to the university, I'm going to be probably back to being stable, right? But if you're in your car on a Saturday night and you listen to Eminem or something, it doesn't have to be rap. It can be anything that's in that type of. It could be heavy metal, for example, or it could be the Misfits. Who knows? But if you're in that set on a Saturday night, it may push you to do something that you otherwise would not do.
Misfits are actually the shit. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a fan of them.
I love the Misfits. No, I'm not like talking shit about the Misfits.
Awesome.
I like G.G. Allen as well.
Yeah, nice. No Effects is also good. I like No Effects. Their old stuff, I love it.
They're kind of whiny though, and I kind of got tired of it, especially. But they're not too bad. I like their older stuff, like
yeah, same.
Drunken Public or Public, whatever it's called. But speaking, I used to like Rancid a lot. But I'm still a huge G.G. Allen fan. And
Weird Al, I love Weird Al as well.
Who's that?
Weird Al Yankovic.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. What about?
He's a comedian.
He's a comedian, but he's awesome though. He's awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Is he the one that mocks other people?
Yeah.
Okay, I know you're talking about now.
He made a few movies being like in one of his characters. The last one was the Dictator.
Yes, the Dictator. Yes.
That was funny. Kind of funny. It's this weird humor that he has because as a dictator, he sort of decreed that right is wrong, right, and wrong is right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And somebody shot somebody because of this confusion or something. But just the shock value of his comedies is priceless when he talks to normal people.
If you want shock quality, go watch Borat. Borat is awesome. I fucking love Borat.
Yeah.
I love how he describes his whole country as so anti-Semitic and shit. It's like, what the
and it's pretty much Russia, right? It's like the suburbs of Crimea, really. what he describes there. It's the typical sort of Slovenian type of culture.
I think in Russia it's way more subtle though. It's not as horrible as as what you see in Borat though.
Oh, I'm talking about sort of the general sort of thing that he was showing, right? It's just pretty much he might as well have been in my grandmother's village, really.
Jesus, man, what kind of place do you live in, man?
It's a suburb, dude. Old communist suburb.
Well, yeah. It figures. Poland is also very right. Ultra
Jew
right.
boy, you've been spoiled, Jew boy. You don't know your roots.
Yeah.
What you see in Borat, that's your country, man. That's your heritage. Enjoy it.
Oh, Poland takes it to a whole nother level, though. Poland is just properly fucked, with their whole, fascist movement.
Polish people are just dumb.
Kurwa!
I was joking, by the way. I'm drunk. I have to say I'm drunk because it's my fucking birthday, actually.
But Poland did suffer a lot, though. Poland did suffer a lot from the communist regime. So I mean, you can't blame them. It's just the way it is there. No, the Polish chicks are hot, man. Damn. Most Slavic chicks are, but that's kind of overgeneralizing.
I'm starting to think that Middle Eastern women are kind of attractive. I don't know, maybe it's a new thing that I'm getting.
Oh, dude, you've been too much around Godless Girl now.
No, it's nothing to do with Godless. Who's that porn star? That's I think she's really pretty.
Mia
Khalifa.
Yeah, starts with a K.
Damn. Yeah, she's hot. Yeah. She's Lebanese as well.
I dated a Lebanese woman once. Go ahead.
Really? Awesome, bro. I know. I have a Lebanese chick living like a block away from me. We're friends and everything. She's not very hot though, so. But she's very nice. I like their food as well. Their food is just delicious. I love it. Most Middle Eastern food is awesome. Have you guys ever ate hummus?
Yep.
I have it in the refrigerator right now.
Man, I love hummus. Shit. I love it.
Your mama used to make hummus for me.
Cool. You have to share it though, don't be a spoiled little Jew boy. Oh, man.
He's an excellent little saver, that's what he is. Not stingy, just good saver.
And basically Albania and all those regions are just basically remove kebab. Godless Kafir, if she would migrate there, she would love it there. Because they hate
kebab
Muslims.
Is awesome.
Yeah. They basically all remove kebab. They basically all hate Muslims there.
Where?
In Albania and
Really?
And, yeah. Those regions.
Fucking racists.
Even their communist leader was kind of racist. He had some racist kind of ideology mixed there. It was weird. He was a populist, so it was kind of a populist type of commie. So Godless Kafir, she should migrate there, live happily ever after.
No, I would maybe try to pursue it, but I know she'd probably take more pleasure in trying to humiliate any guy who tries to go after her. So.
Yeah, I would say don't stick your dick in crazy. That's my general.
It's not a lot if you can get away with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Crazy fuck's good. That's the thing.
No, true enough.
Yeah, I speak from experience, but you better not disturb around.
I love how we turned this hangout into some misogynist hegemony.
There's nothing to do with misogyny. This is about fucking chicks. The girls can talk about fucking.
How dare you, misogynist? How dare you? Fucking dare you.
Oh, David is here. Douche David. What's up, bro?
Oh, fucking
Not so
David
tough.
joined. Where is David?
Not so tough where you're unbroadcasted, right?
Lol. David and Almond showed. Nice. Gonna be good.
FYI, I'm drunk.
I wish I was drunk.
Yeah, how about broadcasting me so I can talk, motherfuckers?
What
Yeah, really, that was fucking longest it's ever taken.
what are you drinking, Art?
Oh, I drank some Russian champagne and a bit
You're
of red wine.
tipsy. Hey, you're tipsy. You're already tipsy. You fucking lightweight
Tipsy.
loser.
Slurring, he's slurring.
Did you have any occasion for that, or did you just drink champagne?
Well, it's Thursday.
It's my birthday actually today. So yeah.
Oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy
Thank you.
birthday.
Birthday,
Thanks,
any
guys.
prize
Thanks,
that you
guys.
want to do.
This, to be fair though, this is the first time I drank when it is an actual occasion. All the other times,
You don't need to justify yourself, bro.
I appreciate your
Drink whenever you want, bro.
I appreciate your honesty there. That's great.
yeah.
You
You'll
be
get only that honesty when I'm drunk,
drinking.
so you basically get it from me all the time.
Surfboard.
I will remember that.
Oh,
Every day
man.
is Art's birthday.
Yeah, who's talking about Anarchist Cafe?
Oh, Brad was talking some smack about her dude. You cannot believe this. It was
Yeah.
it was like dissing a girlfriend, bro.
Yeah, man.
She's not my
Totally.
girlfriend. She's the bunny to my Clyde.
What the fuck? What are you talking about?
You mean that, like, in the end, you guys are gonna be like riddled with bullets from Tommy guns? Is that what you mean?
I don't know.
Hey, whatever floats his boat. Don't judge.
Yeah, right.
Hey, David. David, do you
Either
have Viber?
coffee or I'm going to bed in 10 minutes. It's one of the two. It's not going to be the latter, I think. So.
It's like
David, do you have Viber?
It's like evening guys are for you, Euro guys.
Yeah. Euro for us, Euro trash. Yes.
No. I would not use, like, you guys are not like Chavs or any of the other like true Euro trash that I hear about. I would never say Euro trash to describe you guys.
I would.
Okay.
Hey, David,
Yeah, what's up?
do you have Viber?
You mean internet? Quick internet, Viber-ish?
I don't know. I thought there's a software called Viber. It's kind of like Skype.
Oh, no, I mean, okay, so the translation is in Dutch is Vezel, and you have Vezel internet, Viber internet, and that's pretty quick. I thought you meant that, but I don't know what you are referring to, if you mean if it's
No, I want to connect to you, talk to you about the poker thing. Really interested.
Hey, he wants to
I don't know.
steal your tactics. He basically wants to outbeat you in poker.
Basically, I want to be your apprentice, and I will do your bidding.
You'll be
Alright.
your senpai. You'll be his senpai.
This conversation's really cracking me up, you guys.
Okay, so I have Skype. I'm willing to give you my Skype, but I'm not going to download any other program that I won't use, so it's up to you.
Sure, cool.
This is
Yeah,
getting
I'm
very
like-
shady right now, you know? All the poker stuff. It's kind of
Not as shady as Dionysus was like a few hours ago.
like...
Wait, what? Well,
You
you
don't recall? Never mind.
I just heard how shitty I am.
I betrayed
shady.
the Atlas Cafer today, and then she proceeded to hit on Dionysus just to spite me. That was a classy move. That was nice. That was so. That was funny.
She's a fucking fan of Sheamus, for fuck's sake. I don't know why.
Well, I am too.
Weiner. What? Come on.
I like Sheamus.
Just to piss off Bro even more, I'm gonna say that I'm a fan of Sheamus.
I actually like Sheamus as well. So, and I'm not even a Christian.
He's
Bro,
a
you're in the
fucking
minority.
troll. He's a troll. He's a fucking troll, man.
He's not a troll. No, he might be a whiny
Sheamus is
bitch,
not a
but he's
troll.
not a troll.
Dude, just accuse him of being.
I think anyone who really has problems with Shamos needs to just take 20 minutes and talk to him about a topic that is not
It's not religion.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to him about the ocean for 20 minutes, you'll actually have a good conversation with him. He's a perfectly nice guy.
It's just when it comes to religion, he becomes a whiny ass bitch. Yeah.
I mean, that's what people tend to say. Yes, yeah, but I mean, in general, he's perfectly fine.
I guess so.
I mean, you can be a cool person and a whiny bitch.
Yeah, it's kind of like me and feminism, It's kind of like me and feminism. I can kind of relate to that.
I'm pretty sure that you look feminine in real life.
Not really.
Oh.
Not really. Not really. Not really. You can actually.
His mom looks feminine in real life.
I love how he immediately tries to defend himself and is all.
Not really. I'm not feminine.
Defensive. No, man, I'm buff as fuck. You even live, bro? You even live, bro?
Yeah. Do you even live, bro? Do you? I can outlift you, man.
Do you even?
How much do you live, brother?
Bro.
I used to bench 195 pounds, bro. 2 times.
That don't mean shit. I'll shoot you in the back of the head. So.
Fuck.
195 pounds?
Yeah.
That's
I'll
like
have a beautiful lady hits on
90 kilo.
you and slip some poison in your drink and bye-bye, brother.
Well, you see, I wouldn't drink it from her because that would be misogyny. I would be like, fuck this.
And lives. I stop lives like a stoplight.
A stoplight hit. That's low, man. That's just too low. That's even.
The life stopper.
Stopping lights like red lights. Car stopping. Right. Do I have to explain that metaphor to you, brother?
Not really.
Brother.
Not really. Oh, wow. Wow.
Wow, wow, wee, wow.
Wow. Borat, yes. Wow, wow, wee, wow. I got the reference. Yeah, that's from Borat. He says that. Yeah.
No.
I love it. Wow, wow, wee, wow.
David, that's
haven't
not
seen
your
that
culture. Don't appropriate Borat's culture. I know it's our. You're not a Slovenian. Damn it.
Is that where he was from in that movie?
Not sure.
No, he was from Kazakhstan.
He was from Kazakhstan. Oh no! Remember when he drives past the Uzbekistani fucking the thing in America when he drives past the what is it called? Shit. What was it? Oh yeah, the Uzbekistani embassy, and he starts swearing at it. Fuck you! Go back to Uzbekistan. It's like what the fuck? If it was filmed live and I would love to see the reaction. I would love to see.
I live outside of DC, and I could tell when they were in DC, it's the real deal.
Well, when he was giving the speech in the cowboy rally or something, the cowboy ring, that was awesome.
Yeah.
The reactions were priceless.
Dude, it takes a lot of courage, to basically put yourself out there. In those kinds of situations, if you're trolling a police in a very mild way, eventually they're gonna figure out that you're not a real threat,
But look, Jackass does it all the time, though. Jackass does it all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but if you're in front of a crowd of ordinary people and you're trolling the shit out of them, I mean, who knows what they're gonna do, how they're gonna react.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if people are drunk, if people have guns, in the parking lot and stuff,
Yep.
I think what he said, at the, I would not go to Alabama and try to stir up any trouble because that's how you end up, dead basically.
Have you seen his tribute to George Bush when he pees on a tree? Well, that one's comical. Or I suppose a tree or something. It was George Bush's tree or something. I don't care.
A friend of mine, long time ago, before 9/11, we were teenagers and stuff. We're heading out
like of the city, and like someone really needs like it to pee, and so it's like okay, it's like 3 in the morning or something. We'll just kind of stop here, like we'll pee on this building, and then we'll go home. And like it turned out that like my friend basically urinated like on the FBI building, like like on the Hoover building, like in DC.
Nice. Good for him. Good for him, man.
Oh yeah. Like he got props like from.
Fuck the police! Come straight from the underground. Okay. My friend actually got arrested for peeing in public for misconduct. I'm not even fucking joking. In Canada, police are very fucking, they're in it, man. They're just like.
I got arrested coming out of a bar on the street in public. So that's kind of bullshit.
Can you can you drink on the street like in certain parts of Canada?
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't do that.
Because I mean, in most of the United States, like you're not allowed to either. But I've heard that like in Berlin, you can basically just walk around, and drink a beer, and no one's gonna mess with you.
You can do that in New Orleans. You can do that in New Orleans. You can't have bottles.
Okay. But like I've heard that in Berlin that they're very strict on public urination, and so like if you're just gonna walk around like and drink all day, and like eventually have to go, like you better find a designated place like to do your business, because the police can actually find you on the spot and like ask you to give like 50 euros or something like to them like on the spot like for public urination. But
wow, this is kind of like bribes in Russia. You can bribe the police.
Well, I mean, I don't really think it's like a bribe. Like it's more that like they are very because like if you're gonna allow people to like openly drink and walk around your city
and piss everywhere, yeah, that's not gonna end up.
Downside is that like your city could basically end up like unwalkable to anyone who's not drunk as shit, right?
Yep, and smell like shit and smell like piss.
Yeah,
which is disgusting to be fair. Yeah.
And puke.
Yeah. Yeah. German beer is great though. My friend gave me a sample. It was good. I don't know how he fucking got it over the border, but he somehow got it.
Your mama gave me a sample.
Oh.
If you know what I mean.
Of what? Of cocaine?
I don't think I should explain it more. I think it's obvious.
That pussy, dog.
Yeah.
Well, if that's what you like,
Aren't you faggot?
Mom looked so much better when she was in her 20s. It's weird, like Slavic chicks look so good when they're young, then they get older and they look like shit. They just basically.
Isn't calling your mama shit? Guys, there's a trick there, though. There's a trick there. What you need to do is look at your mother and look at the.
It's kind of the same with Asian women too.
No, Asian women always look good. Yeah.
Yeah, they always look young as well. That's weird.
No.
That's not true at all. That's not true at all. Eventually, they turn into like Yoda. Like a pale version of Yoda.
And it can happen very quickly, guys. Like you can think, oh, they're gonna look great forever, and then it's like you turn a corner, and yeah, it's.
Well, I mean, and I'm not trying to brag here, but like my girlfriend's 38, and she doesn't look. I mean, I'm not saying she doesn't look older than 22, but I mean, she still has a very, very youthful.
Yeah.
So that probably will last until like 45 to 50, I would think.
Right. And then it's gonna go to shit. Like,
well, it's better than like getting like somebody who goes out like the first time they pop out a kid.
Yeah. I've seen that.
The trick is to look at genetics. Look at their mother, and you'll see a picture.
Yep, that's the way to go. That's true.
Yeah.
My dad genetically, my grandmother from my dad's side is a German, and my grandfather from my father's side is Maybe a Spanish person, maybe not, because he used to be what is it? What is it called? Like a homeless kid. But when the time was when there was lots of German homeless, not German, Spanish Spanish homeless kids.
You mean an orphan?
Yeah, an orphan. Yeah, there was lots of Spanish orphans in the time, and he was part of the group with Spanish. So he probably, and he looks like a Spanish. He has like darker skin and everything.
Is that why your name is Brother?
What?
What did you do?
Well, what does that have anything to do with it?
You said he has dark skin.
Brother, bro.
Bro, nah, man. I'm fucking white. I don't have an ounce of, and yeah, when I can't even get a good tan as well, which sucks. I'm genetically inferior.
Well, that's because you live in Canada.
I used to live in Israel.
Oh.
By the way, I was born in Israel.
Okay.
Lived there for 13 years, so in the south of it, and I was still white. So I mean, yeah, it's my genetics.
Well, I mean, you can't be whiter than David, so I mean, I think you're good.
Yeah.
He's from the Netherlands.
I see.
Yeah, David is probably the whitest guy in here, but he's trying to be so, gangster. So, like, hip.
He's got the Ebonics down pretty solid.
Yeah.
Are you guys talking about David?
Yeah.
Well, he's probably a pothead, so like many people in the Netherlands.
It's not legal there, is it?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Well, it's not legal in Czech Republic, but pretty much you can do it and you'll not suffer anything serious. Europe is really, really lenient on pot.
See, I finally found it. I don't know. I heard my name. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You were saying how awesome you are. How
we're talking about how
For sure. Okay,
I was saying how like just how handsome you look.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
So I found the lyrics.
I'm so curious why you always have a woman as your avatar, David.
It's the same chick. It's my crush.
Oh.
Who is?
With the angel picture. It's the same lady.
Wait, I thought it's Goddess Girl who you have a crush on. You betray her.
She has to share.
We have similar tastes. I think she's really pretty as well.
Like,
who, Goddess Girl?
You know,
yeah, David's avatar.
You're just a model.
Am I the only one?
This is Grimes. It's the baddest bitch.
Okay. Oh, Grimes? Oh, yeah, the Grimes. I saw her first music video when it was like brand new, and it looked like her and her friends just kind of rented a car, drove out to the desert, had like a bunch of cameras, took a bunch of LSD, and like made the video in like a single afternoon. But it's good. Like she's good.
Was she like a vocalist or like a?
Well,
David, are you a fan of Lady Gaga as well?
No.
He's not gay, dude. He's not gay.
She produces
Grimes is a
Alejandro.
Grimes is a vocalist,
the music,
but,
everything.
like she kind of produces.
Okay.
Yeah, like she produces a lot. Like she produces like a lot more like of her output than just like vocal stuff. Like I think she's artistically involved in like everything that has her name attached to it.
You guys send some links to her work?
Yeah, just check out some interviews and try not to fall in love. Okay, I'll link some. Wait.
Huh. I don't know. I might be fighting, you for her at some point if she's that good.
I think you guys need to do 1v1 Counter-Strike, and the winner has to, or like the loser has to give up their romantic interests.
That sounds fair. That sounds very.
No, I was thinking of a Pants Off Dance Off actually.
Pants Off Dance. What?
I don't know what that is. That doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure either. I just thought it's funny, so I use it.
Okay, Frank. So Frank, The link I
I don't know what
posted
channel it was, but there used to be a
is
show called Pants Off Dance Off.
yeah. So the link I posted is an interview. I just think she's the perfect combination of cute and badass. Just check out the link, and I'll try to find a music video.
Yeah, the song I really like, I think it's called Genesis, and
Yeah.
and like it sounds kind of girly in like a pop sense, but like if you listen like melodically and rhythmically, like it just kind of stirs something in me, and like like you kind of know good music when you hear it, and like it's a good track for sure.
It's called the
Yeah,
Polar.
I like her, and I don't want to be a hipster, but I like her previous work. So I also posted a link of
You fucking hipster.
I know, right? So I posted a link of one of
You know
her
who is my crush? Anna Akana. Oh,
Are you rubbing one out? What are you doing right now, buddy?
I don't know. I'm just saying. She's just too good. She's just too good. You know, even for me, I think she's a goddess. I would like pray to her every day.
Oh, okay. Well, you mean ass worship or something?
Oh, just general worship of her. You know, general.
Whoopsie. Well, okay. Anyway, well, I wouldn't worship her.
Clearly don't know who Anna Akana is. She's awesome.
Well, okay. I might do some research. So the second link is one of the clips that made me fall in love with her, basically.
Also, she may have a thing for Russian guys because she has a Russian boyfriend. So you know, I may feel in the.
No, there's still hope. Chase that dream, boy. Chase that dragon.
Yes.
David, do you follow her on Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I haven't really been on Twitter in like years, but like I used to follow her, and you could tell that like she's the only person who's in charge of her account. Like know,
for sure.
Like if there's a post like attributed to her, it's like actually her that is typing it in. Like and so for like all the goddess talk and like all the like admiration, she's still like a normal person and stuff, and I like that.
Y'all are some serious fanboys.
I ain't no shame in my game. I'm a total fan. Yeah.
We just appreciate art. We appreciate the art.
I appreciate art too, but he's drunk right now.
Yeah, I was about to say
that. Fast, he was quick.
David, you're so witty and quick.
And an asshole.
Yeah, true. That's true. But that's ad hominem.
That's true. That's ad hominem. You learned it from the best, man. You learned it from the.
Even an asshole can say 2 + 2 is 4 and be right.
Exactly.
No, that's not true.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Oh, get your cases. Are we doing this? Are we fucking doing this right now? Oh my god.
Yep. Prove your god now, bitch. Do it. I didn't know that they exist.
I like it in movies. When something horrible happens, they say, "Where's your god now?"
Yeah, I said that to Peripheral Prophet when he said that his audio failed. And we were hanging.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Turning this into a house party.
Kind of loved. But I heard a sort of kind of profound answer, but again sort of circular answer to that question, which is that he was where he was when Jesus was crucified. Right? It's kind of deep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
He's there now.
Yeah, he's still waiting for Jesus.
Wow. I'll pick up the phone and call him.
Yeah, really.
This was on the big questions on the BBC, and somebody sort of said it like this, and the black woman was like, yeah, like he was exactly where he was when Jesus was crucified, right? Like it's powerful answer, but it's kind of like, yeah, sure. Anyway, I'm drunk. What the fuck do I know?
Everything.
I do feel like that, yes, when I'm trying.
Yeah, doesn't it feel as though like
You know everything you
there's
know.
like a possibility that's unlocked?
Yeah, it's like
Special powers unlocked, yeah. Yes.
I feel like I can touch the sky.
Yeah, this conversation just fucking died out, man. We need Arcane in here, man. We need somebody who will make it spicy.
Do you ever
Spice things
that,
up.
motherfuckers? Okay,
We
so
need,
check
we
it
need
out.
to spice shit up.
That's what I usually try to do.
Yeah.
But I get
So
the
I actually found I can't stand it when something's in my head and I don't know where it's from. So I did not only find the lyrics of the stopping lives like red lights from the rap, but I actually found the rap song. So I normally don't transmit music through my mic, since there's nobody really talking. Let me do it right now because I think it's awesome. Here, let me check it. Give me like 10 seconds. Here we go.
It's not copywritten.
I think we're getting rickrolled.
Oh, whoa, stop that.
Don't play music, dude. Don't play music in a hangout. Don't play music in a hangout. Hang on.
Okay.
You might get flagged, dude. Goddamn
really?
sneaky. Yeah. Copyright shit.
Yeah, it's retarded, but
What if I timestamp it and put the link in the group chat? Oh, okay.
And if this hangout was off air, would you be able to kind of do that and not like have any repercussion?
Yeah, you would have to. Yeah, you can do that.
No
Like,
problem there.
You would be in the clear if it was off air.
Yep.
Okay.
It's what goes on YouTube. That's
cool.
Yeah, and fucking Grim is annoying like that. He would force us. He would hold the whole hangout hostage, and force us to watch his stupid pseudoscience videos. I listen to them. And we're like, dude, this is not how it goes here.
Yeah.
This is not how it goes in the Great Debate. No. That was a weird thing I did there. Weird.
Yeah, I was like, what accent is that? I was like, is this supposed to be my accent? Are you as a Russian nationalist just trying to do a Russian accent?
Probably.
Yeah. There it is. Well, I expect at least 2 or 3 of you next time after seeing Grimes interview.
I'm subscribed to Grimes, actually.
Oh, very good. To be in love too, and also rocker avatars. That's what you should do.
Maybe.
I think
I think
she might be secretly a satanic witch, and I might be under some weird spell. Could be the case.
Well, if Christianity is true, then she could be a witch, right?
She could be a reptilian as well, wearing a top hat.
I'll kiss her on the forehead before I burn her.
Well, if Christianity is true and rock and roll is like of the devil, then I think
that's bullshit.
I think it's clear what side of that be on.
No, that's
You don't know how many Christian apologists actually made that claim before, David. It was very popular, this whole satanic metal music. It was very popular back in like.
That just I understand. I studied all of that stuff, and it just makes me cringe so hard.
Yeah,
so.
very cringe-worthy.
Because these guys are, if they are real, I've said this before. If they are real Satanists, then they are Anton LaVeyan Satanists. As in, Satan is an archetype or a symbol. They want to rebel, and it's shock value. So they're basically intention whoring. They're
yeah, exactly. I agree. Oh,
yeah, so they are thespians, right? So
yeah,
no fact of the matter. And the Christians are like, oh, look at they sold their soul, and this. If you look at certain things on YouTube, it just makes you. It's just so. I mean, if you ever want to do a study on confirmation bias, you should check out those. They sold their souls to the Illuminati videos. Yeah.
I used to be into that, by the way. I used to be into that conspiracy bullshit. I snapped the fuck out of it and realized it was part of my major depression. Yeah, it was part of me having major depression and seeking some approval and confirmation. So I was like into conspiracies.
David, how do you go around?
You can see right on the video. You can see President Obama's face change into that of a reptile. It's right there on the video. I don't know. I don't know what else I can do for you.
Camera.
Yeah, I don't know what I can do yet. Basically. It's an argument from total ignorance. That's what it is. It's like an argument that can't be disproven. It's basically completely irrational, I think.
Well, pay attention to. So, for example, you have these videos where they pause and say, "Well, look at this symbol. This is a satanic symbol," and look at how they are reading stuff into the music video. And there are actually funny how do you say this parodies or spoofs where they pick a random video and also point out that it is a Illuminati video, and they just they pause it and they randomly pick and point to signs like, oh, look at this. I mean, Celine Dion is totally a Satan worshiper. Look at her hand movement, right? And it's very funny because if you know how to do it, how to read your conclusion into the situation, then everybody can do it, right?
Yeah, it's pattern seeking. That's what it is. It's clueless pattern seeking and confirming it to your base of stupidity or what you believe.
Yeah, it's cherry picking is what it is.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, yeah, it is reading the conclusion into in this case.
Making the conclusion before the evidence is shown.
Yeah, and then you cherry pick stuff out of in this case, the video. So.
I know a YouTuber named Sandrius or some bullshit. He has a whole channel based on this shit. He actually has a fucking playlist where he tries to say that magic is demonic or something. All magicians are like Satanists or some shit, or communicating with Satan. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like
I clearly remember seeing one video where I kid you not, you can look it up, or I can find a link if you don't believe me, but I hope you take my word for it. Where they have this small clip of, I think it's Beyonce at the Super Bowl, where they say and they say, well, look at their eyes here. It's pitch black. Here's where the demon comes in. Oh, and look at this witch, the satanic whore. Here's where the demon travels through her throat, and this is where the demon. I'm like, oh my goodness, like. And this guy, I mean, if it was a troll, okay, fine. But this guy was dead serious, right?
This is the whole fault of having a presuppositional, the presuppositional argument. What they're doing, they presuppose a basis to their conclusions, and they cherry pick anything that goes along with it. That's basically the whole fault of being a presuppositionalist, I think. They presuppose there's a grand conspiracy in the music industry, and then they just go along with it and just.
Well, I mean, everybody has presuppositions, but
yeah, that's true. That's true enough.
If you want to,
I try to have less. I try to have as less as possible.
If you don't want to, well, that's impossible indeed. But if you don't want to be question begging, right, or be guilty of a confirmation bias, then you need to make a. I mean, anybody can make a valid argument, but it needs to be sound also.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but if you look at these specific, videos that we were discussing on what I like to call the bad part of YouTube, it is pretty obvious what
the crazy part of YouTube, basically.
Yeah, but I want to correct you. I don't know if you meant presuppositional apologetics like some Calvinists practice. That has nothing to do with those videos, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a form of presupposition. Thinking that the conspiracy is basically behind everything in existence, sort of the same as saying God is behind.
Yeah, everybody has assumptions.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying. They assume the conspiracy, the grand conspiracy, before actually proving the grand conspiracy, which is an assumption. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen a good video yet where that isn't the case and where they have independent, solid evidence. Where in terms of explanation, inference to the best explanation.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was my phone ringing.
Oh, okay. I bet you that was a Samsung.
Yeah, that's a Samsung.
I know, I'm from the Illuminati. I can watch, I hacked your phone, I can...
I know, you have a Samsung as well, don't you? You have a Samsung Galaxy.
That would be a plausible explanation, but you know that I'm from the Illuminati, right? So I can actually, I hacked your phone.
You can read my phone and shit, you can track it down, basically.
That would be more plausible, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Occam's razor is, that's how you got the answer for it.
Razor Schmeasure is Illuminati.
Hang on a minute. I'm actually looking at a lizard in a top hat, right? So
Yeah,
I'm
man.
just saying, the Illuminati,
Undeniable proof right there.
Yeah, that is the proof right there. My profile pic.
Your cloak is failing, bro. Reconnect.
We figured you out, brother.
Yeah.
Oops. Well, that was unexpected. I guess I have to
was a
shapeshift
dinosaur.
into I guess I have to shapeshift into a turtle or something.
I didn't know it was a lizard or whatever. I thought it was a dinosaur.
Fuck, you know, when you said you're gonna shapeshift into turtle, I was like, oh fuck, if MG Pillbox is watching this, he's gonna lose his mind.
You probably will, and I don't care.
Because he raises turtles for a living. It's like, oh fuck.
I love it. I
Wait a minute. He raises them for a living?
Yeah.
Really?
Sells them.
And he believes all the batshit crazy stuff that he does? That's weird.
Yeah.
But come on, he probably oversimplifies what he calls raising. He probably clears their fucking poo and calls it, oh, I'm raising them, her.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Like, I would just expect
turtles. I think we've just got.
turtles
I
all
think
day.
we've got.
Really calm and collected and, have their stuff all worked out.
Yeah, he could learn a lot from them.
Yeah, exactly. They're slow
Yeah,
and
yeah.
genuine, unlike he is.
I guess the tombstone is turtles all the way down.
It's like, okay, I'm raising these animals who are really this slow and, cool and calm, so I guess I'm gonna be just a fucking,
Complete opposite. The complete opposite.
hyperactive asshole.
Yeah, his mind's arsehole is completely hyperactive. It's just a non-stop diarrhea floats out of there, basically. That's all I want to say.
Or don't forget to drink some water in between for the hangover.
Yeah, or should be good idea.
Drink water, yeah. Water.
Well, actually, I never had a hangover. It's the thing. I don't know what the fuck else is happening. Like I can drink a bottle of vodka, and not have a hangover afterwards. Dobry, da.
Back in Soviet Russia, alcohol drinks you.
In Soviet Russia, alcohol is a hangover.
Would trigger you to have a hangover, though. Like, you might be really good on vodka, but like a certain quantity of beer, and you're gonna have like a shitty day the following day.
I've drunk in that too. That's the thing. I've drunk pretty much every alcohol, like a type of alcohol. Like, I've drinking 2 liters of red wine. I've tried.
What? How the fuck?
Yeah. Right now, actually, I'm finishing up a 2-liter bottle of red wine. Plus, I had a few glasses of champagne.
And you don't get like you can basically do this and you're not hungover at all. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, not at all.
Okay. Art, I got a challenge for you. Drink these. I don't know.
I'm gonna turn you into a TV show, man. Like, enough of this hanging out in this chat room. This is serious.
Maybe I can win the James Randi Foundation prize or something for supernatural power.
Dude, you've got it, man. Come on, camera. We've got it. We've got a show. This is millions.
Come on. I'm waiting for a challenger to spice shit up in this say is having any sort of comfort. Come on, deeper
Frank, we got to have a name for the show, Frank.
Oh, I'm terrible with names.
G-Man, if you're listening, get your fucking whiny ass in here.
I think I have a name. In Soviet Russia, alcohol has the hangover.
Can you beat a Russian hangover?
How do you call these sweet lady liquor drinks in English?
Champagne?
No. I mean in general, like.
Liqueur.
I don't think there's a word in English, aside from like a derogatory. Like
pussy drink or something.
There are people called girl drink.
I mean these
It's a French name.
these drinks.
that are
It's a
very
French
sweet
name.
and have
It's a French
colors.
name.
You know what I mean?
It's a French name. It's still a French name. Called liqueurs.
Champagne. Champagne.
No, it's
No,
liqueurs.
just in general, those type of drinks. It's like
Liqueur.
between 15 and 20% alcohol, and it's like a pisang ambon and like a breezer, and then
I think Simon already said it. It's
wine
liqueur.
cooler. That's what you're thinking of.
yeah, whatever. Like drink those and mix them all, and drink a bunch of them. You'll have a hangover for sure.
Yeah, because of all the sugar. Like you'll crash off the sugar.
I eat a lot of sugar. That's the thing. I pass out, right? Sometimes. Well, not pass out. I'm just really, really sleepy, and I just really calmly go to sleep, and it's really good. But like because I would eat a lot, right? So maybe that's the trick. Because
I get it. You're super fat, therefore you can hold your liquor.
Your fat outweighs the liquor, basically.
I mean, Jabba the Hutt wouldn't have a hangover also.
I don't know. Well, I'm okay. I'm a bigger than the average bear, but not that big.
Bigger than the average bear. Holy shit, man! You're pretty big. How big are you, Art?
I'm like, what is it? 300 pounds, 160 kilos.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wow. How tall are you?
Man, you should be the bodyguard of Putin or something.
I'm 6'2", 6'3", somewhere in between that.
You can be a bodyguard, you know. All that size would scare people. It's like, fuck with you.
I do often scare people. I regret that.
Oh shit, that's Bigfoot!
Yeah, no kidding. I have a lot of hair. Like I don't shave.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
You have to be a bodyguard. Be a fucking bodyguard or something.
We actually just had.
You know, I
just
picture this
had like
happening.
minutes.
You have to be a bouncer.
I picture this happening though, like him passing out from the vodka, waking up in a circus because I think he's a fucking bear.
Fuck you, you bastard.
Jump through the hoop.
You wounded shoe-wearing son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm proud of it.
Aren't bears like a national treasure in like Romania or like parts of like Eastern Europe?
Who, me?
No, bear. Like, aren't there like actual bear like trainers and stuff like in Romania?
Yes.
Well, the sort of fun thing is that when I compare myself to a bear, right, and it sort of continues on. My name means man bear.
Yeah, it does mean that.
Arthur is from Celtic. Arthur.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he means bear man, as in
Damn, we're learning all kinds of stuff today.
Yeah, dude. The more you know. Exactly.
Yeah, fuck yeah. It's like, you see, I love to
like
get drunk.
Indian name, like Bearman, like White Star.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
Yeah.
Howling Wolf, Bearman.
and the thing is, I like to get drunk, so I start out drinking on an empty stomach completely, and I wait for a really good buzz, then I will eat a ton and still keep drinking, so that I will keep riding the buzz, right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, that's when you hibernate.
Money, I would kind of do the
Yeah, but enough about me, guys.
Speaking of bears.
Hey, Dex.
Hey, what's going on?
Another Russian heritage person. Hey, Dex. We have a few here actually in Google Hangouts.
We were having a convention for Arthur, and it's,
yeah, they tried to stop me drinking, but I said fuck them all.
Slavic invasion.
Yeah.
He was talking about him being a bear and stuff. We were like, don't be silly. Oh, actually, I saw a video, literally a video of a bear chewing off the face of a dude. It was a Russian video. It was so disgusting. I was nauseous after watching it.
I was hungry. Okay, dude.
Dex, are you from Canada, mate? Are you from Canada?
You were hungry after watching it.
No, I was making sort of thing that I was the bear, but anyway. Yeah.
Naturally.
Of course. Well, my name is Bearman, but anyway, we went through that, Dex. Anyway, what's about you, dude? Let's not talk about me the whole fucking hangout.
Oh, not much. Not much.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing is new here. What was it? I watched that video by William Lane Craig that David recommended.
Wait, no debate shit. Hold on, we're kind of chilling.
Are you? Okay.
No, at least for now, yeah. Kind of chilling,
Yeah.
bro. Ain't that
Other-
right, boys?
That's right.
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Fuck you.
There'll be no fucking chilling here.
I don't know. I'm just saying there are three options, right? Don't give me your right, Roy Montero. We're just chilling, yes or no.
Are you chilling? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Chilling or
I
not
don't-
chilling?
Simon is like, I say, there is no chilling here.
Disjunctive syllogism. Oh, I saw the video where Matt Slick was talking to this Alex guy. That was painful to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was painful.
Matt Slick's video I've seen has been a world of pain.
That's concise.
I gave him stuff to read in Skype. I kid you not.
Who?
Matt Slick. I gave him some homework because that was just painful to watch.
Yeah, you
Oh, you have Matt Slick on Skype? Damn, you're a
Yeah.
celebrity.
Yeah.
Celebrity.
Ah, name
One way.
dropping like it ain't no thing. Slick, yeah, I know him. What's up?
I'm also friends with God, you know, eh, bro?
That's the claim.
Yeah, that is actually his claim.
Oh my god.
See, now we are chilling.
Fuck yeah.
Hold up, guys. Jesus calling
Shit's
me again on
going down.
Skype. Wait a second.
Jeebus on the phone. Jeebus on the phone.
Hey, that's your Lord and Savior, Jeebus, to you.
I'm thinking about switching to Hydra.
Hydra.
What the?
They're a good company, I hear. They have great
Yeah.
benefits.
They try and take over the world, but that's beside the point, right?
Or the South Park episode, Chula, no, Chula something. Wait, what the heck? The big monster that Cartman is friends with and that eats Justin Bieber. Chula something. This is annoying. I have to Google that shit.
I'm peacing, guys, so peace out. I have to go now. Go play some video games and make some
I don't
videos.
care. Nobody cares. Go. Leave.
And wow.
Those have been fighting words.
Shots fired.
David.
I love you,
Watch
bro.
yourself,
I love you.
man. Watch yourself.
Oh, I'm dead.
The Illuminati speaks.
The Illuminati.
Yeah, take care, bro. Good luck having a piss.
Later. Bye bye.
All right, brother.
Good luck
Nice
having a
too.
piss.
Yeah, well,
If you see any lasers, do not worry about it. It's all okay. It's okay. It's all part of the
I have a
plan.
red dot on my between my eyes, and I'm not Indian. What's going on?
It's okay. Don't worry.
Mark of the Beast.
Oh wow. That's a sniper on the roof, bruh.
Anyways, peace out.
See ya.
Yeah, I'll try to be good and stick to my 1 hour rule in Hangouts. So I'm gonna peace out too. I'm gonna.
No, don't go, bro. Come on. Come on.
I gotta get up early in the morning, and I hate this circle where you wake up tired and drink coffee all day and then promise yourself you're going to bed on time the next day, but you fucking won't. This day I fucking will. So
Okay.
have a good one. Bye.
Well, okay. Enjoy your walk of shame from this hangout.
Yes, I was obliterated. I was crushed by Arthur the Bearman.
Okay, David, before you go, I just
Yes?
want to say God doesn't exist. Thanks very much.
And Jesus Christ.
Then
never
why
did either.
are you debating this stuff all day and angry?
Oh, fuck. You got us. God damn.
Why are you angry towards
Because as Karl Marx said,
Oh,
criticism of heaven is criticism of earth. Criticism of religion is criticism of politics, and criticism of theology is criticism of politics. There you go.
Yeah, fuck all of y'all. Have a great day.
I knew you couldn't answer.
What a
Yeah.
douche, right?
Yeah.
Fucking-
God,
All
what
right.
I'm revolutionary here.
And he wears wooden shoes. Can you fucking believe that?
Alright, I got a couple things I got to do to foment a godless communist revolution, or to improve my outreach ability. To well,
That was so funny, Nadia.
what's that?
You woke up at the perfect time and said the perfect thing.
Quoting Karl Marx.
Oh dear. There you go.
Yep. Hey, my headline quote, which is in Russian, as you see, is a quote of Joseph Stalin.
Okay. And what does it say?
Ideas are more powerful than guns. But there's a rest of the quote too.
I would hope so.
The rest of the quote that's not in there is, we wouldn't let our enemies have guns. Why should we let them have ideas?
Right. He was quite an aggressive fellow.
Yeah. Well, he was insightful. I mean, for instance, look at Diebold and, you know, Bush versus Gore in the United States. Oh. Well, it's not who votes, it's who counts the votes, right?
Yeah, okay. With, modern political systems, it's not necessarily representative in the way we think of it being representative. I'm trying to understate that a little.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What do you think is meant by we won't give them ideas or guns? I mean, that's just is that just a wall policy?
Basically, it's, I think he had a broader repertoire of things in mind, like, locking up people who were spreading the wrong ideas and such. But basically, like there's a quote-unquote war of ideas, so to speak.
Right, which is how to govern.
I don't think it was a matter of governing per se, but like getting the communist revolution or whatever to happen more broadly around the world or whatever. So.
Right. Yeah, I see. But that is spreading ideas, isn't it? So why would you not?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
That sounds contradictory. I'll take care of it now, don't I?
Simon, your sound quality is markedly deteriorated relative to its baseline.
Is it still workable?
Well, barely.
One of my mics is broken, so I'm having to use a cheap mic.
It's actually a bit better now.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're more clear now than you have been all day.
Excellent. Just about to go to sleep. Damn.
Oh, well.
Anything.
It's like 10 o'clock for you?
8:30.
Come tomorrow, I should be able to transfer my gym membership and work on, I guess improving my image in a certain way. Yeah, there's a lot of presentation of image and such that, there's a lot to do with social acceptance, and it's also a lot to do with my own kind of well-being and a lot to help my message get to a broader audience. So
I'm not a personal trainer, but I suggest you start light. Take it easy at first. That way it'll be easier to keep up, you know?
I won't even be capable of doing that much at first, so
yeah,
happens no matter what.
Yeah. My only advice, and like I'm not like perfect at this either, but like you gotta stretch, because like it's gonna it's gonna help you in the long run. And sometimes like I forget it's a stretch, and like I'm doing physical stuff, and like it's just it causes me problems later on.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty shocking how badly I've deteriorated over the past 3.5 years. Actually, just over the past year. But still.
Yeah, like in my early 20s, I kind of really let myself go, is I guess a mild way of putting it, and it's hard to kind of pull back, but like if you make gradual progress, and like a lot of it, like for me, was just like drinking water and kind of really paying attention to nutritional facts, like on the boxes, like of stuff I would eat. Like if you're like aware like of the bad things like you're doing to your body, that will kind of go like a long ways. But like just keep on working at it, and like over time, things will improve.
Is it due to your health, Nadia? Like your diabetes has gotten worse, so you have to take in more sugar, more calories?
No. I have type 1. It's type 1 is a different phenomenon.
Okay.
It actually normally keeps you skinny.
Yeah, I've heard that weight fluctuations are not that uncommon.
No, not with type 1. Type 1, normally makes you a rail. My thyroid dying has a lot to do with things. Yeah, endocrine disorders are a lot of the cause of weight trouble or whatever it is, and I don't know. I mean, you could fight it with the diet and exercise, but it's not. It's not like that is what, or lacking that is what brought it about in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Oh.
Did New York get any snow like overnight?
I don't think we got any snow overnight. I think there's even some melt or something today.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
There's been more on the ground, but
we got some here in DC last night, and it really fucked over traffic. But it's pretty much all gone now. Like it's still cold outside, but all the direct sunlight, kind of melted it off.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see, but the tiny amount of snow on the ground, but there's some.
Yeah, I can see. And that's about what we have here, just like a couple patches. But tomorrow night is when like the big storm is coming.
Yeah. Phew. A psychology to get a grip on yourself, because basically to do whatever kind of rigorous diet or exercise, whatever, is pretty intense too. So, well, it's not working for me yet, as you can see. I mean, it's just, whatever. But
Wait, have you started already?
Well, I try and I fail.
Nah, you try and then you try again. And then you keep on trying. And then one day. Oops.
No, you can't be kept in the air forever.
Kept it in the air, you said?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like?
You may not ever actually succeed.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you won't know until you try, and you're gonna try, so.
I have been trying.
Okay, well, you're trying then. How long has it been since you started? Like a couple weeks, a few days?
A lot longer. Getting a grip on yourself is harder than it sounds.
Well, I mean, you've also been like moving around and stuff too, so.
Yeah. Like I've been moving around recently. Like it kind of messes with you after a while.
What messes with you?
Like constantly moving like a handful of times a year. Like, yeah. Like part of like the moving process, is good and therapeutic. Like you get to purge like a bunch of your old stuff, things like that. Like there are, upsides to it, but like it also kind of complicates things.
I think you're thinking of a phenomenon of a different class. Yeah. Losing assets is not things I can actually replace. So every asset I lose is lost for the rest of my life. Somebody broadcast.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. I've lost a lot of stuff in the last like 4 years that I would have to work the rest of my life to kind of get it back.
But like I try not to overthink it or let it get me down all the time. But I do think about it.
I can't. There's no working for the rest of my life to get any of it back. Never getting any of it back. They are as irreparable of losses as lost limbs. Well, I still haven't managed to meet up with G-Man yet, but I'm in principle a little bit closer. Not actually any closer. The actual train routes and such, I'll go basically up through Manhattan.
Closer to where, you said?
I said all the train routes and such, all basically go through Manhattan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it basically says take the ferry up and the train across the Hudson.
Does that take a long time?
Yeah.
Like 30 minutes?
No, a couple of hours.
Wow.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Ludic?
Hey, Ludic.
Hey, Dex.
What's
All right.
I don't understand this. It's like late January and it's hot as fuck in Louisiana right now.
Is that not normal?
Huh?
Is that not normal?
From my experience, no.
Mm.
I don't know. I'm pretty young, so like my memory, it's not that great. It only goes back so far.
God, I had a weird dream. Just woke up from. I was near Alberta. I was near Calgary and Cochrane or something, or I don't know where the hell I was, and a volcano was erupting. And, like lava was shooting on the ground, and I like raced and grabbed this lady's vehicle, and she had like the shitty old Volvo that wouldn't fucking shift, and I was trying to escape. And this goddamn Volvo, I was trying to get up this hill and it wouldn't work, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, lady, your bloody Volvo. It was like one of those old shitbag ones.
You see, what's going on here is that the Volvo represents something having to do with your mother.
Well, it was even. What's even weirder is before that had happened, I was like doing something harsh, and I had a gun, and I had to run and hide it from these cops. And then all of a sudden, volcano started erupting. Like the little town was near like mountains, and you looked up towards the mountain, and all of a sudden it was like all the smoke and brimstone started coming out. It was fucked.
That is bizarre.
Wow.
Totally bizarre.
Now, when you woke up, like, were you like, in a sweat and like really disoriented and stuff, or like, you wake up.
I might have had a cold sweat. Come to think of it, must have been the heat.
Oh, broadcast rates if you could. Yeah.
Got it.
I tried to join earlier, but it wouldn't let me. What's up?
Is that the same cigarette, Nadia, that you've been smoking?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've lit a couple.
I used to smoke like crazy. I used to go like, I think I got to the point where I was smoking like 2 packs a day. That only lasted like a week or two. But it's pretty bad. I've quit since then though.
Yeah, I think if you smoke more than a pack a day, I smoke about a pack a day, and the only times where I've ever really gone over like 20 per 24 hours is when I'm like in a situation where I can really just like chain smoke all the time.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you hit over like a pack a day, you're trying to hit like 2 packs a day or something like that. Like it's not like a thing that like every lifestyle will allow for. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. It was like a bored summer when I, peaked. So I wasn't doing shit. And
I think there's a really witty Oscar Wilde quote about smoking. Men need to smoke in order to have an occupation.
That's interesting. Yeah. I've tried to quit like maybe 6 times or something like that, and I can usually go like a few days, but I can't go like 10 days without like losing my mind. And like I've tried to come up with these like excuses where it's like, well, like I just need to quit smoking cigarettes. Like I can still like I could get like a corncob pipe or like like a little pipe and put like a pipe of tobacco in there. I could smoke that once a week, or like if I'm like hanging out with certain people outside, like I can kind of light that up, like and socialize. Like and so I'm starting to like justify quitting cigarettes by allowing myself to smoke this other stuff occasionally. And it's like has it really come to this? Am I like trading it? Or like am I trading one like for the other and stuff?
right. What I did was I waited for a point where I had like a good like stash of pot, and then I just smoked that instead. And then by the time I was done, I hadn't smoked a cigarette in so long that I just didn't even want one.
Yeah, my problem is I have a ritual of smoking a cigarette after smoking pot, and so like I mean I would probably end up on the way to the store like to buy a pack if I was in that situation. But the good opportunities to quit, I think, are the times when like you're changing your environment, or like you're changing things where you do not presently have any associations with like an action and the environment and smoking a cigarette. Like if I were like to start like a new job somewhere, I would try to not smoke at that new job, because as soon as I started, like I would kind of have an association there. Like if I was going to get like a new car, I would be like, okay, like no more smoking in the car, because as soon as you start, like you build up that habit and association.
Yeah. Like a lot of my friends are smokers too. It makes it fucking hard. Go ahead, Nadia. Sorry.
What?
Were you gonna say something?
Yeah, there's something different going on for me. So.
The other thing I feel is that like having the habit will like get me outside like every day. Like it'll give me like a break like from certain things every day. And like if I didn't smoke, I would just like eventually feel so cooped up that like in my house that like I would have to go like and do something. And so like I feel like there are some normal healthy things that like are kind of contributing to me keeping up this otherwise unhealthy habit.
Any of those times that you quit, did you ever just like walk outside, like just because just because you want to, without a cigarette, and it just feel weird?
No, I mean like there might have been a time where it's like, okay, I'm quitted and I'm going for a walk or something like that, but when I feel my like anxieties like kind of like pushing me out the door, like how I treat those anxieties is with having a cigarette and kind of walking like in a circle for 5 minutes outside, and then I'm done. Like I feel like a little better. But if I don't have the anxiety reducing method I'm used to, like I'm still gonna have that anxiety, I think.
Mm-hmm.
One thing a friend of mine recommended is that like if there are times where it's like I feel like chain smoking and I don't necessarily want to chain smoke, but like I like I'm kind of itching, like I'll just hold a cigarette like unlit in my mouth and kind of just do a mime almost, and that will kind of help to psychologically relax me a bit.
And I'm thinking about doing theater. I think if I start doing that, I'm probably going to quit. I quit before successfully, so I think once you know how to quit, it's pretty easy to do.
You said vapor?
Apparently not.
What's that?
Did you say that you were going to try vapor as a way of quitting?
No, I was going to try theater, and so I'm going to need my voice.
Oh, theater. Oh, okay, yeah.
But once you learn how to quit, once you quit the first time, it's pretty easy. It's just really rough the first 2 weeks.
Yeah. I'm confident that once I really get like over the hill, that like once I can get like over the hill and look back, and and feel as though like I'm never going back to that prior state, then it'll be pretty easy to stay like uninterested like in starting it up again.
And I wouldn't suggest vapor as a method to quit. I think that it's like you're just substituting one situation for another. I think it's best to just go ahead and quit.
Yeah.
Turkey or the patch.
Yeah, I mean I can't even tell you how many friends I have who have totally transitioned over like into vapor stuff, and they give me their old devices because like everyone I know who's really like into vaping has essentially dropped hundreds, if not like $2,000 on it, and like they like have a device and like it's good, but like they want to get like a better one, and so they get the better one and then try to offload the old one and stuff. I mean, like it might be healthier like on your lungs and body. It's not any more healthy on your wallet.
And it's very hard for me to take anyone serious that is constantly using a toy. I mean, it looks like a toy, and it just I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
I much prefer someone just smoking a good old fashioned cigarette.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a toy as much as like it looks like it's from the future. Like it looks like it's out of like some like movie or something. But yeah, I mean, I want to have something like on fire that like I'm drawing from. Like I'm kind of uninterested in vaping because I know that like it's not going to satisfy what like I'm looking for. But like I mean, I've got so many friends who like are trying like to help me quit by like giving me a vape pen and being like, well, here's like this could help you, and like I'm thankful for it. But like if I do vaping, it's basically like I'm going to treat it as a way to get nicotine in my system without having an actual tobacco cigarette, because nicotine withdrawal is a serious thing. But like I'm not trying it to transition and stay on vaping. Like I'm trying it to transition as a way of gradually cutting my nicotine intake. Like, and when that gets almost down like to zero, then I'll I'll basically like I'll be done at that point, I think. And on that note, I think I'm gonna head out and try to find some supplies at the store. I imagine that it's gonna be hard to find a case of water because like everyone and their brother was at the grocery store last night, stocking up on supplies and stuff. But
What, do you live near the water issue?
oh no. Like I'm like I live like about 40 minutes outside of Washington, D.C., and we're gonna get like a blizzard tomorrow night. And so like I'm just going out to get like a case of water, a case of beer. I'm gonna try to find a shovel, like if there's any left. And I got like a ton of friends in the area, and so like if I get stranded like in one part of town, like I can like probably like find a way to park my car in the snow safely, like and walk over to a friend's house and crash there. But like I'm trying to do as much preparation as I can today, because tomorrow it's not going to happen.
Have you been to the Smithsonian?
Yeah, I went to the American History Museum, part of it, I think twice in the last year. I went to the National...
What about the aerospace part?
I haven't been there since I was like a boy. And the times where like I've been in the city and wanted to kind of go, the lines have been like a little too much, or for me to like... Basically, I don't want to hang out with too many tourists in the city.
I hear you.
Like, if the lines are long, it's like, I'll just come back next week. But
I really want to see it before I die.
Yeah.
It's an amazing museum, isn't it?
Like, and the thing that you should also try to do is there's a the Air and Space Museum is like in downtown DC, but if you go
really?
Like if you go out like out by Dulles Airport, which is only about like 30 minutes or like 45 minutes like away from the city limits, I guess. There's like a hangar that they have like over by the airport, and like it's a Smithsonian Air and Space Museum hangar, and that's where like a bunch of aircraft and stuff having like to do with NASA. That's where a lot of stuff will go and be on display. like, and they have to use that hangar because they're dealing with, structures that are just so big that it's like impractical to kind of put them like in this urban museum. And so they'll put, like, I think they had the was it the Columbia, like
I think they built a new
the shuttle
building.
that did the like flyovers, like in DC and I think in New York, like it was on display, like in this hangar and stuff, and like I get the feeling that like a lot of people like are from out of town have no idea that there's actually two museums associated with the Air and Space Museum. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. Everyone have a nice afternoon or evening.
Yeah, you too.
Take care.
Take care, Frank.
I was working on DPR, trying to get him to that he's justified in his true belief that there are no such things as gods. Ah, the cat's a little bit over the top here. Sorry. I'm not really big into pets.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind cats if they didn't get hair all over my stuff.
You wouldn't mind what?
I wouldn't mind cats if they didn't get fur all over my stuff.
It's price of admission to have a little fuzzy friend.
Yeah, getting the fur all over me is my clothes is my basic objection. Yeah.
Oh, it's worth it.
It's not worth it, dude. It gets everywhere, like literally.
Well, it's best to have short hairs and then just comb them once a week.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a cat hair flying from my face right now, and the cat hasn't been like, I haven't had a cat around in a while. Go ahead, Nadia.
Yeah.
Does your new place have a feline, Nadia?
Yeah, and it's bugging me.
He just wants hugs. Let's see the kitty. He's just sitting on your lap. Just give me some hugs and love. Oh, there goes a tail.
I'm not really a pet person. I don't get a whole lot out of. I don't know what you're talking. Whatever it is, people who like cats get out of it.
Did you have pets as a kid growing up at all? No, I take that to no.
I think there were some around, but I wasn't a big fan of them then either. Yeah.
I gotta take a phone call.
I don't know. It kind of annoy me or whatever. But yeah.
You just have to befriend one and get to know him. Or her.
Oh, they seem to like me. Not what
Yeah.
about them? I don't know why they like me. What's that?
Oh, so I just have to get off in a few minutes. But
Well, animals pick up, like, if it's somebody who's like the way you're being with them, your body language and whatnot, like you don't, like you're not giving them acknowledgement. It's so funny because my brother-in-law is like that, and he doesn't like dogs. And our little dogs, my parents' little dogs, would always sit there and harass him. They'd sit down at the bottom of near his feet, staring up at him, trying, to get acceptance. It's funny. That's probably what the kitties are doing.
I think
They're inviting you into the pack or the clan or the house. Like, see, to them, you're now a part of the house, right? And they're trying to own you.
Maybe. Yeah. I guess it was a bigger deal when I was a lot more of my wardrobe was velvet.
It's rubbing their scent on you.
Yeah, I don't have the resources to do laundry very frequently, so that also seems a lot more awkward.
You just get a roller sticky. You know those little things you roll on your clothes with sticky tape?
I don't think it really helps either. Well,
In my life, I've had a few roommates that weren't like animal or cat friendly, and then after a couple of years, though, they love the cat as much as I did in the house. It's funny.
I think I've got a different enough view of it or whatever that might not be exactly the question.
If you're feeling down or upset, they sense that and come to you, and when you pet them and stroke them, it's very calming and soothing and makes you feel good.
And I don't think I get that from them.
Are you a Pepsi or a Coke drinker?
I mostly can't taste the difference.
Can't taste the difference between the two?
No.
Huh. I think Pepsi has more of a vanilla kind of to it. Pepsi makes a better Slurpee, no doubt about it. Coke you got to have with rum. Pepsi and rum is
What do I know? I'm unrecognizable. Oh, I guess I managed to kill a hangout.
no, I don't think that's it. They just flow in and out, I guess.
Mm.
Seems to me. I actually have to go right now. I'll probably join later tonight. But I have to go spend the night at my mom's house, which I fucking hate doing. I'm procrastinating right now. I really don't feel like. Oh, I'd rather just stay in my apartment.
Yeah. I'm too down, Peterson. But all right, have a good or not as bad of a
All right,
trip
Nadia.
as possible. Okay. What is the latest disaster from the religious right? Let's see. Right Wing Watch has hopefully as usual. Oh dear. Larry Tomczak warns against engaging in sodomy with the sewing system of another's anatomy. How about that? Oh dear. Public education is a communist plot. Yes, we need more communism. Oh dear. Ted Nugent advocates for Obama's execution. Okay. Michael Ferris, Michael Savage, National Organization for Marriage, Linda Harvey, and Britt Green. Oh wow. Ray Comfort apparently is endorsing Britt Green for the Texas Supreme Court. Oh wow. 7 GOP candidates. Let's see, how many of them are advocating for the comprehensive extermination of LGBT people in the United States? Okay, Tony Perkins is involved here. The greatest threat to religious freedom, according to them, is secular progressivism. Carla Fiorina is apparently being pandering to the religious right. And Rick Santorum says he'll somehow reverse Supreme Court ruling. Oh dear. Well, see what Pink News has to say. Apart from the coming storm of anti-LGBT legislation.
Max and Ronnie were supposed to have a discussion. Doesn't seem to have happened yet, though.
Yeah.
See him in here anymore. What about Slash? Have you seen Slash?
He has not been on for months.
That sucks.
Okay. All right. This is U.S. News. Oh, I wonder what that was. Christian Bale. Apparently he's kissing them. What is this? Which lobbying group? Let's see. HRC, of course, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure there's the news will pick up in the next few weeks or something. Oh yeah, well. Having a bad voice day. When's that surgery coming? Oh, never. I've never spoken a word in my life in a woman's voice. And welcome, Desert.
Hey Nadia, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, I'm just getting even fatter and manlier and all that. Yeah. That's pretty rare. Most discrimination cases or whatever never get any kind of recognition. I mean, not really. The fundamental issue with discrimination cases, they have near impossible evidential burdens, etc., that impose on the plaintiffs. Or, in the case since the death penalty case, maybe 40 years ago now, ruled out any use of statistical evidence, and of course, statistical evidence is unavailable when the companies are too small and all that. So attitudes change. Well, there is a very succinct answer to that provided by.
Have you ever thought of using your Bluetooth headset just to receive audio, but using the onboard mic to talk into?
I've done it, but part of the point is the compression. Here it is. Yeah, no one's going to lift a finger to heal anyone that's wounded. Yeah, attitudes will change, but that'll only matter for, well, future generations, whatever, right? Everyone hurt now is never going to be healed. Looks like Sean made a brand new compilation video. Evolution has ensured most species are shit scared of humans, especially angry-looking ones.
Boy, there's a lot of art in that place. That one piece just off your ear, off your left ear, it looks like a person looking upward into. It looks interesting.
My left ear. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody playing guitar, I think. Or is it? No.
It's the darker one.
Yeah, they're both somebody playing guitar.
Oh.
Well, apparently there's a new session of expanding the transsexual empire.
And you should be the leader.
Well, it's a joke or whatever, so.
At least it'll be reality now.
Well, I guess the thing is, Janice Raymond had a book she wrote in '79. That was called Transsexual Empire, the Making of the Modern Female. And anyway, apparently she was able to advise the Reagan administration on, well, how to revoke trans health care and such. So.
To revoke trans healthcare is so fucked up.
Yeah, that was in 1981 or something.
Yeah, I think around there.
Yeah, 1980, 1981.
I wish Ray Comfort would join Google Hangouts.
I mean, it really looks like someone transitioning to male is going on with let's see, go 3.5 years ago, and moving forward to now, it's like so radical masculinization. It's worse than my original puberty. So. Well, it's well, yeah. Who can tell me? Yeah. There's no constellation coming. It's just getting worse. It's staying bad. This is stays as bad and gets worse until the end. Zero with zero. Ronnie's not really on Skype, but well, he's like, what is that status? Semi-idle or something. Huh. CK was Skyping me 2 hours ago. Preaching Sean's.
What's up with preaching, Sean?
It says he's on, but I don't really see much sign of him. That's a bizarre statement, Ludic.
Did you look at the video above?
No, how am I supposed to watch videos? I generally need to hear.
Why not? I'm here and I watched
Well,
it just now.
What do you think my audio is tied up with?
I'm in here and I just watched it.
Yeah, I generally have to listen to the Hangout and not look at YouTube videos.
Nadia, that's a bike behind you, right?
There is one, I suppose, yeah.
Okay. Can you ride bikes with that knee?
No. Well, anyway. Yeah, I can pretty much write off. Not surgery ever happening either, whatever. You know, I'll get to get to roll my A1C or whatever it is to the point that they'll demand. Or probably never gonna get my weight down to get my BMI below 25 for that. Yeah.
Have you still been stress eating?
Some, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, there's nothing I can do with it. And there's no way out. Once you're burned forever. especially with the sort of musical chair scheme that goes on with the, I guess, collapse and whatever is kind of economy. No one cares why you were thrown out of your chair, but once you've lost it, you're out of the game forever. That's the end of you being in it. Here's a little bit of a question of, who goes out there first. And now it's not equal opportunity. Not that equal opportunity is even a good principle. Yeah, and one of those was one of those social undesirables. Even less so now that I've been so scarred. Yeah, it's not just a gap in the work history. All the physical damage accumulated now. How bloated I am, disgusting and manly and all that now. Yeah, I look down on that too. Even if my record were perfectly clean. Just seeing how impassable and all that I am now. And make me radioactive by itself. Probably should have kept my mouth shut so people didn't run like hell from the hangout. Yeah, live chat's dead. Actually cold in here. You turn off the heat. Yeah. Well, this doesn't really sell, does it? You can see, what is it? Nicole Ramos, whatever. Nicole Ramos. Yeah. She's like, hey, look at me, I passed. Yeah, she's got a little funny little timeline or whatever. Any one of the other ones. I mean, like hundreds of thousands of subscribers and views for every video and so on. Yeah. No, they obviously don't need the money. They've got their careers, whatever. Yeah, it's probably not even monetized YouTube channels. So. Winner take all. Area, yeah, fucking desperate and broken, and just getting manlier by the day. And well, of course, not a very saleable story, is it? I guess, strictly speaking, a handful of whatever viewers or subscribers. aren't quote unquote nobody, but I mean, let's be real. Yeah. And people aren't really. There isn't really an audience for this. Yeah, tragedy dragging out, progressive deterioration, so on. Yeah. Yeah, I even named the channel Detransition, and well, it pretty much is an accurate description. More of a man now than I've ever been in my life. And I couldn't stand what was a man about me back then. Welcome, so. I guess it's my gripe hour. I guess it was 2 downbeats, so you were hoping to ask us to change the subject. I'm not hearing you if you're talking. I don't know why people are, well, so whatever it is about giving out the names, but okay. What's the question, so? Yeah, I can sum up the facts in brief summary form. There are no God souls or afterlives, or heavens or hells. And Adam, Eve, David, Saul, Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, the Buddha never existed. Well, I guess, well, maybe not crying so much as talking about it. Well, how bad or whatever it is my physical state is for me. Yeah, it would help to use the mic. Seem to have blurry vision. Should probably test my blood glucose.
Aye, it's been a while, Nadia.
Oh, wow. No one else has spoken in so long. I didn't even realize my headset had disconnected.
Alright, just tell me when it's fixed.
What's that?
Oh, well, do you want me to wait till it's fixed so that way there isn't an echo?
Yeah, I can fix it. Just mute.
Alright, so how am I coming in now?
I can hear you. Just, well, it's tougher.
Alright, so by the way, what are your stances when it comes to anarcho-communist? I mean, I don't know if you stated them before, you probably have, but when I meet a lot of people with a somewhat similar stance, and I'm kind of wondering what do you mean by that?
Well, there are a few different pieces of it. I mean, the anarchic part is that, well, hierarchical, domineering, exploiting, and so on kinds of relationships are, bad things. Communism, I guess, all that, class divisions in society are bad things. It should be common ownership as a means of production. It should be shared. And it's also that more appropriate principle of distributing goods and services is to, well, have people do what they can for those who need it and all that, as opposed to some kind of principle of exchange. So that's, I guess, a nutshell.
Alright, so that's the one where there's no state involvement, correct?
Well, I don't know that it's the most significant issue, but I guess technically, yeah. I mean, the kinds of divisions between geographic territories that way is inappropriate class division.
Well, I mean, I've never been one to care for communism, but I know that there's people who support communism, but they don't like the more Marxist ideology, the one where it's assumed that the people can't lead themselves, therefore the state has to nationalize everything, as opposed to, I guess a more people's, or I guess a more true communist. I'm not exactly sure what the name would be, where there'd be no government involvement. So that would assert more property rights, as opposed to, let's say, the state owning everything.
I don't know, the property rights are something that deemed so grand to uphold. I don't know that even a rights-based analysis of I don't know, goods, services, material resources, or any of that is really deemed the way to go about it either.
How would you then propose a communistic economic stance where then the government isn't in any, obviously government wouldn't be in any control in this particular one, but also people don't really have any collective rights to it?
Oh, a class division between the rulers and the ruled would be well, inconsistent with it as well. Go ahead.
Or then well, I know basics of communism. Like the idea would be the idea is resources would be all shared. People would have equal share to it. Though I guess another way of saying is that everyone owns a small piece, and people only take by need.
Well, it depends. But in a particular variant, I think there's like this idea of like personal property and such. I mean, you can say like basic things like your clothes and your toothbrush. I mean, those would be clear instances of personal property, and in the cases where that's kind of the way it's managed. And well, I'd say, okay, well, let's say the big ore bodies or bodies of water or grand natural resources like that, or things that are you wouldn't want to be quote unquote owned, so to speak, or you would want quote unquote common ownership of them, so to speak. There are some of the things within the means of production, and I kind of picked the examples to avoid things that people would contest a bit. So there are other kinds of ideas on this you might call a little bit more radical, or sort of the idea of like property and ownership itself is not the way these things get managed. But that's a much longer arc of things.
All right. Well, I mean, normally when I hear people take, let's say, like an arco-communist stance, they also take it with like an anarcho-communist stance. So there'd be no government oversight, and it would be all done on a city to town to village to farmstead, a very small local level, almost tribal level. So I guess to ask the question I want to ask, I'd first have to ask, like, what type of government would you ideally want, or would best fit with your anarcho-communist stance?
Well, again, though, sort of the idea of like a government sort of class of rulers, so to speak, is a class division that I wouldn't endorse. one way to think of it is it'd be a government so big that literally everyone is part of it. How about that one? Another one is what's that?
So I'm just trying to like generalize it so I can get the best idea. So like how close would it be to direct democracy?
Very close, yeah. I mean, once you go as far as like direct democracy, it's like, okay, well, hey, wait a minute, why not have like, basically everybody be voting on, the bills or whatever. Like, you're an American, right? And
Yep. I love
just
America.
I don't. It should be in America. We should all just be one world. But like everybody's like, a member of Congress. Everybody votes on every bill. Something like that. And you got direct democracy, right? What do you need to vote representatives for? Yeah. There you go.
Hey, you know what? I keep forgetting it. I know that the European term is referenda, but I forget what's the American term for when senators or congressmen give people the opportunity to vote on a particular bill.
Like referendum is used. I think it varies state by state. Ballot initiative is another one that's often used.
Ballot initiative. All right. Yeah, because I remember there used to be a specific term. It's kind of similar to a referendum, but
plebiscite.
I just wait, what?
Plebiscite.
You know what? I'm pretty sure it started with with a C, but I can't remember if that's what it was.
I can't think of all. Starts with a C offhand. Anyway. Yeah, you don't need to actually necessarily structure things in ways that are like votes, but at the same time, I think what is it? I think that's sort of what is it, communitarian or whatever it is, kind of thing, is probably not the way I would think of it or whatever. I mean, I'd say I'd be more interested in things that would, unite the world, bring the world together, not isolate little communities or whatever and such.
Well, I mean, you know my stance on this. I have no problem with. I guess I don't know if I'd say one world government, but larger states.
How is there a state if, well, there's no, division of territory in the world?
Well, you'd still be limited by the planet. So, I mean, assuming you didn't. I mean, the borders would be complete, but they'd be in a sphere. So then it's inherently has its borders like that way. It's three-dimensional borders at that point.
Well, the trick is, I mean, the border implies an other that's being kept out, and vice versa. That's keeping you out too. And some kind of dividing line between someone who's there and someone who's here, right? Well, there's no one else at that point. So.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. because there could be like natural borders, things that either prevent or make it difficult for you to go to a certain section. For instance, space would be a natural border, since without any sort of aircraft, we wouldn't necessarily. So it would work in a border in the regard that it's not something we can easily penetrate or traverse.
Well, in principle, you could regard oceans and mountains and rivers and such natural borders on the earth, but yeah, we don't have that much trouble crossing.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, that's why we don't consider those borders as much, but we'd still consider space for now.
Yeah, I don't think we have a lot to worry about with there being anything that goes on in space, but at the same time, I wouldn't endorse, like making some kind of class division out of even space or whatever it is as a quote unquote natural border.
Currently, I believe there is a treaty. I forget the name, but it's something on astral bodies of the solar system, where it asserts that anything found in space is immediately claimed for the whole of humanity, as opposed to any individual persons, or sovereign state.
Yeah, well, I mean, the sovereign state, is or let's say a nation state, or whatever you want to call it, is that's not really. I don't really think it's an idea to be endorsed, but I don't really think it's the most significant thing. I mean,
So you don't like the idea of nation states, or the term?
well, the term's fine, but the idea not so much. I mean, why is it? I don't know, so good in Norway and so bad in, I don't know, what's a good country, Sudan or Somalia or Zimbabwe. Yeah, so it's the whole colony and metropole division. The golden billion, the bottom billion.
Well, I mean, Africa has the unfortunate circumstance where their borders aren't really drawn along ethnic or even linguistic lines. Some case, even natural borders weren't taken into consideration during the colonial era. So obviously, being stuck with a particular group of people you don't like tends to lend to ethnic conflicts, as opposed to, let's say, Denmark, whose neighbors are both ethnically aligned with them, and they are pretty happy with their territories.
Yeah, the ethnic. By the ethnic alignment is concerned, it's also a pretty nasty issue. That, it basically needs a lot of work. I think the colonial, neo-colonial fallout, is pretty immense. The neo-colonials have probably actually been worse than the colonial. At least in the colonial affair, they were building some infrastructure, even if it was, I guess, development, refinement of the technology for the machine gun was being practiced on, I guess, people who had a little better than spears. But the yeah, the IMF austerity measures, conditionalities, structural adjustment programs, whatever you want to call them, and the World Bank too, of course. And, you can throw in they weren't signing up for these things themselves. And, death squad dictatorships were installed to impose upon them and so on. And well, from there you get pretty serious devastation. The people in Africa, I'm stupid. Have a pretty good idea what to do. It's just how the resources are getting diverted. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got these boondoggle projects. You got foreign labor brought in to not actually finish whatever infrastructure this project was supposedly for, and then of course the thing is not actually finished, or it's what is it, charging for tap water or something that's properly a free service to the rest of the world, and people can't live without, and well, it doesn't do much more than just make sanitation unavailable to everyone else, or for anyone who's not plugged in enough to the economy or whatever it is to pay. Oh well, obviously that's not going to uplift anyone. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, Africa isn't exactly wouldn't be the easiest success story to work with. You have, I mean, like you said, in certain ways they were better off during colonial times afterward because they were colonies. The governments weren't built to lead themselves, and when they were put in a situation, sink or float, where they had to, they sunk because they didn't have the previous types of infrastructure that they had when they weren't colonized. So the best thing would be is establish clear right to rule, some sort of democracy or something.
I kind of already offered an analysis of it. I don't know how.
No,
I guess you're contesting it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mostly agreeing to it. I'm not really. It's not a counter. It's just, yeah, Africa's a bit shitty.
Well, yeah, I think well, anyway, that's a big part of the bottom billion, or whatever I want to call it. The golden billion, of course, is the metropole, and you can watch the flow of resources, right? I mean, the coltan from the Democratic Republic of the Congo goes into the cell phones and I guess Wi-Fi transceivers and such of cell phones and laptops in the U.S. and Europe, right?
Well, I mean, then a good question would be, how would the economy of I'll just use one world government how about a one world union, a one world direct democracy? How would economic sectors look like? Would you think that imposing, let's say, certain kind of like what Britain did when the 13 colonies were first established, where you had specific zones that made specific products and specific goods, or would you allow it to each continent goes about doing things their own way in regards to economic trade
Well, I mean, you'd in fact have like a globalized command economy, right? I mean, but though ultimately the commands would be the collective decision of everybody, right? So, yeah, you wouldn't have like, I don't know. I mean, money wouldn't make sense, for instance. I mean, what do you do with money? You exchange it, whatever. Okay, what does that matter?
So how would
The decisions of what goes where are basically being made from, big collective, big vote on things, right? Go ahead.
all right, what do you then I guess how do you deal with situations where people don't want to send aid to a particular location? Like, let's say I'm trying to think of a better real world example. Let's say we have the Middle East, and for whatever reason there's still religious tensions that lead to violence along those lines, and obviously due through several bombings and continued warfare, they need money for, maybe not money but resources, cement, fiber optics, circuitry to replace infrastructure. And people don't want to send it there because they don't see any end game. They don't see an end to the conflict, and they don't want to send their cement, their circuitry, and their fiber optics, and any gravel, because they know it's going to just get blown up again, and they're going to need to send more.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a problem-solving scenario, whatever. And you are by and large, doing these things. It's a command economy, right? So you're solving whatever kind of problems you want to solve with, the allocation of resources, right? So, okay, well, how do you solve this thing that's going on in the Middle East? And you can literally, like, try and evacuate and disperse people. You can go about intensively persuading people not to get into violent conflict and destroy things. You can move the people who need things, not just the things themselves. And I mean, you don't necessarily have to, kidnap them to do it either. You can just say, hey, here's our invitation. We would like you to go here, and probably a lot of people would volunteer, especially if there's bad things happening in the area or resources not going to the area. Probably also help if, more people got more connected to those who, I guess, they'd otherwise be destroying or fighting. So, I mean, you'd have like language education, and cultural exchange to try and get people to, across whatever kind of boundary that people are drawing for in-group and out-group, to go about mixing, making connections, communicating, all that. So, and there are ways of working on resolving that problem, and we wouldn't just like say, okay, well, the material resources are the only things to shuffle around here. You would marshal the resources to help solve the problems that get involved. So.
All right. No, I see what you're saying. Obviously, if there is a crisis, then the best thing to do is try to
stop the
try
crisis.
to convince those that can participate to participate. And that betters everyone.
Yeah, and welcome, Tim, by the way. I mean, by and large, you say, what are the kinds of, quote unquote, problems you're trying to solve? Your goals, hypothetical imperatives, and okay, there's tasks to carry out, and some of those tasks could be, shuffling resources around. And in that respect, you say, okay, well, hey, people generally need, sanitation, shelter, medicine, food, water, whatever. You could solve that problem. You can marshal the resources to do it. They exist. You work on your plan. You don't execute it. Rubber hits the road. Things have a little bit of trouble. Well, you can go back and work on mopping up what didn't get done the first time, and keep doing it again. Or keep working on solving that problem again. And you get a lot further than you are now. And I have no idea who's calling me. Hello?
Yes, I'll please speak to Nadia.
I just got hanged up on because I apparently have too manly of a voice. Okay. Basically said, "Are you Nadia?" And I said yes, and they hanged up. There we go. Anyway. What is the idea of ownership for, right?
Well, I mean, ownership.
What are the property rights? What's that?
Well, I mean, ownership is the benefit of gaining wealth, having things.
Yeah. Well, for what?
I mean, well, because you want to, because you like to.
Okay, so it sounds like solely for the sake of hoarding resources, right? Doesn't sound like a very good idea. And that's kind of the evaluation that's kind of made in all this. Hoarding resources, leaving them idle so they're not actually being used for something. That seems pretty wasteful. On the other hand, there's the idea that resources are used to accomplish something, and that.
Well, I mean
What's that?
Well, I mean, we have managed to get this far.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of progress that's been made. I mean, okay. Well, you can call the whole employment system or whatever it is wage slavery. I mean, but it's a pretty big leap forward from before the idea of employment even existed. And there was people were still even hashing out the idea of what a slave was. They kind of figured out, okay, well, now that there have been war captives and such, hey, wait a minute. They might want to actually leave some of them alive instead of just killing all of them. And they said, okay, the women are easier to control, so they'll make them sex slaves and use them as brood mares to have more soldiers for the next generation of soldiers or something, right? Or warriors or whatever they were in 3000 BC. Well, okay, sorry, more like 2700 BC. And there's a transition there from comprehensive extermination to just sex enslaving women, and then they figured out, oh well, hey, there's probably ways to make use of the males. They can castrate or blind the males, and then make them do something around their place. That's kind of a far cry from, oh well, we'll give you $5 and if you to do whatever it is for an hour, and hey, if we don't decide to give you that $5, you'll have a tough time, keeping a roof over your head or food to eat. It's a lot less harsh than comprehensive extermination, sex slavery, or castration or blinding, right? So, okay, that's
Well, I mean, the
progress.
Romans love their Germanic house husbands.
The Romans are probably, I'd say, like 2,200, 300 years later than what I'm talking about. So yeah,
Well, I mean,
things had already toned down a lot by the time the Romans came around.
Well, I mean, it is a good example of a transition. You look at how they handled Carthage, and up till then, they almost always led a war of annihilation against anyone who didn't have some sort of ethnic connection to it. After that point, mostly due to spoils of war, it almost benefited them to capture a new region, recruit new soldiers, have those soldiers go out, gain more booty, gain new soldiers that need new booty, have them go out. It's better.
Yeah.
How do you call it? A rotating cycle, where it benefits to expand at that point.
Yeah, they try. Yeah. Well, we're also talking about things that 2,500 years older than that. Probably like not, I guess, 2,000 to 1,500 years older than the oldest book in the Bible, right? So, I mean, are we around the clock a bit further than the Roman Empire? So, but yeah, I mean, that's already gone on in various ways, but yeah. Okay, the system's a bit more refined, but there are ways to get it a lot better. There's more progress to be made, so to speak. And no, I mean, things are not like entirely linear, but Steven Pinker sees and better angels of nature, right?
You know what? I think I probably should have started, but because in a few times I asked, how would you do this or how would you do that? When, of course, if you have a sort of direct democracy, there wouldn't really be any group or any organization looking after it. There would be individuals voting in a collective. So I guess probably the best way to start is, would you have some kind of underlining principles or some sort of governing documents that kind of started off this direct democracy, like a constitution that kind of asserted certain principles, or would you allow it from the get-go, wipe everything clean, and then direct democracy? What would be the starting laws or the starting principles? I mostly asked this because
Nothing starts from a clean slate.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously. So I'm basically asking, what would be the governing principles? Would you allow how much autonomy would you allow? Would it be just one single state?
How much
global
what?
state? How much autonomy? How much sovereignty would you allow? Would it be just one? Would it be just one collective state, or would you have it if you on an ideal basis? Would it be? Would there still be states, provinces, regions? Would it be divided within the nation like that?
I don't know. Autonomy is a bit tricky as far as it has a number of different kinds of ways it's used and implications. Sovereignty.
Well, how about I'll use a better example. Like, let's say the United States of America. You have the Union, which is the USA, but of course within the USA there are states, and these states make laws to govern themselves in that regard. Would you have smaller governments within the larger one, or would it just be one large government?
Well, the idea of like one large government, kind of a top-down, hierarchical kind of affair, that's against anarchism, right? Anarchism says no hierarchy, right?
Well, the hierarchy wouldn't necessarily be like the Constitution, for instance, is a hierarchy. It asserts the hierarchy of law. The Constitution beats federal law. Federal law trumps. Sorry, federal law trumps state, and then local law gets trumped by. You know what? I completely messed it up, but you understand what I'm saying. There's a hierarchy. It's not necessarily a class, but it's a class of law. It's not. It doesn't create a group. It's more of a. It's an ideological group. So you'd assert the Constitution, and this Constitution would say these places are divided within these states, and they would have the ability to govern themselves in this regard, unless the overarching government passed laws against something like that.
Yeah. Well, it kind of thought of being so much like traditional government is probably not really what things are supposed to be on about. I mean, one of the ideas is like hierarchy. I don't know if you've heard of heterarchy instead of hierarchy. That's more of the idea of the principle. So, if you said there's like kind of localized affairs and having interregional relationships and such that way. I mean, one would want to have that on that kind of hierarchical basis, and I guess the extent you might have I don't know, there's something that maybe smells like a hierarchy in some respect. I mean, I think it'd be careful to have it be on like a what is it? Delegatory, cooperative, etc. kind of basis, not okay, well, just this quote unquote level of hierarchy trumps and such. So there might be somebody that's kind of responsible for, I don't know, whatever kinds of things go on between the regions, and they wouldn't be like commanding the different regions.
Okay, well, I'm trying to clarify the best I can. It's what are the I'm just gonna start calling it this proposed government the NYC just after your initials, because I need something called, let's say we have this global government, we call it the NYC.
It's not. Calling it a global government's probably not going to sit well with very many people who are, well, aligned with anarchism and whatever.
Well, I mean, it's a global government in the regard that it's a direct democracy. So it's not exact. Well, I can't speak on behalf of anarchists. I'm not an anarchist. So, but
well, strictly speaking, direct democracies. I mean, kind of idea that the loser of the vote ends up getting quote unquote forced to go along or something. That's probably not entirely in tune with it. So there's probably something not exactly just like vote in the majority and shits on the rest, right?
well, I mean that normally is how direct democracy works. But I mean, because eventually there's going to be certain people who don't agree with a certain stance for whatever reason. Obviously, a lot of people have a variety of opinions on a variety of topics. That's just how it's going to be.
Recalcitrant and such, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have a variety of anarchists who don't even necessarily agree to the same things. But of course, well, that's anarchy. That's a bad example. There are a lot of Republicans who don't, within their own party, don't agree to a lot of things, just like there's Democrats who don't necessarily agree to everything. It's just how it is.
Anarchy isn't chaos, so I mean, the relationship between the person who's like, shooting a gun or beating somebody with a stick or something, and the person getting beaten is one of domination, and exploitation, and hierarchy, right? So
yeah, well, I mean, the biggest flaws with anarchy is, what the joke is. What's the first thing you do when your nation plunges into anarchy? Kill all the anarchists. It's one of those. It's one of those things where even if you could assert anarchy, there's always going to be order.
Well, yeah, disorder is not really the idea.
Yeah, it's like true disorder, true anarchy. That's something like you can't really achieve that.
Well, anarchy is absence of hierarchy and such, not disorder or violence, whatever.
Yeah, well, I mean, in regards to that, that's a bit more achievable than, let's say, just everyone on their own. So creating a system where everyone is equal is going to be a lot easier than creating a system where everyone's on their own and can do whatever they want. In that regards.
Well, not everyone's equal. That's why you do what you can for whoever needs it, right?
Wait one moment. I gotta get something.
Hey, Nadi, you moved?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because I see a different background.
Hopefully I can get to the store before it, I guess, gets a lot colder or something. It is mysteriously chilly.
So, what do you want to really talk about?
Talking about anarchism and communism. Yeah.
You think it's possible that you could actually like have communism? I don't really know because like I don't think in the U.S. it's like nah, just never.
I mean, 1,000 years ago, the United States was run quite a bit differently too.
Yeah, but in order for them to like to change everything, change stuff, they'll just break down the whole system.
What's that? What's that again?
They'll break to make communism. They'll break the whole system down.
What do you mean bring the whole system down?
I mean, like there'll be like no more capitalism, and it'll just be communism. It'll just be completely different.
Oh yeah, I mean the principle of resource distribution, kind of the whole principle that's used to, you know, to see how these things are done. Yeah, it's different. It's revolutionizing, right?
And how will there be order? Like
How
there'll
would
be
it be
some
what?
order.
How
Like
would it be
isn't
order?
yeah, isn't like communism just like everything's equal? Like there'll be somebody in charge of that.
No, not everything's equal. I mean, somebody who has like some, I don't know, whatever disease that needs really expensive drugs, get all the really expensive drugs that cost a fortune. And somebody who doesn't need that, well, I'm not gonna like make them a bomber or something, but you don't devote that kind of incredible cost or resource to them, right?
It's gonna be
It's not
hard
quite
though.
everything equal. What's that?
It's gonna be hard though.
What do you mean? It's gonna be hard.
To keep things in order.
What makes you think that?
Cause like in communism, like isn't everything supposed to be like equal, whatever? And, like if someone's in charge, then like it won't be equal.
Well, that's the anarchist part, right? I mean,
Oh yeah.
hierarchy, domination, whatever it is. Yeah. So, okay. You'll have somebody who's like dominating, exploiting, whatever it is, people in charge, right? So, basically the same old thing. Anarchism, communism, and all that. So yeah, I mean, instead of like okay, principle of exchange, this thing is sort of we're going to trade things of equal value and somehow hope it all works out. Well, instead of that, do what you can for who needs it, right? Okay. So if you can do whatever it is that somebody needs, go off and do it that somebody needs, and okay, that's the principle underlying communism, right? So many people need to eat whatever, so many people need whatever medicine, so many people need houses, heating units, who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thing though. Like everybody gets to medicine and stuff. Cause like the healthcare is kind of messed up here.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You think like with they'll treat everybody, so they'll like, treat even transgender like everybody's equal. So yeah, I guess that's good.
Well, it would be equal. I mean, like I said, yeah. Well, who is it that needs what? I mean, okay, somebody needs a really expensive medicine. Well, it's a fair amount of work or resources or whatever to put into medicine, right? For me, I need a bunch of surgeries or something, right? And of course, I need whatever kind of hormones and such, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they'll in that communist they'll give you all those things that you need?
Mm. The ideal one, I don't think. Some of the earlier things have been very friendly, but so he was going on about, I guess, some of the details of. I guess you're trying to think of like the, interlocality or inter-regional or whatever it is kinds of issues. So you say.
Yeah, I was trying to find out what, how would the inner politics of such a nation, I guess such an entity would work. It's
Yeah.
well, it's mainly because if you
If you what?
if you create a circumstance where you give nations a bit too much autonomy in the regard that they can just they can they have certain control over the resources within their particular state, province, district, region, however it's divided. You may run into a circumstance where they decide to hold off on a certain resource until it benefits them to give it out.
Oh, that's kind of basing things on exchange, and that definitely something people would try to avoid.
Yeah, because you could have, let's say, a series of direct democracies. So you'd have, let's say, an overarching direct democracy, but then you might have the same implemented for smaller regional groups. So they would decide punishments and things for people within their own region, and then the overall government would decide, things overall. But then you'd have people voting in Pakistan, people voting in Nigeria, and people in Denmark also deciding the same thing.
Yeah, well, the sort of penal, correctional, whatever sorts of things are not exactly what I think an anarchist would endorse either.
Well, I mean, we're only really talking about your economic stance. I'm just saying that, like, what type of government would you like on top of that? You could be, let's say, anarcho-communist in your economic stance, but believe in, let's say, an imperialist type of government. They're not necessarily, one's not necessarily related to another. You could be highly national, but still believe in eco-communism, theoretically.
Well, especially class division aspects of communism, or quite a bit of the economic affairs too, are end up protruding a lot into governmental affairs. Anarchism definitely has a lot to say about how I guess governments, nation states, and so on, as presently conceived, aren't the best ideas. But it's obviously quite a bit more to the considerations than just like, oh yeah, there's the government. I mean, it's like, oh, like the anarcho-capitalist people type things. It's like, hey, wait a minute. Did you ever notice it's like all the hierarchy and domination and so on with the wealthy dominating the impoverished or whatever. And the whole principle of exchange basically meaning, well, wait a minute, you got a conservation of basically everything. In the ideal circumstances, it would never actually, move resources from where there's an excess to where there's a need. And to the extent things actually do redistribute it at all, you have bigger trouble that, the ways that happens are, in effect, exploitative too. So, I think, for instance, pay up or die, or various things people can't live without. What is it? Price inelasticity of demand. That doesn't work so well, does it?
Oh yeah, I remember that one guy recently where he with the age drugs, he raised it to like 200 or something. That was hilarious.
Mm. Well, maybe not such a laughing matter, but someone who actually needs those drugs.
I mean, he ruined himself. Their companies, they got other companies got so mad at him, they started giving out their drug for free. It was the most hilarious shit show I've ever seen in my life. I mean, he's in jail now because he got arrested for something else he did. Not for that, because you can't be arrested for something like that. But he did something else really stupid that did get him arrested.
That's an interesting idea, though. You can't be arrested for something like that. Arrest means to stop, and you can't. Basically, you can't stop someone from, in effect, killing somebody using the economic system.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he was the only one who had that drug, probably. But he wasn't the only one on the market. He just had a very, I guess, popular form. I'm sure he acquired it somehow. I'm not sure on the full details, but he got his hands on either the rights to the drug, or he took over the company, and then he just upcharged. But so many people got pissed off at him that other companies saw what he was doing, and they undercut their own product, and some just gave it out for free, and he basically just ruined himself economically. But like if I build something and I overprice it, you can't. How are you going to arrest somebody for overpricing something?
Well, I mean, it's not that you can't necessarily do it. It's as things are now constituted, those kinds of resource distribution decisions, no matter how lethal their impact or how destructive they are to human concerns or even bodies, no matter how destructive they are that way, I mean, they're basically just legitimated by the system as now constituted. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, but it is a very good example of how the market protects its own. Or I should say how the market can protect people. Here's a certain circumstance in which somebody attempted to take advantage of people, and other people within the market looked at this person and said, yeah, that's not how we do business here.
Yeah, 25,000 children dying of starvation daily does not, show the market protecting much of anything.
Well, I mean, they're not in Africa now, are they?
The quote-unquote market is, in effect, global.
I mean, there's a global market, but those particular companies aren't in Africa. Obviously, different governments are going to have different systems imbue it with different ethics.
You don't see this.
Oh, I couldn't really hear that last part very well.
And you don't see this as a problem.
Well, I mean, there's very little I could do, for instance, to I guess influence the morality of, let's say, African or Afro-Arab businessmen and company holders. For instance, I can affect the ethics of business owners here, or at least I could attempt to, with that particular age drug example being the best one, where people had an outcry and business owners said that we're going to have to stand with the people on this one.
What is someone doing with the, power to, basically, I guess, kill somebody by, that kind of manipulation of resources to begin with, right? That's the trouble. Okay, I mean, all your things counteracted by, other kinds of participants in the system, but the thing is, why do they have to be? And this clearly doesn't happen for other occasions where, the people pulling those kinds of stunts in the system end up having lethal impacts, right?
Well, that depends on how much of a that depends how open the market is. If you have a lot of people with one particular resource, then if one person overprices it, overcharges it, or hoards it, it can still get to other people through other companies and other resource holders. Obviously, if you have a system which one person holds a particular resource or drug or whatever it be, they're the sole proprietor, it's not possible to get it anywhere else, and that for whatever reason they're going to overprice and be a dick. Well, in that particular situation, there's really nothing anyone can do. Except maybe hold he dies soon, and that the patent is distributed between several people, and then therefore.
So there's nothing anyone can do when, okay, this guy's, slaughtering people by, withholding, manipulating whatever it is, the resource.
Yeah, well, I mean, the benefit, of course, is not everyone respects patents, like China and Russia. And of course, other governments see certain things as a national good. So, not a national good, but if it was patented, it could be nationalized in certain countries. So even if it wouldn't, I mean, it's a really unlikely situation. You only because if it was a drug, the patent wouldn't be enforced by somebody. There'd be a nation state that wouldn't enforce it, like Russia or China. It would only work if it was a particular mineral, like someone found an executive mine that no one else could work. Because if it was a patent, someone would break patent law. That's what can you do about that? Yeah, like if someone created a drug and they patented it, someone would just go online and they just use the patent. Either make the drug themselves for their own personal use, which could work under Creative Commons. I'm not sure if that would work for a product like drugs. I don't think that would. But let's say someone in Russia decided to do it and start selling the drugs. there's nothing America would do about it. So the drug would still be available, but its availability might be limited if you had a situation where somebody really wanted to be a dick and had only exclusive access.
Oh, and welcome, Seamus, by the way. I think when that kind of withholding of resources and such goes on, I mean, in some respects, it's a matter of appropriating it or expropriating it or whatever it is. It can be a matter of self-defense.
I mean, you could argue that. Depends on the situation, on how well that would go in court.
I don't think people that are going to die without the resource or whatever are going to be that concerned about courts.
Well, I mean, most people who commit the crime aren't concerned. It's normally when they get caught. Obviously, you could easily justify something to yourself if that's what you meant, but assuming that you get arrested or there's some kind of legal stop to it, then you're going to have to attempt to justify it before other people.
Well, I mean, people who go about stopping them from obtaining the resource, if they are going to enforce denial of the resource, then they're just going to die anyway, right? So.
Well, you could always do a bucket list.
Yeah.
If you're gonna die anyway, have some fun, as they say.
You're not going to die no matter what. I mean, you die if what is it? Some kind of superior force goes about enforcing the denial of it on you, right? So.
Well, I mean, you're gonna die of old age. No superior force needed.
I'm not going to die of old age, but and neither will someone whose continued existence is contingent on some kind of resource, whatever it is, magical drug or something like that. So.
Well, I meant that as in you're going to die eventually. And I mean, I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, I'm going to die eventually. What's his name? Yo, Tim. Tim, you're also going to die eventually. Like, I don't think we've achieved immortality yet.
Well, I mean, I got a heart attack and a few acute kidney failures under my belt. I'm going a long time before you.
We don't know that yet. I could have had 5 heart attacks.
And then you hear a gunshot go off on the other side of the microphone. Nadia, no one knows when they're going to die. Be quiet with that nonsense. Like, I mean, the doom and gloom stuff is just not a good look on you.
I don't know. I kind of That's basically half this channel.
What's half this channel?
This channel does tend to get a bit gloomy. Or I should say these streams, more accurately.
Well, Seamus may not be able to name the day or the hour, but there are rather solid reasons to, I guess, estimate that it's not going to be that long.
Well, I don't know. I'm just not really keen in conversations of two people talking about who's going to die first or something like that. It's fucking nonsense.
Hey, we're trying to make it a competition. It's all right. We see who gets to the finish line first. That's all. It's a race. Don't worry.
I don't know that it was about who was going to die first. I think it was, yeah, in effect, the what is it? Denial of, life critical resources, right? So.
Yeah. Well, that's the topic. Well, I mean, in the current system, if you had, let's say, a patent, I guess the best way would be to have a patent but not register it. So that way, no one would see, let's say, how this drug worked. And assuming that once you put the pill or whatever it was together, it would make it difficult to break it down. Then I guess you could have a circumstance. But of course, if it's unpatented, you run the risk as soon as someone figures it out. Because of course they're scientists. If they decide that it's immoral, so we'd have to like really create a circumstance, like a really.
I answer every day. I mean, so many people die freeze to death in the U.S. every winter or whatever. I mean, what are the funny games people play with? I don't know, starving out whatever developing world nations.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably the better way of looking at it. If you don't have the money for food or shelter, you run the risk of perishing.
Well, what would Jesus do, Seamus? Oh, also you missed it last night. Peripheral and I were going on about I hit the parable of sower, parable of house on rock, and parable of the wineskins. Yeah.
Hey, Nadia, do you ever wonder like what was the cause? Like they say, like in science, they say that in the beginning something created something. Do you ever wonder what it actually is?
Something created something? What do you mean?
In the beginning of like life.
Life.
Like they say, in the beginning, like there's a cause that made everything.
No, I don't think anything made anything. There's no agency or anything involved there.
Well, he never said anything about agency. He just said about a cause. So.
Yeah. Do you know what it actually is? Because they say it's like a cause, something that caused. Like, what is it?
As far as the universe, I don't think the notion of a cause really applies there. And as far as life, yeah, I'm not so concerned about the specific thing that it might be. You know, whether it's lightning or some particular chemical makeup of the earlier Earth. Okay, hang on.
What were you talking about? Abiogenesis or something?
I think he might have been. I'm not sure.
No, I mean I was talking about. No, he didn't say. He never said anything about abiogenesis at all. I think you just did though. You said something about lightning and early chemical makeups. Sounded like some abiogenesis spin talk to me. I was just checking to make sure that was correct. Because I'm failing to see how that's relevant to a question about the first cause. Like abiogenesis should just be the biggest non sequitur ever trumped upon in that discussion. Am I missing something?
I couldn't tell exactly what origin issue he was trying to touch on, so I touched on both the universe and the abiogenesis to cover
Yeah.
both bases.
Yeah, in your opinion, what do you think it is?
Is it the universe or life, or what are you asking about?
Yeah, you have to specify it, Tim.
I think he's I think Tim's asking, what's your best guess to how life on Earth started?
No, that's not what he's saying. He's.
He
I
just
think
said
what he's
yep.
saying. I think
He
what
just
he's
said
saying.
yep to that, Seamus.
Yeah.
But that's not what he was. Well, then, if that's what he said then every sentence he made up to that point did not back up that point. So if that's what he said, then it actually wasn't what he said. I think what he's saying is, what are your thoughts on the prime mover? That's what I gathered from that. I don't know how abiogenesis got filtered into the topic of the scientists say the universe had a cause.
And he wasn't asking about the cause of the universe. That's the thing. He was being unclear about it. Now,
I'm asking, what is the cause? Like, what's the cause? What is it? Like, if it's not
The cause of the universe or the cause of life? They're two very specific questions.
both.
Okay, well, I did cover both bases, so.
So you're saying it's lightning?
No. I said whatever kind of particular chemical, etc. process is not as big a concern to me as just that it is some kind of chemical process for life. For the universe, it's well, the universe isn't even eligible to be something that has a cause. So
That doesn't. I don't know how that follows.
From
like
what?
You're basically saying, like, whatever this universe is, this compilation of all of these things that material existence. I'm just going to say that having a cause is just a non sequitur. Like, I don't. Like, you'd have to justify that to me for me to even grant you
No, I
that.
can.
Well, I mean, you should have started there, is what I'm saying. Like, wouldn't it be prudent to start with the justification rather than start with the assertion and then don't ever provide the justification unless someone asks you?
well, Nadia wasn't asked for justification. She was just asked of what it is that caused it.
Yeah. I pretty much just summarizing my position as opposed to, laying out the justification. Laying out justification too, but you've heard it before.
Yeah, I think you're saying it's like just chemicals, right, or something.
I've heard of a lot of assertions and two, 3 sentence arguments and sophistry. I've never really heard any legitimate arguments. I mean, I'm not trying to be offensive. I just, I hear little quips and stuff from you more than I hear actual legitimate arguments.
That's odd. Okay.
Like, the universe, free will cannot exist because can you will what you will, what you will, what you will, and then the discussion just over. You just expect that to be the end of it, and it's just like, womp womp womp. I mean, you don't really have. That's not an argument. That's just some quip. Like, that's just. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just jaded. I don't want to start off this conversation being rude, but
Is that not a bit of philosophy though? Isn't that a philosopher came up with that, the will to will? And isn't that a legitimate argument?
I can't understand you. You sound really nasally, right, coming through, Simon.
Sorry. Isn't that just a part of philosophy? Isn't that a legitimate philosopher's argument, the will to will?
What, concocting a rhetorical statement as if it was some type of...
No, the idea of can you actually will your will? I mean, that's a particular philosophy.
Well, you seem to know. You seem to know more about it than me. What philosopher brought that up?
Well,
Yeah.
So we have an expert Schopenhauer in the room, and which I would call to, if you're listening, to come forward.
Yeah, I'm sure Schopenhauer actually had a full-on argument rather than just state some rhetorical quip like that just settled the matter.
When someone says that, I think they're referring to Schopenhauer's argument. I mean, I don't think they're just.
And it would be prudent for them to present Schopenhauer's argument, not some bastardized rhetorical quip from like 2 sentences out of his 139-page paper. That would be kind of silly, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Not
I
that hard.
mean, none of us are experts in any one authority, I'm sure.
No, I'm not an expert, but I'm an expert in putting together if things have adequate justifications. Might not be an expert in the field, but I'd be able to expect if there's actually some things that are being adequately justified, at least to my knowledge,
No, I think it's just pointing out a problem more than it's pointing out a solution.
I'd just
it's
like
not
to say
pointing
that
out
I
either.
am an expert. I have a degree actually in truthology.
Sweet. Is that a sweet toothology or
Is it the true truthology you're asking?
a sweet toothology?
No,
Sweet
it's
tooth.
truthology.
Truth. Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I was making a pun.
Well, generally line it up as the involuntarily imposed quote-unquote will would not be free. So then, from there, when it effectively has a regression on, willing what one wills and so on to some point external to oneself, which pretty much ruins the whole thing there.
Well, if you were ascribing to libertarian free will, even bucking that rhetorical statement wouldn't help you against a libertarian. He would just say, yeah, it comes from an undetermined point, which would be your will. And so you could just say that you will what you will would just be, it wouldn't really be coherent versus the libertarian. In my opinion, maybe we could speak about
It kind of misses the point of, you can't have more than one regression because that's senseless, as you say. So we're only talking about, your choices. Can you determine your choices?
It's almost impossible for me to understand you. You sound really nasally, Simon. Like your mic sounds more different than I've ever heard you sound.
Yeah, no, my old mic's fucked. I mean, broken. So, yeah. I'll just hang on a moment. Let me just try and upgrade.
We have a changeover, so.
Is that any better?
Alright, say something again, Simon.
Shopping, battery.
Yeah, I don't think that's any better. I don't know.
No, I was speaking mumble words, just for the fun of it. Okay, I'll see you in the changeover anyway.
Okay, fingers crossed we can all make it over. Yeah. No idea where she almost just went, but. Not sure exactly what just happened, but. Oops. Sludic and.